Oh. Your friend is at 512,000 concurrent viewers live. What are you talking about? Oh, shit. Thank you for reminding me. Okay.
Iran's attacks on Israel. Again, it's from the majority party. I'd like to, as a Congress, be having more nuanced conversations and protections. I come from a very diverse, beautiful place in this country, and I listen and I hear from all of my constituents all over. But where and how are we going to stand up if we're against war and we're against death and destruction here as a Congress? We've got to take responsible votes. And so to the student.
Hey, hello.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much. Hold on. Okay, cool. Can you see me?
Yeah. What happened, bro? What happened? How long have you been off Twitch?
Like a year and a half or 2 years, something like that.
Oh, goddamn, that's long.
It's been a while, yeah. All right. Getting my stuff set up. All right. Do you want to introduce yourself and everything?
Yeah, so my name is Dominic Andre. Me and you had a discussion, I think, like 2-3 years ago on like free will, which we like identical views. But yeah, so I'm Dominic Andre, content creator, whatever, entrepreneur, whatever. But Palestinian, and I was like watching a bunch of your streams because I actually didn't know what your opinion was, and then I was very confused. Didn't expect your opinion to be what it was, and then I was watching one of your debates. I forgot who it was with, and then I was like, oh yeah, I want to hit him up and talk about it.
All right. Well, here we are. You've hit me up. Yeah. What do you want to chat about, or what have you seen me say? I guess that you're in big disagreements with, or whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean, there was a couple things that I saw, which was, I think there was one about like you were discussing Ben Gurion early on and like Plan Delit, and they're like, I think your position was that during Plan D, like that was them just being defensive, them prepping, them making sure that there was prepping for an offensive of all the neighboring Arab countries, and that was kind of like their reasoning for Plan D.
I don't think that was a reasoning for Plan D. No, I'm not sure how long ago you heard me say that, or if that's exactly what I said. But the contentious issue around Plan D is the the Arab narrative is that Plan D was basically something that they'd thought about decades before, and that the mass expulsion of every Palestinian or every Arab that was living in what would become Israel needed to be expelled. My position is that Plan D was probably a little bit more dynamic than that, and it evolved out of a response to all of the aggression of the neighbors, and then it became like we need to expel these people from our newly forming country.
Neighbors when? Sorry, just so I can get an idea of your mindset on that.
I mean, probably like 47 onwards.
Because they had been working on that plan for around 10 years. There's evidence of that they had been cataloging militants who actually fought early on in other wars. In World War I, right, 1916, they had cataloged, and they had been cataloging every village, every person that fought in militias. So historian Liam Omar talks about this, which is the one I wanted to bring on with me. But he talks about this a lot, which is that there was evidence of them cataloging all of these militants for pretty much like a decade before. So unless they were inherently just defensively prepping a decade before because of their neighbors, most evidence does show that they were there to expel the Palestinians.
Wait, real quick, one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So when you say there's evidence of them working on plans in advance, that's not surprising at all to me. I don't think that's strong evidence in favor of the idea that there was always going to be a mass expulsion of Arabs. People work on contingency plans for all sorts of things. I'm sure we've got like different plans relating to how we would nuke certain people. It doesn't mean we're planning to nuke certain people. I don't think that's a convincing argument to say that was always the plan. And then I would always ask, and I've never gotten a satisfying answer to this, if the plan was always mass expulsion of all of the Arabs living in Israel, why did Israel accept the 47 partition plan?
Yeah, so this is something Ben-Gurion had talked about multiple times, which is there's multiple quotes of him, and then there's evidence of him cataloged in New York, I think in the 50s, early 50s, where he states, we will take any percent we get, and we won't stop there. That is just our ability to set up and then continue further. That had been quoted many different times in many different capacities over the years. So that's why when people overlook that, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to say like, hey, and this is what they said, like, what if we get 2%, we take it, and then we will develop ourselves, we will build ourselves up, and we will continue to grow. And so that's a satisfying answer. There's evidence of that. Liam Omar, I'll bring him on, and we'll go over all the evidence to support it. So I don't want to ever say anything that's not supported by actual evidence. But that was their goal, is to accept anything and then from there move forward. So this idea of like, well, they said yes, so like clearly they were satisfied completely, and that's evidence to show that they were fully satisfied with the land that they were given. I wouldn't agree with that either. You couldn't say, well, they accepted it. Clearly they didn't want anything else. That's not true.
Well, no, I mean, again, different claims, stronger claims, precise claims. So if your claim is that the Jews always wanted more land, I'm not going to disagree with that. I think the goal or the aspiration would have been all of mandatory Palestine, and maybe even more, right? That's probably the aspiration. But the question is like, what would they have done absent any Arab aggression? Like, were they always going to conquer all of that land? I don't think that's ever. I don't think it's even possible to demonstrate that because there's never been an absence of Arab aggression towards the Jews.
But
so
I mean, this idea of like, since there's no evidence of it, there's no way that they would do it. It was their plan from the beginning. So when they had discussed it, and then your point was like, well, we don't know. But if someone's saying it, and then your response is like, but we don't know. They could have not. Sure, I guess. You know what I mean?
So
like,
the evidence of that, so the counter evidence of that would be that because Israel was the only Jewish country and because they are fighting for their survival, Israel has two arms of how they figure out what their path into the future looks like. They've got the military arm and they've got the political arm. And regardless of whatever Israeli aspirations must be, they have to reconcile with the political realities that exist around them. Surrounded by a bunch of neighbors that aren't attacking them or aren't doing anything aggressive, it's hard to imagine that they would have had international support or even maybe internal support to just like conquer peaceful neighbors. I don't think that I don't think they could have sustained that. So if the claim is, well, Ben-Gurion or early Israeli leaders had dreams or aspirations of controlling all of Mandate Palestine, I would say, yeah, of course. But that's not really the question because like everybody has dreams of controlling tons and tons of territory. The question is.
But wouldn't that contradict what you're saying in the very fact that they did it and they conquered land while all the Arab nations were around them from the beginning? So to say like, oh, well, but there's all these Arab nations around them, like they wouldn't do that. They literally did that. That's how they got there in the first place. That's how they expanded in the first place.
But it was always in response to Arab aggression. So like absent that aggression, would they have
What do you mean? Them migrating in 1896 was because of Arab aggression? How?
No, not that. I'm not talking about the migrations and the land purchases, but I mean those were purchases of land from the owners of the land, from tenant Arab owners.
What percent of the land? Because this is something. Do you know what percent of the land they owned and bought right before 1948 when they were given the whatever 40 something percent, 50%?
I'm pretty sure the majority of the land that they bought I think from the Ottoman Empire from before 1920.
Yeah, but do you know what percent of Palestine? What percent of the land did they actively own when they were given roughly 50% of the land?
Well, they were never given 50% of the land, but I'm not sure what percentage. I have no idea. Probably a
So
low
they
amount,
went
like 10 or 15 or 20. I don't know, something like that.
4%. So they owned 4%, and then they went from, hey, now we're going to give you in 1948. This is
Wait. Can you show me this? You said they. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. We were just talking about it, and I think it's in one of the books I have too here. But that's why I wanted to bring them on to actually cite everything accurately, because I wanted people to actually look into it, because I'm a stickler for being dead accurate. Let's see. But that's something that, I'll bring it on. I'll send it to you if I can't find it right now, because I want to be very factual and I don't want anyone to be misled, because that's really important to making decisions on what's happening. But yeah, so they own roughly 4% of the land. So to go from 4% of the land to getting the 1948 partition, there was a huge disruption, right? So like my grandmother and my entire family was expelled. So my family was killed in 1948. All our friends, our villages, everything was destroyed at that time. And they owned literally roughly 4%. So if you could find something, let me know. I'm watching you to see just in case. But yeah, the legal ownership about 5%, right? Yeah, 5.6.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it doesn't have to be like land in between. This is like explicitly like the small pieces of land that they actually own. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that one they actually bought, right? And so this is the thing, is like when you're going from 4 to 5% to roughly 50% in this partition, you're disrupting clearly hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. And so this idea of like, well, they were just satisfied with this small amount and they would not take over more. I mean, they literally jumped from around 5% to around 50%.
Well, that you keep saying. Hold on, wait. Let's be clear. Hold on. You keep saying they jumped. Okay. So when we're looking at this land,
they didn't purchase the land, right? They didn't purchase 50%, roughly 50% of the land.
Sure, because it's probably like this is probably like empty area. Is going to be my guess, right? The majority of Mandate Palestine, when I say empty, I mean like undeveloped. It's not like there's not like a ton of people living like scattered throughout these huge cities and these areas that aren't purchased. It's probably mostly barren land, would be my guess.
I mean, well, it's not actually. So take a look at the part of the land that they were given. They were given, most of the coast.
Hold on. You keep saying this given. They weren't given anything. There was a partition plan that was trying to divide up like where both peoples would live, and that was rejected. So
rejected by who?
By the Arabs.
Okay, and then who said yes to it? So when I say given, that is a dead accurate word. When the people you're taking from are saying no, and then it's given to the other people, it is literally given.
Sure. You keep saying taken from. So when you talk about how much land the Jews owned, like it's not like the Palestinians owned any of this land either. There was no Palestinian fund that was purchasing any of this land. This was like mandatory Palestine, right? It was essentially ran by the British.
I have, well, no. So that's not true. So I have paperwork dating from the 1920s of homes that we've purchased in places in Palestine. So yes, they did own. I'm not saying every single inch.
Well, you said you have paperwork in the 1920s. So who was that bought from who?
I can look it up.
If you've got paperwork in the 1920s, that's going to be bought from Britain. It's not bought from. There's no country in Palestine you bought it from. Like the administrators of the land are going to be British, right?
Yeah. So during that time, it's the administrators of the land. But my point is that they owned the land.
Well, owning. I don't know if owning the property is the same as owning the land. It might be. Like I can grant that maybe, but like.
Well, and not even that too. This is the issue of like Britain taking over and taking it as if like the Palestinians were like, yeah, feel free, like take over our area and control it, right? That in itself was an invasion. Right, Sykes-Picot Agreement, and going back against the Arabs, against the Husseini McMahon coalition, to kind of backtrack and say like, oh, never mind, we're actually going to divide up this land, we're going to take control of it, and we're going to kind of.
So in that Hussein McMahon correspondence, there was no explicit guarantees of anything. They've never had explicit guarantees of everything. And when you say that the land was like owned by Britain and that was like an invasion, I mean, kind of, but the Ottoman Empire collapsed. There was no more Ottoman Empire. There were like multiple great powers that collapsed after World War I. So, absent the Ottoman Empire, who's going to run the land? Of course, it's going to be whoever.
Yeah. Who runs the land? But let's just say if the Palestinians bought it, let's say from Britain, right? If that's the paperwork, And you're saying Britain would have the right to then take it from them and give it to
No,
who they
Palestinians
want.
never bought the land from Britain. That never happened. They might have owned property there or whatever, but the Palestinians never bought land.
Okay, let's say
from
own
Britain.
property.
Sure.
So for those who own property and lost it in the partition plan, what do you say to that? Because I want to be specific about
that. I mean, that would be tragic.
Like we have land. I
It'd
have 21 acres that now is there's a prison on it in Israel that is my family's land. We have all the paperwork for it. It's 21 acres, something like that. That was taken from us and then given to them. So this idea of like taken and given, yes.
Wait, well, you keep saying taken and given, but nobody agreed to the partition plan, so it didn't. Or I mean, like the partition plan didn't go through. So the land that they have now was won in war in '48, right?
Yes, but when you're going, okay, so there's two things. After World War I or after World War II, everyone kind of agreed like we're not going to be kind of shifting land like that.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you say like, oh, it wasn't taken, then how did they acquire it? Did my family give it to them? Did they buy it from us?
I think that's like that's why it's such a complicated question, right?
Yeah.
Because like in '67, for instance, because people always talk about the '67 borders, if Israel were to give back the West Bank and give back Gaza, who are they giving it back to?
You're saying back to 1967 borders?
Yeah, who would they be giving the West Bank and giving the Gaza Strip back to?
In terms of control or like the physical land? Which
Either one.
Giving it back to the people.
Yeah, so like that doesn't no,
example,
like people don't
return.
people don't own land, right? It's states typically own land. So in '67, when they say give the land back, they say to the Palestinians, but the Palestinians never had that land. The West Bank would have gone back to Jordan, and the Gaza Strip would go back to Egypt.
Okay, but there's a difference between like individual land ownership of like my family has paperwork, mortgage on land that they owned in Palestine pre-1948. So like we own that land. Now, sure, Jordan can control the area, Britain can control the area. That's fine. But that administrative paperwork would then get passed to someone else. Like, okay, so now that let's say Jordan, now that we're in control of the West Bank, which Palestinians live where? Well, here's our paperwork. This is the land that we own. You know what I mean? So
sure, I don't know what the ordinary process is. If you were like part of Austria-Hungary, or if you were part of like any mandatory area, like if that state collapses, I don't know in terms of how do people honor old paperwork, or do they compensate you for it, or whatever. I don't think that par for the course has ever been all the people go back to where they had paperwork from the original country and then live there. I don't think that's ever happened, right?
No. I mean, look, we're setting a precedent that's never, frankly, gonna happen, right? Like this is never gonna happen where Israel's gonna go like, all right, you give it back. How do we even organize to know who owns what?
Sure.
But it's very similar in the sense of like what we did with the Native Americans, which whether it's good or bad, kind of at least putting these programs in place to support. Again, whether they're good or bad, or whether they're like good, like enough or not enough, but putting in these systems to be like, okay, these are people that were displaced. My family was displaced. We did have a home. We did have a business. My entire family had businesses. How do we fix that? If we went in there and we took it and they kicked us off of it, how do we fix that? How do we make sure that that's supplemented to be like, okay, at the very least, here's some money. At the very least, here's this, here's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are good questions, and I think that there's been an attempt to reach a settlement on those questions in prior negotiations, but I think the issue is from the Palestinian side, nothing except for like full unconditional right of return for all recognized refugees of that number, which is 6 million plus right now, is acceptable. So there is no just compensation or anything absent everybody going back to where they lived before. So
I mean, in an ideal world, okay, well, I mean, we can go back and we'll come back to this, but like, so my whole stance is that evidence strongly shows that the intention was to continue to take the land over and over again.
Yeah, but hold on, when we speak about intentions, we have to be a little bit more sophisticated when we're talking about countries, right? So like intentions are going to dynamically change as situations progress. So somebody might have an intent to do a particular thing, but confronted with another thing, that intention doesn't matter anymore. It's going to change, right? And I think that there is clear examples, there's clear evidence in Israeli history where their intention for taking land disappeared. They didn't want any more land because they were worried about aggression from neighbors and their inability to even hold what they had. Like there were times, I think it was 48. During that war, where they were aware of the demographic issues in the West Bank. And I think that a lot of the advancing of the military stopped because Ben-Gurion and other Israeli leaders were like, we can't do this. This is untenable. And even in '67, when Jordan was coming into attack after that conflict began, after Israel bombed the Egyptian airfields, like Israel told Jordan, like, please don't attack. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. And Jordan decided to anyway. And then that's when they lost the West Bank. So, I mean, like, these are examples where it's like, well, if Israel wanted all that land, I imagine they would just go and take it all.
But you answered something very important, which you said, like, they don't really have the population for it. They don't have enough resources for it to continue. So what did they do in lieu of that? Are
they wouldn't do it typically, usually, right? But
are they slow? Here's what they're actually doing, right? Are they slowly allowing people who have never stepped foot in Israel, who have some magical connection to the land from thousands of years ago, which frankly, as you, I believe you're non-religious too, know that we all were there at some point, right? We all came from certain parts together because we all evolved from one area. So this idea of like, hey, along the way, they stopped there for a little bit, and so now we're going to claim that that's ours forever and eternity. So this ideology of like, some guy who's literally never been there, his family's never been there for thousands of years, can come in and say, hey, I'm going to come back and I'm going to take it. So what is Israel doing? They're allowing these people to come in little by little to expand their population.
Yeah.
They're allowing the hilltop youth to go into the West Bank and to build settlements little by little. They're doing, when you say like, what's their intention? Do we know if they want to continue? We do know. The settlements are active proof of that. Now, where you're right,
hold on, wait. We got to be really careful on timelines. Because 67
maybe
onwards, I think that Israel wanted the West Bank and they wanted to start to do that. And obviously, from 2000 and onwards, the goal has been the slow encroachment of more and more settlers, more demographic majority, more annexation of the West Bank.
Yes.
I mean, that's undeniable. Yeah.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the only thing you don't have proof for is between 48 and 67, there could have been this period where they wanted to slow it down. But the evidence of after 67 and before 48, all of it shows that they want to continue to take Palestine. So this idea that like, okay, maybe they shifted for a little bit. I mean, sure.
Well, it's not that they shifted, and it's not like, well, this happened. Like big things happened in 48.
Sure,
all the Arab states went to war to try to get rid of. Yeah.
But they can pause their intention. You're saying as if like they decided, you know what? Scratch everything. We don't want it all. We're content here and we'll be content here forever. What it seemed like logically is, hey, right now we don't have the ability to expand. Right now we don't have the ability to take on more land. And in 67 and moving forward, as people started migrating back in again, as everything started to calm down, it was great. Let's get back to our original plan. So this idea of like, you're playing this game of like, we don't really know their true intentions and they're going to change and they're very dynamic when the intention from this get-go was to take it all. The intentions from 67 onwards was to take it all.
It's just too naive of you. I think that from 48 onwards, I think what Israel wanted was wanting all of the mandatory Palestine area. They knew that realistically they couldn't do that for a variety of reasons. But like, what's the saying? Like, try me or whatever. Basically, given the opportunity to expand, if their neighbors make mistakes, they will. And I think that's what we saw happen over and over and over again, was their neighbors were incapable of using diplomacy. They were way too bent on constant war and aggression. And as a result of those military and diplomatic missteps, they lost huge tracts of land in that process of going to war, trying to eliminate an enemy, and then losing those wars. Now, because truly the question would be, is absent the Arab aggression, would Israel have continued to conquer land? I'm not convinced that would be the case because of the deals that Israel did accept leading up to most of these wars.
But that's a ridiculous statement to say. Like the only reason that they're encroaching on West Bank right now is because Arab aggression. Otherwise, they would have been perfectly content.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because the idea that like taking West Bank is going to somehow stop Arab aggression is completely incorrect.
Well, that was the whole point. The point was because it's a huge buffer then. There are a ton of times if you read Israeli historians, they use this phrase, and they used it a lot in the 40s and 50s, the rib cage of Tel Aviv. The idea that there were scant a few kilometers between the shores of the Mediterranean and where the West Bank territory was an incredibly frightful thing for them, right? You can shell the Tel Aviv literally from the West Bank. So after 67, this war happens. You get invaders from this area who continue to try to eliminate you as a country. Yeah, I think the argument for taking this territory and having it as like a buffer, whether it's mean or not, like it makes sense, right?
Why does a buffer ironically stop at the West Bank borders?
Because the River Jordan. What do you mean? There's a river there. That's where it would naturally end, right?
They can't get on the other side of the river?
Well, they could.
Wouldn't having a buffer on the other side of the river help significantly?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't matter.
North into Lebanon or south?
Wait. Hold on. Well, some of the things you're talking about are true. Some of the things you're talking about are not true. So having a buffer on the east side of the river, it would be very difficult to defend because now your supply lines have to stretch over that Allenby Bridge. There's a bridge over
Yes,
a River
yeah.
Jordan. I guess. Yeah. So one, you'd have to be supplying past the river, so that's already more complicated. And then two, you'd be crossing into Jordan territory proper, which would be a lot more of an instigation. So that didn't make sense to cross past River Jordan. And then secondly, you mentioned, well, what about up in Syria? Well, the Golan Heights.
Wait, hold on. But why more of an instigation? Isn't West Bank an instigation of itself? Why? Again, that's
No,
my
wait,
point.
hold on. No, it's not an instigation. It's not, because Jordan never owned properly that territory. They conquered that territory in 48.
You're saying that their encroachment into West Bank right now is not causing contention in the Middle East.
Not with Jordan, no.
Jordan is playing a different game because of obviously their relations with it. So there's that.
Sure, but Jordan is also 2/3 Palestinians, right? I mean, Jordan is the most Palestinian country besides Palestine. So
yeah, no, 100%. But the thing is it's ironically going to the exact borders that they had wanted from the start.
well, but I mean, like, but it's the exact borders from the start weren't arbitrary. The exact borders from the start kind of make sense that like you draw borders along like rivers and stuff, right? When Israel conquered down the peninsula,
What's the river between Lebanon and Palestine?
the river between Lebanon and Palestine. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go and look at the border up there, but I know that like the Golan Heights, the expansion to that was also a geographical expansion, right? The reason why they expanded the Golan Heights is because you could shell into Israel from those heights and get in like
there's
Syria.
definitely a mixture of obviously like military, advancement of like having certain places, but this idea of like now you're trying to point a point of like, look, they're not taking it to take it. They're only doing it for their safety. While they've said over and over again before Arab intervention, before Arab attacking, that they wanted to take it all. And then now you're shifting it to like, nah, they're only taking it for just their safety. Their safety the only reason that they are in this position in the first place is because they came in and started taking land from Palestinians or started encroaching and expanding and pushing out Arabs and basically working with themselves and only hiring Jewish people and only buying from Jewish people and slowly expanding.
Well, so firstly, they didn't only buy from Jewish people. They bought from a lot of the Arab landowners. That's where the majority of the land was purchased from.
No. I mean like goods and services to prop up Jewish businesses.
Well, I think they would buy. I'm pretty sure they would trade with Arabs as well, but Arabs wouldn't trade with them.
If they needed to. They needed to.
Well, but Arabs wouldn't trade with them. They wouldn't even recognize that as a country, right? From post 48, they wouldn't recognize it as a country, right?
Before that, I'm talking in the 1916. 1910, 1916, 1920, 1912.
I don't know what the status of trade was in the early 1900s, in the early 20th century. I'm not sure if they would or wouldn't. But also, when you mention like only hiring Jewish laborers too, I mean, like it's an idea of like conquest of labor from Jews, secular Zionism or labor Zionism. But also, isn't that probably better? Like, would it have been better if Jewish people were hiring Arabs to work for them on land that they had bought from them? That seems like people would then accuse them of like slavery or indentured servitude. Sorry.
No, because Jewish people at the time, let me give the exact number. I think there was 13,000 Jewish people, 400,000 Arabs in 1890, around there, maybe 1910, somewhere around there. I might be off a little on that.
Sure,
but
yeah.
they lived there working among Arabs, right? So Jewish people lived there, worked jobs. My grandmother, her great-grandmother, I sat and talked with her. I just did an interview with my best friend's grandmother from the same town as my grandmother. They're like, yeah, we lived with Jewish people. My grandmother was friends with Jewish people. They worked with us. They did this. So to come in and change the status quo of like we're all living together to this is a Jewish compound and we're basically going to buy and kick out Arabs and we're going to expand. It doesn't set a nice precedent for the neighboring areas, the neighboring tribes, the neighboring villages.
Sure, I agree that like I think that the British mandate and them promising Jews the ability to set up a homeland in there, I think that was probably a big mistake on the British side of things. But I mean, none of the fingers ever seem to get pointed at Britain.
Have you read the letters from the generals and the people on the ground in Palestine at the time, sending back to Britain about like that whole conquest? It was 1936, I think.
36. They're talking about the Peel Commission. Well, Peel.
No. Before that, there was basically letters. It's really interesting. This is not even like a debate part, but it's very interesting to read what these like military leaders in Palestine who were in control of like Mandate Palestine at the time were writing about the situation and the land. And they were all actually like arguing of like they didn't know how to divide up the land and they didn't know what part to give to Palestine, things like that. But my whole issue is that like coming from day one, it was the expansion, the exclusion of Arabs, right? Kicking them out basically, whether you bought it or not, right? You're kicking them out. You're only hiring Jewish people. You're trying not to work with Arabs unless you have to, unless you need to survive, and slowly expanding. So the neighboring tribes and the neighboring villages understood what was happening. It was very clear what was happening is that they were going to slowly take over. and they were going to expand. And so as they started to go, and then this is something that we talk about in one of the books. I think Anita Shapira talks about this, but basically they started to encroach on actual Palestinian villages and things like that around the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem and all these different places, and starting to expand. And this is where all that contention started building up.
Sure. So, but I mean, like, we have to understand
the
foundationally, and I guess this feels bad, but foundationally, the sound that I get when we have this conversation is that there was a country of Palestine that the Palestinians owned and the Jews invaded. But that isn't really what happened. The Ottoman Empire collapsed. Britain had a mandate to administer to this territory, and through that administration, a lot of Jews came in, and the people that lived there understandably felt shitty. But I mean, like, the same mandate system is what led to the creation of basically every single other, like, neighboring country, right? Iraq came from a mandatory system. Transjordan to Jordan came from that. Like all of these other, like, that's just, Britain was the one running that territory, and by the end, the expiration of the mandates, they would turn it over to whatever stable governments had basically emerged from the territory. But I mean, like, it sucks if you were a Palestinian and you got kicked out of there. I definitely think that that's a shitty thing. It wasn't ultra abnormal in the world. I mean, you have, like, I'm pretty sure I think the Armenian genocide was around 1920. You had the huge transfer between, like,
typical,
Turkey
but it doesn't
and
make it normal or right.
Sure, I understand. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it makes it normal or right. It's definitely a shitty thing. It's complicated for how should it have played out in terms of, like, should Britain have allowed anybody to move there or not? That's, again, complicated. I feel like the overpromising between the Balfour Declaration.
It didn't matter. They were
but
migrating before, right? They were migrating. That was just more of like they were migrating before.
I don't think much migration really happened until that Balfour Declaration came in place.
No, there was a good amount, actually, from 1880 to 1916.
I think from 1880 to 1916, your first two Aliyahs, the first one I think was like a total failure. I think the second one had a few more people come in because there was a bit more funding, but I think it was especially after 1917 you had a lot of people that started to come in. Yeah,
for sure more. Let's see. It increased double the population from 1880 to 1900.
Double the Jewish population, though?
Yes.
Yeah,
the number of Jews began to increase during late Ottoman Empire, increasing from 24,000 to 50,000. So doubling the number from 1880 to 1900. And then from 1900 to 1914, again, so pre-Balfour Declaration, it went to 85,000. So this idea, like, they were not really migrating, it was a failure. You literally went up 300%, 400% in a matter of, like, 3 decades.
Well, I would have to check for the first Aliyah. I think a lot of those people ended up just fucking off and going back home. I don't know how many of them even ended up staying. I would have to check. But like, I'm not saying that there was no migration. I'm just saying that compared to, it was, I think 1917 afterwards is when a lot of people
comparison is irrelevant. If there's a 400% increase of a population in your area and they're expanding significantly, it's very obvious what's going to happen. So this is pre-Balfour Declaration in your area in the Ottoman Empire, and you're going, wait, what the hell's going on? Why is there 400% more people coming in, taking over the land, again, buying from each other only, working with each other only,
sure,
and being like, okay,
people are coming in. But at that point, I mean, they really have no right to complain, especially prior to 1917, right? It's because that all happened under the Ottoman Empire, right?
Yeah. I'm not trying to say, like, sure, we could say, like, the Ottoman Empire should have stopped them.
Mm-hmm. And then also we keep saying, like, 400% increase in Jews. The percentage of Jews are increased, but there were hundreds of thousands of Arabs living there, even in the early 1900s, weren't there?
Like 600,000.
Yeah. So, like, when you say, like, increased 400%, they're still less than, like, I think 20%.
No. I'm not trying to say, like, they're, sure, they're the majority, but when they're coming in, like, what I'm trying to say is this all points to a very obvious fact that they came in with intention, right? We can do the whole Theodore Herzl bullshit and the WZO and all that stuff, which is their intention was to come and take over land and set up a state.
Yeah,
that was
100%.
From the get-go.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what they want. That's the point of the Balfour Declaration, is like, we want a state in this area. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you going into a place, whether the Ottomans own it, whether the Britons own it, whether Palestinians live there, you are going in there with intentions to disrupt people's lives. There's no way that you could go into somewhere and go, listen, I'm going to go into Africa and I'm going to set up a state. I have no intention to hurt anyone or bother anyone, or that is delusional.
Well, I don't think anybody's ever said that. Obviously, you're buying land and you're kicking farmers and stuff out. Yeah, of course, the people that are getting kicked out probably don't feel good about it. Yeah, of course.
Got it. So now we're getting this intention of they're starting to, and this is what Ben Gurion talks about a lot, which he said in one of his quotes. He said, whether we buy it from them or kick them out or intimidate them, the idea was to buy land in the beginning. That's what Ben Gurion talks about. And to basically use that to surround other areas and intimidate them to basically sell it for pennies or leave.
Yeah.
And so this was a strategic play. And so this idea of building up to like 1948, where like, oh, these Arabs just like came and attacked out of nowhere because they're just like, not to say that you said this, I'll be very clear, but like they're just angry Arabs and they're just gonna come in and attack. It's like, no, the intention was that everyone isn't fucking idiots. They understand what was happening. They understand that the Jewish population that was coming in, not the existing one that lived there peacefully, but these Europeans were coming in, and these people from around the world coming in to basically encroach on the land, take it from people, intimidate them, and take it. Which is why Plan D has evidence of it being built for years of we're going to make sure that we know where all these militants are, what they were, their ages, and they had basically people going around to villages marking down everything. And it didn't take a year to do that. It took a long time to catalog every village in the area.
Yeah, people are cataloging stuff. Yeah, of course. But I mean, like the White Paper in 39, the Peel Commission in 36, the correspondences prior to this. Like, yeah,
this was not a country.
Well, no, but I mean, everybody's going to be, of course, keeping track of all of these things where people live everywhere.
Who? Like a group of people? Like is the city of
the Jewish
starting to keep track of New York and they keep track of their population? Why would they do that if it wasn't a country at the time? If they didn't,
because they wanted to make a country, right? Of course, they wanted to make a country. Yeah. The contention here isn't whether or not they wanted to set up a country. That's not the contention. The contention is when they'd set up that country, how big they want it to be, and was the plan from the beginning always to expel all of the Arabs? That's the issue.
Yeah. So do you know why a lot of the Arabs live in Israel today? Why they're still there? Like why? Because a lot of people, maybe we disagree.
Because
on this or don't
Israel
disagree,
didn't expel every single Arab. I think some might have came back.
But why didn't they? Why? Because this is evidence. Not to say that you use this again, Chad. I always like to be clear. So I hear this debate of like, well, if they wanted to get rid of every Arab, then why are there so many Arabs living in Israel today?
Why didn't they? I think that they were. I mean, if the village was not like actively engaged in military conflict, I don't think they were as interested in expelling those people. And then if they were outside of like the major roads to like from Jerusalem and stuff to Tel Aviv, they probably didn't mess with them as much. But for the specific ones that stayed, I don't know the reason why of the ones that did stay, they didn't explicitly get expelled. But.
Yeah. So to be clear, they didn't want any of them there, and you can understand this. There's no reason to have them there if you are trying to create a secure nation, right? Like whether they're peaceful or not, you just don't want them there. And their plan was to not have them there. The only reason those villages stayed was those were the areas specifically that Lebanon had invaded in 48, Egypt, Jordan. Those were the places, because a lot of people think, by the way, and this is a misconception, we can bring on the historian on this, that all the Arabs attacked. That's not true. It was actually largely just Palestinians fighting Jewish militias at the time, the Haganah and all those different militias. It was not.
I don't think
that's a very big misconception. I'll cite all those sources and send them to you.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, my feeling on, and I haven't done a ton of pre-48 history, is I'm pretty sure the Palestinians kind of lost their will to fight in 39. I think that the big Arab revolts that happened from 36 to 39, I think there were a lot of middle-class Arabs, like people that had money, that were influential, that ended up fleeing after that.
No, I agree.
Because the
Which
British
is why
put
the
them
48
out.
war didn't last very long.
Yeah, exactly. But then when we talk about like who was fighting from, so you had the internal civil war from like 47 to 49, but in 48, of course, Arab states came in to fight. I mean,
so that's a big misconception. Again, I'll bring on the historian. We'll talk about this because I want it to be very factual to give the exact details and citations of everything. But that's a big misconception. It was very similar to like basically Ukraine and the United States of just kind of giving them some weapons, giving them some money, and not doing very much. And the only reason that the certain villages stayed that were Arabs in the Israeli region were the areas that like Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt kind of sent some and said, okay, we're creating a buffer for our own country. We're going to go in and protect a couple different villages here and there.
Absolutely not. No shot. That's impossible. Without even knowing the record, I know that's not true, because if they were able to protect those villages, they would have just taken them over. And how can you say they didn't invade when Egypt invaded the Gaza Strip and took it over, or when Jordan invaded the West Bank and took it over? How can we say that they didn't invade? They literally did. That wasn't any of their territory. They must have marched armies there, and there were armistices drawn up between all three countries, I think.
Yeah, I want to bring on the historian to actually cite to everything so we can go over this, because no, that is actually true. And not
wait,
then
in your mind, how is it? Why Egypt conquered the Gaza Strip, right? Jordan conquered the West Bank, right? We agree with that, right?
Oh, like later on, yeah.
No, in 48.
Sure.
So how could we say they didn't invade or they didn't attack if they're conquering land?
Because there's a difference between invading all the way into, because you're saying that so what you're saying is they only went into the Gaza Strip, they didn't even go into the parts of Israel.
My understanding is they went into about as far as they felt they could fight, and then they stopped.
Yes, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then once they got that far, they took the land. So Egypt conquered the Gaza Strip. That wasn't their territory.
But they didn't go. But they went in. But those are the villages too. A lot of those villages that had stayed were just support of those countries. So when people say like Egypt went into huge parts of Israel and they all started attacking, it was like a lot less intense than people thought it was.
I think they were pretty intense. They got farther than the Gaza Strip. They got Gaza Strip. They got further than. I want to say they were close to Tel Aviv. No, I mean, like, Israel was starting to ship in a ton of weapons from Czechoslovakia. They started to fight back. They were able to push back. And then where the lines were drawn, those lines that were drawn, the borders after 48, those are armistice lines. Those are where the militaries had fought up to and were chilling on both sides of. That's what that was. So, I mean, like, they pushed pretty...
I'm talking about... I'm not saying within Palestine, within Israel, the partition of Israel.
Well, there was no partition at that point, right? It was just territory that...
The lines, but the lines that they had arbitrary, because those lines are very similar to the lines that we have had in...
True, but those lines weren't arbitrary. They were drawn because that's where, like, the majority Jewish villages were. That's why they drew that partition as they did, right? So, of course, those are going to be about where they defend, because that's where they already are anyway, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying Egypt didn't go into Palestine. They didn't go into Israel, the area that Israel took over at that time.
Well, hold on, but they did go into it. Israel, they didn't make it any further because Israel fought for it. These were, again, all the countries, if the Arab countries thought they could have won completely, then they would have expelled every person that came in from Europe from that place. They would have won and they would have conquered, they would have destroyed the country. They would have destroyed Israel completely. But, like, there was a lot of fighting for Jerusalem. I think there was fighting close to Tel Aviv. I think Egypt. I'd have to go and check the exact, like, where the armistice lines went. But yeah, there was a lot of fighting that pushed a lot. They didn't stop because they got bored or whatever, but because they were satisfied with their territorial gains, and then they ended up chilling and they got pushed back by the early pre-IDF, the Yishuv fighting forces.
But that's a big part of why there are Arabs in Israel today. And this is, again, it just repeats the point of, like, and I guess you agree with this, which is like their intention when they first moved was to take over.
Which villages, or, like, do you know any cities or areas that I'm asking for a very specific thing here, but, like, where did Arabs live in 1948 Israel? I've never ever heard this put forth before, that the only reason the Arabs remained here were because other Arab countries were defending them. That doesn't. Majority of them lived in villages in Western Galilee.
I want to actually have citations for everything, so he had just texted him. But yeah, if you want to pull that up. But anyway, so while you're pulling that up, we can go back to it whenever you want. But my point overall is that this idea that from the beginning they wanted to take over all the land, they wanted to continue to take all the land. There's evidence of Ben-Gurion talking about this over and over again, and then now they continue to do that in the West Bank. So this idea of, like, Arab aggression came out of nowhere, and they just started.
Wait, just to be clear, I never said it came out of nowhere. They had reasons to fight, and that was they wanted to.
Do you think those reasons were justified?
Yeah, I'm like 50-50 on it. I mean, like, I wouldn't say completely unjustified. I mean, you basically have what you feel is like a foreign invader that's destroying your goal for creating, like, some unified fucking Arab state, and you want to destroy this country and kick them all out. Yeah, I mean, I think they've got their reasons. But I think the Jews have their reasons too. I think they're also justified. So it's kind of a complicated...
Well, I don't think they're justified in taking someone else's land, but they may be justified in, like, hey, we're getting...
Well, they're justified in that, like, one, everything they had before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, they bought under the Ottoman Empire. So at the very least, that was justified. And I'm pretty sure the majority of the land they did buy... Sure, the majority but the rest of that land was state-owned. It wasn't, like, inhabited by Palestinian villages everywhere, right? This is just like...
I'm literally living fact of, yes, it was not just state-owned. I have paperwork of that. My entire family has paperwork of that. All of my cousins have paperwork of that. We all owned hundreds of thousands of acres. So this idea of, like, you saying, like, oh, this is, like, a common misconception of, like...
No, wait. Own hundreds of thousands of acres of what?
Land.
From who? Who sold you this?
During that time, I could pull up the paperwork of the 1932 one, but regardless of who sold it to them,
well, that's kind of important.
We had the paperwork for it. We lived on it. For example, we lived on it.
Just because you live someplace doesn't give you, like, territorial rights to the place, though.
So would that give territorial rights for Jewish people to come in and take it?
Well, no, they purchased it from the other people that owned it, and that was the majority of areas that they lived in.
No. But you keep going back to the 5%. There were tons and tons of areas where they took over where Palestinians lived. I think that you keep missing that. I don't know why you keep doing that. As if you're
because that area that hold on, wait. Because that area where they took that land, they took that in war. They didn't just like come in and be like, leave now, we're expelling you. And that was a war that happened. And then the borders changed after the war. I'm not going to deny that. Of course that happened. But it was a military, yeah, it was a war.
But during that, okay, but this idea of like, okay, well, they took it in war. So your idea is like, as long as they take something in war, it's theirs. They can have it, correct?
I mean, that's kind of shitty. I mean, I don't know but I mean, it's also, I don't know what else the alternative is right now, because I think what happened.
That's the alternative of saying then like, and I don't want to get into that because it's the whole thing, but like Hamas could do whatever they want to Israel. As long as they take it over, that's just war. They get that, take the land. Like,
well, I think in 2024, we're living by a significantly different playbook now than we were in the 1940s. But I think the issue is that as Jewish people started to build up there, and the partition plan came about in 47, it was a result of the Peel Commission in 36 saying that, like, okay, well, this is clearly not workable. I don't know why, but for some reason, the Brits deluded themselves into thinking that some sort of like unified state could work there, but there was huge differences that were starting to bubble over between the Arab and the Jewish people that lived there, and it wasn't working. So they're like, okay, well, fuck it, now we've got to divide this place. But I mean, at that point, then what do you do?
What do you do as like Jewish people?
Sure, I guess it's Jewish people and it's Arabs. For Arabs, I guess they probably want to fight for their land.
Oh, do you think it'd be justified for the Jewish people to be like, hey, the current 5% we own today, we're fine staying on it because that's the stuff that we bought?
No, I don't think you're going to be content staying on 5% of land when everyone around there is trying to kill you.
But why were they trying to kill them?
Because they just didn't like them moving over into the mandatory Palestine area.
In what way, though? Like, they just didn't like them because they were Jewish, or why?
I think mainly.
Do you think they fully moved in there peacefully? They never disrupted
my
anyone. They never hurt them.
View is that early on they didn't like them because they were European. I think the Jew thing might have been a little bit of it, but I think it was mainly because they were European, and they viewed them as a threat to forming a contiguous like Arab state, like a big unified Arab state. I think.
No, it wasn't just because at that time you're not having like the neighboring countries be like, oh, we're so worried about this. It was the people who lived there that were getting kicked out of their homes that were, like I said, it was basically saying like, hey, we're only going to work with, it's like segregation. We're only going to work with Jewish people. You get out. You're not supposed to live here. We're kicking you out. If I buy land and you're a renter, you're gone based on just your ethnicity, not based on anything else. Like, we're kicking you out based on you being Arab, and then we're only going to allow Jewish people to live there, which we even see today.
Well, when you say kick them out for being Arab, it's because all the Arabs wanted to fight against all the Jews. That was the issue, right? So of course, at some point that.
In the 1910?
No, but like in the 1920s and onwards, there started to become a lot of violence.
But 1910, when they were buying land in 1800s, 1880, 1900, 1910, 1905, when they're buying that land and kicking out Arabs, and saying like, hey, because of your ethnicity, you're gone.
They bought the land. It was their land to own. They wanted to move in their people and live on the land that they bought.
So you're of the mindset that it's okay for someone to buy land and kick people out based on race.
I don't know if it doesn't. It's not about based on race. It's just about based on.
So they didn't kick them out because they were Arab.
I think they just kicked them out because they were the people that lived there and they wanted to move in their own people. I think it ends up being on racial lines because who besides like Arabs generally lived in most of these places, but
you're playing it. You're a really roundabout way of saying like, oh well, they moved in their cousins, so it wasn't like a racial thing. It just happened to be a racial thing. It was literally written in the book of why they came in the first place. It was their plan of the WZO. This was their intention to do that. Their intention.
When you say race, is the race like, what is the race here?
Oh, religion, race. I mean, the whole Jewish
there's
thing
difference. I mean, like, because they wanted Jews there, mainly the people that they were bringing in from. I mean, there was a lot from the Russian Empire. There was a lot from Europe. But like,
so if you were Arab, you were gone. You were kicked out of the area.
If you were not Jewish, you were kicked out. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that in itself is problematic.
Why?
So you'd be okay with people operating like that today?
Probably not. I don't think so. No, today. I'm pretty sure that would be in violation of like tons of. I don't think we allow people to make decisions
violation of like laws and stuff. I'm saying just from your perspective, would that raise questions, problems in your area if people started doing that?
It's hard to imagine. I mean, are they buying this land from the United States or are they buying?
Sure. Let's just say like, I don't want to keep like pointing at Jewish people because I don't want people to build up this hatred towards that. But like, I don't know, just like
whatever hits them anyway. Fuck them. I mean, like if somebody bought the United States and said we're going to kick out all the Christians,
well, not bought the United States,
like bought like Florida, bought Miami Beach. I live in Miami Beach. Let's say Cuba bought Miami Beach, and let's say Raul, I don't know who the fuck Castro's kid is, whoever's in power right now. Let's say he was like, yeah, we're kicking out all the Christians or whatever. I'd say, yeah, that's pretty weird. Probably not good. I don't think.
Well, not Christians, right? They didn't kick out Christians and just Muslims or just Christians. They kicked out Arabs.
Well, no, they were
Right,
kicking
so
out. Well, no, because they would have accepted the Jewish people that had already lived there. The Jewish people that lived there before the
Yeah.
Balfour Declaration weren't like Ashkenazi Jews, right? These were like, weren't they like Sephardic and
Mizrahim.
And whatever the colorful ones. So I mean, like they would have
But they
accepted
w-
those people, but the
Which-
Arabs
they-
were still violent towards those people too. So I mean, like that's kind of a
But that's the thing is like this idea of like when you say like, oh, they were just violent towards them, and you don't give the preconditions of why they were violent in the first place. It's like you're setting this precedent for your audience and for people out there that like, dude, like the Jewish people are just like moving in, doing their thing, and then like the Arabs just got all mad and like started hating them for no reason.
I think you're reading too much into what I've said. I'm sympathetic towards what you're saying because
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is what a lot of people say, and I agree with that. But I've given this I've gone over this a lot on stream. That like I understand why Arabs in the region wanted to fight. I can understand that. I'm sympathetic towards that. Like I might even like that's why I'm like 50-50 on it. I'm not like they were completely wrong. Like I've said this over and over and over
That's
again.
why I wanted to talk to you. By the way, it was just like I when I watched one stream because I only watched like 2 or 3 streams. One of them was like seemed pro-Palestine. I hate even using those terms. And then like the next one, it was I think you were debating. What's his name? The professor. I can't think of his name right now. But where then I was like, okay, now I'm confused. I don't know his point. So you
Sure.
agree though, like that might be 50-50, but that intention, Arabs had a justification for
fighting, yeah.
fighting back, for trying to get their land back, things like that. And then leading up until continue. When do you feel like that shifted?
Well, hold on. You can have because international stuff is complicated, right? Because we can't all appeal to the same system of justice because we've got competing drives between different peoples with different histories. It's complicated, right? Do you agree that the Jewish people had good reason to want to move and good justification for wanting to buy land and move to Palestine? That when they did it under the Ottoman Empire, when they got the agreements from the British, that when they realized they were getting holocausted in Europe, do you think they had good reason to want to move to Palestine?
Yeah, so I think there's two sets to that. There's like internal reason. There's internal answers and external answers, which is like one of them is like, hey, internally it makes sense why we want to move, but to be like, oh, but there are people living there, but who gives a shit? Okay, so what? You're gonna pass those problems on to another group of people, and now they should take the hit.
So what
Like,
was
that
the more
doesn't-
moral thing for Jewish people to do when they're getting holocausted? And then when they
agreeing.
got agreements from Britain to like, hey, can we move in this land and everything? What should they have done?
So did you read Theodore Herzl's book?
No, fuck no. That guy loser died in like 1907. Fuck him.
But do you know that like obviously that was the start of a lot of this? You never read it to understand like that mindset, or him talking about going to places in Africa? Many places.
I think Uganda
had
and
well over enough room to fit the size of Israel without disrupting literally anyone.
Yeah, but I think the conditions there and there were multiple reasons why they ended up not setting up.
No. But you have to read his book. So this is what he talks about. He says basically the main reason is they felt that they had. He goes, look, and then this is what he's read in his book. We have ties to the land. We had been there before. We've got some, religious monuments there. We might as well just go there. We have ties to that land. So, do you think that it's reasonable that there was no other place on earth that they could go to set up a homeland? Is that your point?
This is the Ottoman Empire was allowing them to purchase territory, was allowing them to buy land. And then the British people, after 1917, said that you can go and set shit up there. So, and it was like the easiest one, I'm pretty sure, to get their people to travel over to. So they ended up settling on Palestine. Yeah.
You're saying there's no other place that they could have. You're saying Palestine was the easiest and only place they could have gone.
I'm not saying only, but in terms of like the one that was like probably the most like reasonable in terms of guaranteeing their success. Yeah, probably.
That's not true.
You think that a group of Jews living in Africa would have been successful and they would have resisted all of the external pressures and everybody fighting them there and like.
But I'm not even saying just Africa. That was just what Theodore Herzl had talked about. There's literally many places on earth, and your justification is like, well, listen, they had to take it. There was no other place they can go. They needed to push off the Arabs. That's the only place they can go.
Why did the Palestinians need to stay? They have the whole Ottoman Empire. They could have gone to 50 different Muslim majority countries that were surrounding them. Why do they need to stay in Palestine? Like,
but then your point now is like, dude, they should just move and give the land to Jewish people.
No, that's never mind my point. My question, what we got here from my initial question, my question was just like, do you think that the Jewish people's actions were reasonable from the late 19th century up
reasonable
to
say, hey, we want to leave and go somewhere else? Not reasonable to say, let me pass that headache and that problem onto a group of people that did nothing to you in that sense, and let's take over their land.
They already
Let's
had
kick them out.
their land. Hold on, you keep mixing so many things up. The Jews didn't take over that land. Britain did. It wasn't the Palestinians' land. The Ottoman Empire.
In 1900, Britain owned it.
No, the Ottoman Empire owned it.
Okay.
So it was never their land to give or to whatever. It was the Ottoman Empire's land to administer to, which they did, which is why Jews bought most of the land that they ended up buying before buying, not taking over, but buying before.
Who did they buy it from? You keep saying it like they bought it directly from the Ottoman Empire.
They bought, well, I think that the Ottoman Empire would loan out the lands to other people that would buy them and collect rents and stuff. And the Jewish, there was a name for this group of Jewish people that were raising capital basically to buy land, but it bought land off the people that were basically holding the rights to the land in the Ottoman Empire.
Do you think Palestinians had all owned any land in there when they lived there?
There were Arabs that owned land there, but they were like middle class, wealthy Arabs or wealthier Arabs. So like if they stole the land, they didn't give a fuck. They're not getting kicked off. I'm pretty sure most of the Palestinians that lived there from like 1900 to 1920s were like subsistence farmers, basically. Like they had small villages, they raised food for themselves, and they was basically that. Yeah.
And this is I mean, this is something that actually is like something that everyone needs to take a look at, which is the idea of like, well, Ottoman Empire owned it, or Britain took it over during a war, so now it's theirs to give out. That's where I draw my line, where I go, well, that's not right. It's the people who are living there, who have lived there for thousands of years, continuously. I
don't even know if they live there continuously. People have shuffled between like tons of different districts in the Ottoman Empire for the whole history. And the only reason they had it there is because the Ottoman Empire conquered it in the 1500 or not 1500s, in the 600s or 500s or whatever.
Not to say that these DNA tests are always accurate, but many of them never left. Like I did my DNA test. I don't know if you believe in that or anything, but
I believe in DNA.
So like, let me just cross out my last name. So like,
what?
So like it's freaking. I have the freaking Zoom camera.
Wait. Yeah.
Hold on. Ass camera. There we go. So anyway, my family had been there. We have I just 100% Levantine. I've nothing in there. But that's my point, is like, you're kicking out people that have lived there actively.
You just showed me like 5 different countries.
Yeah, because I'm a half Lebanese, half Palestinian. So if you break it down, like my mom did hers is only Palestine. When my dad did his only.
I don't think there is a Palestinian ethnic group. I don't think that is like a real thing. I think when you look at the GWASPs or whatever and you overlap them, like Syrians, Jordanians, Palestinians are all like pretty closely intertwined. Like that's why that map that just showed you a group of like 5. That's why you said the Levant and not Palestine, because Levantine people existed all up and down like this area.
Yeah, and also because those DNA tests aren't accurate to like the exact borders, like you said, those borders didn't really exist.
Well, and because it's just DNA, it's just trying to trace like approximately where like different types of people live. Yeah, they're not going to be traced to a specific nationality or anything.
But this is my thing though, is like this idea of like, we're going to go back there and we're going to take over land that people lived on. That's just my contention is very simple like that. And like you said, the Arabs had a justification for fighting back.
Sure, right. But you don't think Jews had any justification for moving there? They were wrong to buy it. They were wrong for the Balfour Declaration.
But that's what I'm saying. You cannot say like they can do that, because you're on one side you're saying these guys had a right because what they were doing. If they had a right, it means whatever the person was doing is wrong. Correct?
No. That's why I prefaced that with international stuff is really complicated. So if there's a country next to you and they have like slavery, do you have a right to invade that country to end the slavery? I mean, it's a complicated question, because different nations can have different laws, and we might find some bad. Yeah, so
if I'm getting kicked out of my home here in California, I should be able to go break into your home and take it, whether I buy a part of it and then I intimidate you to get the rest of it.
If you get kicked out of your home by the California government, do you have a right to take up arms from Georgia and engage in warfare against the California government?
No. But that's not what happened. They didn't take up arms and fight Germany or fight any of these places in Europe. They came to a completely different nation, a group of people, and then started causing problems there.
Well, but the initial acquisition was done through purchases, and then it was done through essentially the Balfour Declaration. It wasn't done through conquering.
Well. I'm going pre-Balfour Declaration.
Okay, so then them buying it, so then the Ottoman Empire and the people that own the land were wrong for selling it, even though they had the rights to sell it, and the Jewish people were wrong for buying it.
No, and this is the thing. This is what Ben Gurion talks about, right? Their plan was to initially buy.
No. I want to know very, very, very specifically. Was it wrong for Jewish people to buy land when the Ottoman Empire was administering to that land?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer. So initially, their plan was to buy bits of that land, and then use intimidation tactics and basically warfare in these tribes and these villages to get other pieces of land, whether they forced the Arabs out locally or they bought it for cheap by intimidation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again: were the Jewish people wrong for buying land under the Ottoman Empire?
Yes. Doing that, yes.
Doing what? So they shouldn't have. So buying
neighbors?
the land. So no, we're not talking about intimidation. We're just talking about buying land. Were they wrong for buying land?
The initial one piece of going like, hey, I'm going to buy this small piece of land and we're going to live on it. And then now we're going to expand by pushing out Arabs. We're going to intimidate local Arabs. We're going to take the land from them, whether they leave, we intimidate them, or we just take it, or we try and buy it for pennies on the dollar because we're intimidating them. Yes, that is all wrong.
Okay, wait. So let me. I'm trying to get this one single fact. Okay, I feel like pro-Palestinians are like allergic to like discreetly looking at events. It has to always come with like a Palestinian excuse afterwards. So there's a very simple. Was it okay for them to buy land from the Ottoman Empire? It's a super simple question. Just that. Nothing that comes before or after. But was it okay for Jewish people to buy land from the Ottoman Empire?
Yeah, because Jewish people lived there. There were some Jewish people that lived there. Yes.
Wait, why does it matter if some Jewish people live there?
No, I'm saying yes. Like, it obviously was fine. Yes, they had lived there before. They didn't have problems before when they lived there.
So foreign Jews buying land from the Ottoman Empire was okay.
If people were moving in, now if there's a difference between having a couple thousand versus if an exaggeration here, 1 million come in and buy a piece of land and then now start expanding. There's differences between those
if they're
things.
buying it from the Ottoman Empire, why does it matter?
Because they didn't just buy it from the Ottoman Empire. It wasn't just like this like nice sweet transaction of like, hey, here's some money, thank you, we're gonna move in, everything's great. There was way more to it. There was a plan to it. There was let's expand, let's take over. So sure, that exact thing. If the Ottoman Empire wanted to say no or yes, that was up to their prerogative. Or the Palestinians at the time too, like, hey, yeah, you're a foreign Jew, that's fine, whatever they wanted to do at the time. But beyond that, we can't just say like, oh, well, that initial transaction.
Well, no, I'm just trying to go one by one thing at a time. Okay?
Yeah.
So we agree that they were okay to buy land. Okay.
If that's what the local people agreed to, yeah, sure.
Well, the owners, not the local people, the owners of the land. Right?
Either one.
So if it was okay to buy land, so at what point do you think that Jewish people started engaging in unethical ways to acquire more land?
Right away. So right away, there's a lot of evidence of them. Perfect. Right away, that there was a lot of plans for them to expand immediately.
No, not plans. I'm asking behavior. Behavior. Like what behavior do they engage in?
Immediately. So it was only obviously, like we said, we talked about this again, is basically buying out the land initially. Then it's kicking out any Arabs that work there, any Muslims or Jews, or any Muslims.
So far, all of this is okay. Specific. You're buying the land. You've got the rights to the land.
And kicking out people based on their religion's okay.
But kicking for any reason, you can kick them out. It's your land to own.
So, but that's what I'm saying. So you agree that if people buy land, they're allowed to kick out people based on their religion?
If you buy the land at that point in time, sure.
Not at that point, sure. Now, today, you're saying if I buy land, I should be able to.
Today, I don't think internationally. I don't think we accept.
No, forget internationally. Don't jump out here. I'm asking you. If I buy a building, can I make it only available to Muslims?
When you say buy a building, there's a difference between owning property in somebody else's territory versus buying territory. I think if you buy territory, you've got a right to expel whoever you want, and then you can run your immigration policy however you want.
But you're okay. So this is the thing. I think you're thinking that they bought it as if like the Ottomans gave it to them and they said, feel free to set up an entire country in this land. It's your land. You rightfully own it full right. That's not true.
No, I think that first of all, the people that they bought it from, I don't even know if most of them even lived on this land. When you bought it, it gave you rights to do what you wanted with the land. If you buy that,
hold on.
That like you can buy the land. I think the rules. I think in the Ottoman Empire at the time, the rules were that if you kicked people off, you had to pay them whatever bullshit the fair share was for their land. Now that number was very low, but the Jews, when they bought it and they kicked people off, they gave them, I think it was like $18 a head or something, adjusted for inflation is like a really low amount, but they paid them for the land, they kicked them off, but they bought it, and under the Ottoman Empire's rules, that was their right to do with what they wanted. Just like if somebody comes and buys this apartment building, I'm just a renter here, they can kick me out.
But they cannot kick you out based on your religion.
Why are we focusing on the based on your religion part?
Because that is exactly what happened. You're acting as if they didn't. They just happened to kick out only Arabs or only Muslims and Christians. It was just a happy accident. That's your actual point.
I don't think it was a happy accident, but like we're like everybody living there is already like basically only Arab and basically all Muslims. So I mean like any kind of expulsion is going to be that basically.
But you keep. I'm asking you, is that right or wrong?
I think in that period of history, I think it was probably fine. I think it was okay.
This idea of like that period in history, but then that's the equivalent of being like, okay, America owned slaves. It was totally fine back then. So yeah, I agree with it. It wasn't wrong. That's a weird way to phrase it, to just say, yes, that is wrong. That clearly the reasons why it's wrong today is because it disrupts people's lives, it gets them angry, and it gets justification for people fighting back.
I don't think. Do you think that we would apply or retrospectively analyze the moral decisions of nations using our current understanding and articulation of international law? Would you analyze all of it the same way?
Yes, in the sense of like if that's affecting today as it is, yes.
Okay, I wouldn't. I don't think that's a. I just don't think that's a good way to analyze things. It doesn't make any sense. It makes people look exceptionally evil or exceptionally good based on standards that they didn't even believe in at the time. It doesn't make any sense.
But that's a really weird way to look at it. Of like because I'm not trying to say like looking at these people and they're exceptionally evil. But the thing is people stay the same in the sense of like when you do that exact same thing actions today, you get the same.
It's a totally different. Today is totally different than the pre-Israel Yeshuv buying land, like foreign Jews buying land from the Ottoman Empire. I think it's a different thing.
So then, if it's normal, then why did the Arabs get mad about it? If it was just like a normal thing, like clearly they were like, "Dude, this is normal. Why are you upset? This is like a norm here."
I think that the main frustration or upsetness probably happened after the 20s. When Britain was giving...
That's not true. There was problems in fighting before the 20s. So start with the early on fighting. Why were they fighting?
Well, I don't recall reading any of that. I don't know. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But my understanding is most of the fighting happened in the 20s and afterwards because what happened was was British mandates were being formed and French mandates were being formed for surrounding territory. And after after a decade of Jewish immigration, I think that the Arabs living in Palestine were like, hold on, these guys and these guys and those guys all got a country, but it kind of looks like there's a lot of Europeans coming in here. I don't know if we're going to get this country. I think that's where a lot of the frustration and anger started to set in because they were like, holy shit, when this mandate expires from Britain, I don't know if we're going to have a country here. It doesn't seem like it because now all these European fucking Jews are coming in. I think that was where a lot of the frustration came from.
Okay, so you're under the impression that the aggression and everything started at past 1920.
That the extreme frustration for Jewish people, I think is around like the 20s.
It might have expanded, obviously. I'm saying pre-1920, do you think that there were conflicts between Arabs and Jewish people?
Pre-1920?
Yes.
There might have been like a little, but my understanding is most of it picked up
by the way,
that.
the historian's available now to hop in, but I don't want it to be like a 2v1. I can hop
out.
No,
you can bring him in if you want. Whatever's right and correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just let me text him the name. I think you already friended him on Discord. He said.
I might have removed him because I remove a lot of people because my friends list fills up.
Liam Omar.
I don't think I have him anymore because we hadn't talked to so long. Yeah, I didn't remove because I hate him. My friends list fills up, so I just
no. You're
yeah.
Let me see. I did text him the thing, so maybe he'll send you a request. I don't know if I have him either. All right, perfect. Yeah. So there was a lot of confrontation pre-1920, and this is the thing though, and this is what we'll bring him on to talk about. He's Jewish as well, but something that we want to talk about is like those things matter, right? The pre-1920 matter because when you lead up to like, oh, the Arabs just attacked or this happened.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, hold on, I gotta stop. Hold on, I have never in my life just be clear. I've never said, and then they randomly attacked. Nothing here is random. Everything here has causes that are contributing to everything. I just want to be clear.
Say, like, Yeah. That's, I apologize. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But when you say like, I'm 50-50 on it, but you don't know the context of what led up to it, that might be why you're 50-50.
Wait, what context do you think I don't know?
So do you know what happened before pre-1920 between the Arabs and Jews? Could I ask you that and you tell me about it?
My understanding is that pre-1920, as Jews started to move in, pre-1917, I think there was the first Aliyah where I think they came in. I don't think they had much external financial support. I don't think there was much of an economy there. I think a lot of those people came in, some got sick, some left, and it was just kind of a shit show. I think the second Aliyah was a bit more established and that they had a bit more capital and they came in. I'm sure there was like minor conflict, but I don't remember like any big massacres or anything. There might have been that I just haven't read because my pre-48 history isn't the greatest. And then after the 20s, from 1917 onwards, that's when you started to see, I think, the rise more like al-Husseini, the Mufti in Jerusalem started to come in, and you started to see a lot more Palestinian nationalism in response to all of the Jews starting to move in because now people are starting to get more irritated. The Yeshuv forums, you've got like your local defensive fighting forces. You've got Jews that are starting to terraform the land and shit.
But pre-1920, 1920. Let's focus on that. Tell me a little bit about it, because that matters to the context of post 1920. Because when you say
pre 1920, I don't know much in terms of, yeah, I'm not sure. You can link me or tell me. Were there huge massacres, or was there huge conflict pre 1920? I'm not aware of much. I know that Jews were buying land. I know like the Sursok Purchase happened, which was the largest single acquisition of land, and I know that they bought off and they moved farmers out of there. I know they moved in a lot of Jewish people there to work the land, and they diverted water and did marshes and shit. But I don't know, like in terms of conflict. You can tell me, yeah, what was their big stuff for?
So and then that's what I want to bring him on to actually give exact things, because I don't want to ever misquote something. But yeah, so there was conflict. There was significant conflict, and that adds context.
Wait, when you say significant conflict, what kind of conflict?
Well, given the population, right? We're not talking about like
no, but I'm asking, were there like massacres? Was it Jew to Arab? Was it Arab to Jew?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, given the population, it wasn't like 10,000 people attacking 10,000, or 750 people killed in a massacre. In comparison to its population. And
no, but I'm just asking, like, when just saying there was conflict doesn't tell me anything. So like, tell me some big events. So like, for instance, I think in 29 there was the Hebron massacre. In 36 to 39 there were the Arab riots. In 36 you had the Peel Commission. In 47 you had the start of the Palestinian-Jewish civil war. Like, what I'm asking for, like events, like what big things were happening before like 1920? Is there like a massacre that I should know about?
Well, but that's what I'm. Yeah. So there's a couple things I just want to bring them on to go over the specific ones. But it wasn't just like, because I think you look at it like, was there some big thing that happened versus these were small migration patterns that were happening at the time that were causing contention in those little areas, these tribes, right? So it wasn't necessarily like 3 tribes attacking another and there's freaking missiles going back and forth, or a massacre. But there was contention significantly, especially a lot of the migration that had happened in Jerusalem, of Jewish people starting to set up like chairs and stuff in front of the Wailing Wall, blocking the Palestinians and the Muslims and the Christians from operating, basically walking in the area. There were fights. A lot of this stuff happened pre-1920, where there was a lot of contention between the Arabs. Well, I keep saying Arabs, but there are Arab Jews.
When did Jewish people first start buying land, or when did they even get to Jerusalem?
1880-ish. But there was about 24,000.
In 1880, they were buying land in Jerusalem? Like, they were able to move Jews into...
Oh, in Jerusalem specific, I don't know the exact date.
Well, because you were saying before the 20s, they were fighting over the Wailing Wall. That would be... So under the Ottoman Empire, there were Jewish people who, I'm pretty sure were at dhimmi status still for the Ottoman Empire, had more rights than Arabs.
Yeah, so when I talk about Jerusalem, I'm not talking about like land disputes there. That was just, those were other disputes of like physically. That we can go over in detail, but that's not what I'm saying. But yeah, so those added context matter to like, hey, in 1920 there was this explosion, because I think you said, you used the words, correct me if I'm wrong, like there was this like I don't think you said hatred for Jewish people, but the contention for Jewish people rose significantly in 1920.
Kind of. I mean, I say this over and over and over again. Nobody seems to care. I personally don't think it was driven by hatred for Jewish people. I think it was for Europeans. That's my feeling about it. But there's a lot of obviously like religious and racial lines that cross this. But I think it was mainly because they were Europeans.
Yeah. No, you're right in the sense of given putting everything aside, there's obviously a difference between the Arab Jews that live there, the Mizrahim Jews that live there, versus European Jews that were coming in.
Well, sure. I mean, there was a difference, but once the violence started from the Arabs to the Jews, when they were upset that the European Jews were coming in, they also massacred native Jews as well. So when people say like, oh, the Jews lived there peacefully with the Arabs, kind of true. But for instance, that massacre for Hebron in 29, I think the issue was trying to call those Jews to come and move up with them. And they were like, no, we've lived here for like centuries. Like, we're fine. It's absolutely A-okay. And then they got massacred by the Arabs living there because they were Jewish, not because they were Zionists and not because they were supporting the Yishuv or whatever. So, I mean, like, there was a lot of violence from Arabs. That was part of the reasons why it was becoming unworkable. But
yeah, that's something we'll talk about right now. I want to bring him on. Sorry, he's already friended me on Discord. You looked it up. You don't have him?
No, I don't. But you can give me his name or have him add me, and I'll drag him into the call.
That's right. Yeah, I just texted him. Waiting. All right, I'm adding him in. In terms of, okay, so we could just talk about something while we're waiting for him to get on too, which is, what do you think the solution is today?
It has to be some kind of two-state solution. Yeah, it has to be some kind of two-state solution.
The only thing that's really difficult about that is Palestine doesn't even have enough resources to operate on its own, frankly.
I think they could.
And I mean, you're getting external help, or I guess with the development of technology.
I think if they develop, I think they could. I mean, Israel's kind of shit for resources. Like, the country is just not very resource rich.
That's why they built heavy in tech. That's why they get billions and billions of dollars. I think I did a whole study on this. They got $400 billion so far from Europe, or from just UK and America alone, something like that. I have the whole Excel sheet. I built it out.
$400 billion, or for what? Over what period of time?
like since like the inception, like for a long time. Uh, but yeah, they've gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from around the world, which I think you agree on, right? Like
I don't know if I
well,
agree on that. I don't think I would agree on that. I'm not sure what
you
the
don't
total
think
amount
they've
is.
gotten hundreds of billions of dollars?
Hundreds of billions. Isn't our military contribution, I think, 2 to 3 billion a year right now? And then the U.S. started to become a major backer of Israel in '66, I think. At least in terms of like selling them weapons.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
But when you say given, do you mean just like sent for free, or are you talking about like trade?
So let's see. Israel has received the largest communication recipient of U.S. foreign aid since its founding of just from the U.S. of $300 billion, just from the U.S. Council of Foreign Relations.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you say so, sure.
Yeah, so $300 billion. So this idea of like they developed on just obviously that's just
well,
US.
hold on, wait. To be clear, the vast majority of this, over 200 billion, is military aid. So I know that we contribute to their military stuff, but that's not economic development as much, right?
But then that military money actually goes into their development of technology, which then they sell back to us.
Sure, it might, yeah. But I mean, also, like, I mean, if you go down this list, we've given over 150 billion to Egypt. We've given over 150 billion to Afghanistan. We've given almost 150 billion to South Vietnam. We've given almost 100 billion to Iraq.
Double the amount to a country that's significantly smaller than Egypt. And that's just
well, but also, yeah, we have. But I mean, like, Israel also was really keen and eager to work with us and fashion themselves more as like a Western aligned nation than I guess part of the Middle East. So it makes sense that we work with them more, and they wanted to work with us more. Yeah.
Yeah, and then by that, that's just from that's the thing is that neither of these nations, frankly, can survive very much with the territory that they both have, not given external aid from these countries. That's the only reason why too, like Israel's really heavy into tech right now, is because that's one of the only ways that they would be able to sustain themselves without huge foreign aid.
Wait, they don't need. What's wrong with developing in tech?
No, nothing's wrong with it. I'm just saying.
I think Israel can survive economically without foreign aid. I don't think they need foreign aid to exist.
You saying right now, starting today, or since the inception? Because since the inception, I would bet anything that they would not exist, or they would not be able to exist without foreign aid.
Well, I mean, like, in terms of they probably would have been destroyed by their neighbors, yeah. So militarily, they need to support, but foreign economic aid.
So what resources do they have to export for the last, since 648?
Well, I mean, they did a fuck ton of work terraforming the land to make it at least have some agricultural products. I think they did invest heavily into tech. I haven't done a lot of economic studies from Israel from the 40s and onwards, but it's not like they were just floating on foreign aid.
Let me just call them too and see. No, I mean, they were significant on foreign aid.
At what point?
Since inception. Since like 67. I mean, like since, there's another reason to it, and I'll add to it in a second.
Okay.
Because one of the other things too is, as those people were fleeing post 1948, the Europeans were bringing, like a lot of the ones who weren't coming directly from World War II affects, was bringing in a lot of money, right? These were Europeans that had money coming into a poor region and had a lot of money.
Well, you mean you're just talking about Jewish people coming in?
Yeah.
So the Jewish people that came in, but there were also a fuck ton of Jewish people that came in with nothing, right? Because after every single big war, when the Jewish people fled the Arab countries they were living in, they didn't take any of their shit. They weren't allowed to keep their property. They were never compensated for any of that, and they showed up with literally nothing. So I mean, like, there's a lot of people who lived poor as well.
Yeah, but then they had, like, Israel has one of the most robust foreign aid in the world. It's literally, like, I think it's the first thing I said here is Israel's been here we go. He just sent it to me. Let me just type it to you. I think that's it. I just sent that to you. Let me know if you got that.
Yep, send our friend request.
Okay. All right, let me add it. Let me send one too.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, you go. That's what I was just about to go to. Let's see. This camera's triggering me. Is it mine? I'm reading the chat now. Sorry. My overexposure, because I literally haven't streamed or done anything in a long time. This guy's getting his own foreign mid debate. No, I just like to be very factual. Okay, he's saying he has a problem with this Discord. Issues with starting Discord sessions. It says, does anyone know how to fix that? Issues with starting Discord sessions? No, I just like bringing historians. I like when people say like, "Oh, you're going to bring a historian." Yes, I like to be. I actually have citations for every single thing I say. Liam O'Mara, PhD, specifically focuses on Israel-Palestine conflict. Jewish guy. Yeah, but he can introduce himself. The cameras keep zooming. Oh, let me see. Let me pull up the controller for it. Okay, it should stop now. And this overexposure is insane. There we go. Too dark. Autofocus. Yeah, it's bad. No, it's not autofocus. It's face tracking. By the way, I literally like woke up this morning because I had DM'd Destiny a couple days ago, and then he just DM'd me this morning when I woke up and was like, hop on.
Okay, I sent a friend request to that account, and I'm waiting for them to accept.
Got it. He just said he was having issues with it, but he said, yeah, it's on the phone. I guess I'll use that. He's just downloading on his phone then right now. You can do whatever you need to. If you want to mute me for a bit, I'll go to the bathroom, and I'll give me a couple minutes. If there's a problem with him, then we can just skip that. But I appreciate you having me on at all. But I'll be right back.
Okay. Please react to the update on Daisy Chen. Didn't she say she was having an abortion? Total aid from 46 to 23 by fiscal year and constant $2022. I wish I could see like a roadmap of this aid. Like I bet a fuck ton was in 73, at least for the military stuff. Maybe for the economic stuff too. Oh, fuck. Well, fuck me. Just kidding. Oh, okay. Yeah. 74. I wonder what happened in 79. Oh, 79 was probably a bunch of money given. It was because of the Egyptian peace deal. Did he accept my friend request, or does he see it, or?
He says, I don't know what's wrong with it. On the phone, it shows no friend request.
Are you sure the name you gave me was correct? I see his full name on my thing popping up. You could try to have him add me if you want.
That's what I just said. I literally just told him, I was like, add me or him. There's no other platform to add him on, huh? Yeah, that's what I just sent him. I spelled that right, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's wild. So are you're I didn't even realize that you're on Kick now too.
Yeah, I kick on YouTube.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I literally clicked like because it says this content is blocked. Why does it say this content is blocked on your website?
Complicated. But you have to watch Kick at kick.com/destiny.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, fixed that and found both of your requests. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. You want to add him? I'll probably misclick it. I barely use Discord.
Do you think this must be in billions of dollars, guys, right?
You send the request to him?
Yeah, I did a while ago. Oh wait, he accepted. Okay, I'm gonna make a call with both of us. Hold on,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
or all three of us. I mean. Hello, hello.
There we go, Liam.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just grading papers. Or was anyway.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah. Well, Liam, do you want to intro? Oh, I guess you can talk about. I was gonna say, Liam, if you want to introduce yourself.
Well, I mean, is this like streaming somewhere or?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say we've all three of us have met at different points.
Mm-hmm.
Liam O'Mara. I'm a professor of history. I'm technically a historian of ideas and cultures, but my main areas are the Middle East and Europe, and I work a lot on Israel, Palestine, and things like that. So
Cool. And then also, I interviewed you a long time ago when you were running for. I think you were running for Congress, right?
I was indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
My short career as an anti-politician.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. All right. So, okay, where do we start? Where do you want to go?
Well, we could talk. I mean, probably the best thing is to start off where we were talking, which is kind of early, because Destiny doesn't know too much about this. I was a little foggy on the dates, so I didn't want to give any misinformation to be accurate, which is kind of pre-1920. What did that migration look like from Jewish people into Palestine? To give an overall of Destiny's point, I think Liam's watching me your streams too, so he might have points he wants to touch on too, which is Destiny's point is like, hey, they legally bought the land in these areas, and correct me if I'm wrong, Destiny, I never want to misquote you, but they bought the land, and then from there, they had all right, because the Palestinians technically never owned the land, because the Ottomans did, and then Britain did, so then they had the right to kind of take it. So is that quick? I know there's a lot to it, but does that quickly kind of touch on things, Destiny?
I would say that arguing that land purchases that happened under the Ottoman Empire are like super immoral or should have never happened. I think that's a really foggy claim to make. My understanding is most of the land that Jews bought was bought under the Ottoman Empire, and that most of the purchases were done then. That's like a discrete claim about that. I don't know if I would argue that justifies anything before or after, but that's like the discrete claim I would make from that area. Yeah.
So on land purchases, which are only legal after the reforms in the end of the 1850s, but then suddenly you can purchase land. They did later try to prevent, non-citizens from purchasing land, and then people proceeded to keep doing so illegally. Most of the land ends up in the hands of a handful of absentee landowners, though. There's a handful of Palestinian landowners who do pretty well, and a whole lot of people way outside of Palestine that snap up all the land, because most people didn't understand the shift from usufruct rights to private property rights. So, they just thought, well, governments have only ever drafted me and taxed me, so this is a scam. So people didn't get it. So most of the land in Palestine ended up, essentially in the hands of people far outside the empire. And then people went to them and purchased the land from people in Istanbul. But I'm not sure where you're going with land purchases anyway. By the time you get to 1948, they still had only purchased 6% of the land. So it's not a huge number either way.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what part of this is or what.
No. I just want to talk a little bit about that, and then so kind of leading into it, Destiny's point of view is like he's 50-50 on like justification.
Oh wait, just give us like a time period we can talk about it. I can explain my point. You have to explain for me. Just give me like what time period you want to talk about it. Yeah, and I can give.
We could talk about. Do you want to talk about the 40? This is something we had talked about, which is I was talking about this, Liam, which is kind of the invasion in 48 and all the countries kind of coming in, and the idea that like all these countries started to attack, modern day Israel. And I was kind of touching on the fact that a lot of these villages stayed in place. A lot of the Arabs stayed in Israel because of the neighboring states of Jordan, Lebanon, and then Egypt kind of going in and defending those small villages. How involved were the other countries in 48? Were they sending in all their military? Destiny kind of touched on that. They went up to almost Tel Aviv or close to Tel Aviv, things like that.
Well, to start with, the invasions only happened 6 months into the process of Nakba, which began in the end of the previous year. I mean, it was already well in play by beginning of November.
Why did the Nakba start?
Because the Zionist movement was not willing to accept the partition along the borders proposed and wanted to take more of the land.
Well, my understanding is that is completely not true.
Okay, back up for a second. As of an internal coup inside the Zionist movement, led by people like Ben Gurion, you can look up the Biltmore meeting in 42. They aimed for 100% of Palestine.
That's fine, but 42 is not 47. It's not relevant to this particular conversation. I don't think there was a coup inside the party. There was huge disagreements within the Zionist leadership in terms of accepting that.
Chronology matters. So a statement before that is continued all the way through. So back up for a second. 42, 100%. Repeat it again in 46 in Paris. Again, 100% if possible, 90% if not. In the couple of years before the Nakba, they started collecting information called the Village Files, documenting where everyone was and what they could do, and then set out to reject, partition, and conquer lands far outside. So they consciously moved into the northern Galil and up into the hill country, which were not granted to them under the UN partition plan.
Well, nothing was granted to them
under the seriously.
Nothing was granted under the partition plan because nobody accepted it, right?
Well, it never went into effect. They never did anything. The UN partition plan is irrelevant.
Well, yeah, because the Arabs would never accept it. They flat out rejected out of hand anything that would have.
The Zionist movement would never have rejected it at all, so it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
It's really irrelevant.
Wait, how is the 47 partition plan irrelevant when the Jewish side accepted it, but the Arab side rejected it out of hand?
Because the Jewish side did not. And we have all of their internal documents, all of their correspondence, all the journal entries, all the cabinet meetings, every one of them saying, we will take all of this. There's a mountain of statements made by them that they will take all of it, so there's no acceptance of a partition at all.
Do we understand that? Wait.
Okay. I was saying, by the time you get to the Arab armies, that's 6 months into the process, and 200,000 people have already been pushed over the borders. 200,000 people have been expelled from Palestine before any Arab armies got involved.
What happened right before the expulsions? Did the Jewish people just randomly start expelling people because they wanted to, or what happened? What were the lead ups? What were the events that happened right before anybody started to flee?
Somewhere around a decade worth of terrorist attacks. I mean, groups like Haganah and Irgun attacking people, and
do you when you're doing your historical analysis for this region, do you trust any Israeli historians besides like Ilan Pappé
most of my material comes from Israeli historians.
Okay, so Israeli historians
would non-Israelis, like Europeans, Americans, anywhere, because history is an international discipline that follows the same basic methods. So where you come from matters not one bit.
Well, that's absolutely not true, because different people account for history in different ways, right? So, for instance, in this particular region,
different individuals interpret things, but history is an international discipline, and it all matters. So anything produced by a particular historian in a particular country gets submitted into the same basic pool, and we all choose to use it or not based upon whether or not it made sense, whether or not it made for the archival data, whether it was decent interpretations. Good stuff rises to the top, shitty stuff does not.
Sure, but there are still major contentions around historical events that different historians that are, very valid and very accredited can disagree with each other. So if you want to say this one.
Can you cite some that you're
Sure,
talking
but
about? That would
on-
disagree?
Well, even if like the new Israeli historians, right? So you've got people like Ilan Pappé are going to have massive disagreements with Benny Morris. People like Avi Schleim that might even be considered somewhat like center right leaning are going to have disagreements with people on both sides. Like these people are considered super reputable historians when it comes to Israeli history.
Sure, but all three of them actually acknowledge the basic elements of Nakba.
The only reason I'm asking about what led up to the Nakba. Yeah, I'm asking what led up to the Nakba because it wasn't just randomly Jewish people expelling a ton of Arabs. It was in response to a massive amount of Arab protest and violence after the rejection of the partition plan. That's when the major military conflict there started.
I mean, it's really not, but okay.
Okay, I'll go read more, look this up. So I just want to be very, very clear. So you're telling me that after the rejection of the partition plan, you don't believe that massive military violence started against the Jewish people that lived in Israel? You don't think that happened?
I know that things like that happen because people have been fighting consistently for a decade by that point.
When you
Go
say
back to
that,
the
why do you,
1936
wait?
That never calmed down.
It did. It was put down very violently by 39. It was like a lot of that had been put down.
The only reason there was relatively few Palestinian attacks on Zionists, and there were very few beforehand, is because they had been largely disarmed by the time you get to the end of 39. But tensions remained.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask again. So after the rejection of the 47 partition plan, did that moment instigate a bunch of Arab against Jew violence in Israel? Do you think that happened, or do you think that didn't happen, or...
I'm saying it didn't instigate anything.
Okay.
So
then there wasn't a huge surge.
It started decades before.
No,
I
that's...
mean, if you pick different arbitrary dates to start the conflict as if it magically appeared.
No one is
of course
talking about it.
magically.
I'm just, it's very strange that you would pretend that the same level of violence existed from 1920 to 1948 in Israel. Do you think that that's the case? Can you clarify that? Do you think that the same level of violence existed?
I did not say that either. It's a bizarre interpretation of what I just said.
Well, but because every time I ask you about 47, you say
consistent.
No. But okay, so when you say
there was persistent violence from the beginning of 1880s all the way through.
But that was the point. Destiny earlier did. So Destiny earlier, when we were talking about this, was basically discussing that he doesn't know of. I don't say didn't believe, but doesn't know of there was that much violence pre-1920. So from what I got from it, my interpretation of it, it was like not much happened, and it was kind of 1920 was when everything started happening, all that violence and everything.
Prior to the 1920s, the Zionist population was tiny. There were 25,000 Zionists in the entire country. That's nothing.
And were there any violence or conflict between the Muslims, Christians, and Jewish people at the time, or was there no violence pre-1920?
There was violence between Zionists and Palestinians before 1920, but it was obviously on a smaller scale because the population as a whole was tiny. The population only began growing rapidly in the 1920s. Before that, most Zionists who moved there actually ended up leaving. In the first two waves of migration, most of the people who came in both of those waves ended up leaving because it was very difficult to make a living on the land. The climate was very different. A lot of their techniques didn't work. People didn't really want them there anyway. So I mean, it was quite a difficult place to move into. So a lot of people, hey, if I can get a ticket to Buenos Aires, they left. The population only starts increasing rapidly under the British Mandate.
And so
at that point, the scale of violence goes up.
Yeah, and so Destiny, for your point, what it seems like you're trying to say is like...
Wait, hold on. Can you admit...
Yeah.
Can you recognize that you were completely wrong about violence in pre-20s? Or at least he seems to take my position on that?
No, there was violence, is what we
but
literally
not
talked
much.
about.
The main reactions were when...
I word for word said, which he ironically said, I said it was in comparison, the population was literally 24,000. I said those exact numbers too. And that in comparison, you're not going to see a massacre of 70,000 people because there was literally small group bouts of violence all around the area. Which is exactly what he just said. So it's not wrong. You just got caught literally having another person confirm exactly what I said, where you admitted, oh, I don't know anything pre-1920. But if you want to dive into it, educate us. What happened pre-1920?
I'm not trying to educate you. I'm just saying that I was asking you because my impression was the pre-20s, Jewish people living there wasn't that big of a deal because the population hadn't started to explode under the mandate. And you said, no, it grew by 400%. And I
It
said,
did from 1880 to 19.
yeah, but then I was asking you,
grew
okay, well, I'm
400%.
curious, are there like specific massacres or something that I should be?
But that's what I'm saying. You see how you jumped immediately to go like, oh, was there a massacre? Like instead of going where there actual violence, was there conflict? You jump to an extreme and do a straw man argument of like, okay, show me a massacre. Okay,
Why do you think
but
a
there are
massacre
things
is
that-
extreme? I think massacres are like generally good figures to figure out like what the type of violence that's going on. When we say there's a lot of
obviously,
violence,
if
like
there was one, it's easier to check. But do you think there are things in between no violence and massacres? Do you think there are things that could happen?
yeah, of course there are.
I mean,
but I
there's-
think that when
there's
violence starts to happen a
decades-
ton, you start to see massacres start to pop up.
There
But
are decades worth of shootings and stabbings and whatnot before you get to the first serious attacks like massacres or bombings or anything else. All that kind of stuff builds toward it. It builds steadily over many, many decades.
And that this is the main issue, Destiny, which is what I was discussing, which is it's not because, and we both do this, where it's like, oh, did they just attack for no reason? No, what built it up?
I've
was
never said that, to be clear. I've never said that anybody attacked for no reason. I've never said it in my life, but yeah.
You literally 30 seconds ago when he was talking about it, you said, what, did the Jewish people just randomly start attacking? That's what you said. So what I'm saying is we both
No,
know
I'm,
that doesn't just...
I'm asking because the
Yeah.
presentation. No, wait, hold on. The presentation of the Nakba is just very interesting. That he just says that Jews just started expelling a ton of Arabs, and then I'm asking about specific
get it,
violent
yeah.
events, and then he hand waves it and says, "Well, there was a decade of
Okay.
violence." That's not true. There were specific
let's-
events that happened
can we-
after the rejection of
can
the
we
partition plan.
Step back.
Yeah.
Can we calm down, take a step back here?
Mhm.
I want to talk about what actually led to this, because the reasons for the Nakba have essentially nothing to do with any of the violence that we're talking about. It's not about attacks. They're not responses to attacks. No point is it a response to attack. What it is it's based upon what they wanted, and you can see this from some of from fairly early stuff. I mean, especially by the time you get to Herzl,
It's all
not
the
one of the
same
earliest
conver-
Zionists,
it's all the
but
same talking
by the time you
points.
get to Herzl, they're already talking about driving people out. The goal is to create a state for Jews without Palestinians on it. You're already saying that in the 1890s, and it's repeated over and over and over again for decades. There's very contentious discussions inside the Zionist movement. There's a relatively small faction that's for binationalism that wants, to work with the Palestinians, keep them there. Of course, there's also the communists who don't really care about this stuff. But a large share of the Zionist movement from the start is determined to drive out Palestinians because they want a democracy, but they want it to be a Jewish ethno-state. If it's a democracy that has Palestinians, then it's not a Jewish state. And they were determined to create a 19th century style nation state, which means no Palestinians. There's huge amounts of data, tons of articles, essays, letters, discussions by the Zionists themselves, books, whole pamphlets written by the Zionists describing ethnic cleansing, transfer. It is a fundamental core feature of Zionist ideology that is present from the start. And the arguments were getting more contentious in the 20s and 30s, largely because of the binational factor and the communist factors pushing back against that. But by the time you get to the beginning of the 1940s, they are effectively sidelined in an internal coup. And from that point on, it's all about expulsion.
Why did the conversation become so much more contentious in the 20s and 30s?
Inside Zionism?
Yeah.
Largely because of outside pressure, different forces on there. There were a lot of people. In fact, the situation in places like the Americas actually very much opposed the idea of an ethno-state.
So you don't think that the massive amount of Arab to Jewish violence, you don't think that was influential at all at people beginning to feel more and more like transfer was inevitable, for that famous quote?
Well, the transfer position predated any of that. So
talks of transfer did. But in 47, when it came time
Right.
to actually put pen to paper, Jewish people accepted a state that would have had 45% of the population as Arabs.
And yet they didn't accept that at any point.
They did. Israel accepted, or the Yishuv accepted the 47 partition plan.
They did not. They lied in public.
So you're saying they accepted it, but they would have not adhered to it?
I'm saying they said in public they would do it, and in their own internal discussions, again, cabinet minutes exist, journal entries exist, letters exist, all the documents around what they did exist. This is a long-term pattern.
Okay, wait. I just want to ask very specifically. You're telling me that I can find documents with internal Zionist leaders saying, we're going to accept the partition plan and then expel them afterwards anyways. You're telling me I can find those documents?
No, I'm telling you, you can find documents that say that the partition idea is a joke and they're going to conquer all of it.
Okay, but that's not relevant. That doesn't matter. What political leaders say in the 20s and
throughout. During 1948, Ben Gurion was saying in public, this is going to be a new Holocaust. They're going to drive us out.
Because the Arabs were saying that. The Arabs were making those statements. Yes.
In the cabinet meetings that he was leading, he was saying, ignore them completely. They're not a threat to us. Focus on expelling people. We have those minutes. They never took the Arab armies seriously at all, nor should they have, because Haganah alone outnumbered all of the Arab armies. And most of those forces actually didn't bother to engage. Some of them because they'd been neutered to begin with. Jordan chose not to engage because they'd already cut a deal to take territory. Iraq focused on the eastern Galil. Lebanon focused mostly on the places right along the border with Lebanon and then retreated into Lebanon when the Zionists invaded Lebanon. And the Egyptians got their asses handed to them.
The Egyptians literally conquered parts of the territory. They got the Gaza Strip. They pushed like 15 to 20 miles to Tel Aviv. Yeah, they all lost because the surrounding armies were really bad at conducting warfare. They were bad at conducting warfare, so they ended up losing their things. But also, when you say cut a deal for territory, Jordan also took over the West Bank. That wasn't their territory to own. That was territory that they conquered.
Yes, exactly. That was a deal they cut with the Zionists beforehand to take territory, which is why the most professional military available to them actually didn't engage in any of the real combat. They stayed out of the fight for the most part. They weren't relevant to it. But again, the only reason the Strip ended up under Egyptian control, and it was never part of Egypt, it was never annexed or held. The only reason it was under their control was that by the end of 48, Ben Gurion was worrying that the Zionists were going to lose international opinion because there were tons of newspaper articles. The New York Times was running articles about massacres. I mean, the international media was reporting quite honestly what was happening. And they were worried that this was going to create a backlash that would undermine the support they got because of the Shoah, and that they would lose the state in the way that they wanted it.
Yes, I know. This is why I'm saying statements quoted from leaders in the 20s and 30s aren't relevant to the political realities that they had to confront in the 40s. So if I'm looking at Israel accepting a partition plan in 47, I'm not going to look and see what Theodore Herzl, who died 40 years earlier, stated in his diaries. I'm not going to look at what Ben Gurion thought in the early 30s or what early Yeshuvi leaders thought in the 20s. I'm going to see what were the political realities of the ground and what was Israel willing to accept. And Israel pre-Israel accepted the 47 partition plan, and I don't believe... Oh, hold on. I asked earlier if there were... Hold on. Let me finish, please. I asked you earlier if there were documents showing that the pre-Israeli or post-Israeli leaders had said, we are going to accept the partition plan and then kick them out anyway. And you gave me a bunch of random stuff from pre-statements in the 20s and 30s. I don't believe any of those documents.
You said in 46.
Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand 46. Hold on. I understand 46.
But are you going to play the game of 46 is not 47?
It is. That's correct. Time moves in one direction. Yes. Time moves in one direction.
But Destiny, you're moving the goalposts of, hey, he said that 3 hours ago, but things change, man. You don't know. That was 3 hours ago.
Because things too change. I'm just asking. I'm asking for, even in 46.
One of the worst arguments
even in 46.
Even that a couple hours ago, so things could change. You don't know his intentions. Is one of the most
1947. It's the same fucking year.
In 47, I can find.
That's
when you the UN.
In 40,
they lied, and we know they lied because they said they lied.
Okay, what can I read? What can I read to find that? What can I read? Show me.
Exactly the same thing as in 37 too.
No, why are we jumping? Don't jump! We're staying on 47. Hold on 47.
The same thing. When you see the same thing in 37 and in 47, that they accept in public and lied to do it because and that their own documents say that they lied in both cases.
And I'm asking, where can I find information? What documents am I reading to show that in 47 the council was talking about accepting something from the UN but lying about it, but not actually adhering to it? We're gonna kick them out. We're gonna expel Arabs anyway. I'm not aware of these conversations.
Yeshuv's cabinet meetings, Ben Gurion's journal, and letters exchanged between him and Chaim Weizmann.
So if you find that information, Destiny, in 47, would you then concede to this?
I would say that they said that they were going to lie, yeah, but I'm just curious what documents it's supposed to be reading.
It's nothing to concede because it's a standard part of all of the histories. I have multiple shelves that are all going to reference these events. They all say the same thing. Because this has been established history for decades. This is
Well,
this is
on
not
the
some
yes, on the
doctrine
Arab
revelation.
side, yes, on the Arab side,
It's
this is
101
established
level
history.
shit.
On the Arab side, this is established history. But on the Western
No,
historian
on the
side,
American side,
no,
and the British side, and the French side, and the German side, and everyone who does fucking history.
I don't think that's the case, which is why you can't point me to a document or a
I don't
statement.
care what
I
you
know you.
think
Well,
is
you should
the
care. You're
case.
arguing with me about it. I'm just curious what the
I'm
statement or
not
document
arguing.
or.
I came here because Dominic suggested. I mean, again, I'm a historian. This is an area of expertise.
If it's an area of okay, I'm sorry, hold on. If you're going to present yourself as a historian in this as an area of expertise, then I need you to tell me specifically what I need to be looking up. Like what council minute meetings, what statements by who, in regards to what. Like you should be able to point me to something more than what I have to find in a Google search.
Destiny, he word for word told you Ben Gurion's journal is one of them.
Ben Gurion has lots of
what is
journals.
that?
This guy was the prime minister leader of Israel for like fucking 100 years. Like, what do you mean? That's not a real statement.
I'm supposed to give you like the ID number in the archives for different documents. That's what you want. That's the kind of stuff that I'm supposed
Or
to
you
file
can
with the
no. I'm sorry. Hold on. You've got a lot of books on your bookshelf behind you. Point me to a book. Tell me which book you've read where you found this, and I can look it up on my Kindle right now. I can control F. We can go through Morris's Righteous Victims. We can go through anything by Schleim or even Pape or any of these other Rashid Khalid, whatever historian you want to cite. Just give me a book and I'll look it up.
Just mute you for a while, and I'll go over here and I'll start flipping through indices, and I'll find sections in books that'll make you happy. Is that what I'm here for, Dominic?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. No.
Name a book for him, and then we'll go from there. Name one of the
No,
books.
hold on.
that's
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Where what he's asking for specifically is mentioned.
You said that you were a historian with a specialty in the area, so I want an answer that I could get that I wouldn't get from a YouTuber, which is it's in the minutes somewhere. That doesn't sound like a specialized, historically researched answer. That just sounds like something I would hear in a video essay. That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
but you're like saying like what page is it on? What the?
I'm not asking about pages. I'm just saying that like what's like a book that's written about this. You don't have to give me the fucking chapter. You just tell me like who's an author and what's a book they've written about this particular thing that I can look up because I've read passages in books. I've read chapters in these books where they talk about this and I don't remember those minutes. But maybe they exist. I just haven't seen them. That's all I'm asking for.
Look, so which book? Let's start with
hold on for a second, just a second here. Like once you have reached, several hundred books on the same subject area, which one covers the specific question you're asking, gets to be a little hard to keep track of. I have an entire bookcase on modern Palestinian history. So I don't have which book if you're asking, give me a book and I can look right now on my Kindle. I can't help you. Give me a second, I can look, I can give you very specific references. Or you can keep screaming. Whatever makes you happy.
I would just like a single citation or source. That's it.
Hold on. Just take your time and grab the book or one of the books, any of them that reference it, and we'll go from there. Destiny, which books have you read on that specific?
The only full book I've read is the Scars of War, Wounds of Peace by the Shlomo Ben Ami. And then I've done like tons of passages, mainly out of Benny Morse books, and then other new historians, essentially the 4 new historian people from Israel. Those are the main ones. And then I've done some contemporary, like some of the Finkelstein stuff for research. But for modern stuff, most of what I've read is going to be like declassified papers. There was a lot of that between, I think, Begin and Carter that was released about Egypt Peace. It's going to be like a lot of UN reports. It's going to be a lot of things like the Goldstone Report or Amnesty International reports, or like NGO papers.
More modern.
Or it's going to be ICJ stuff, or like that 2004 advisory opinion gets brought up a lot. Like most of it is going to be like papers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Are you guys not going to talk about anything else?
You got a couple minutes. It's fine.
Wait for me.
But yeah, so this is something that matters, which is like why having this information, reading those minutes from the cabinet meetings, reading Ben Gurion's journal with the journals that references things are really important to understand. But that's why, to me, earlier, when you keep doing the idea of like, well, that was last year, that was last week, or that was 10 years ago, we can't use that argument can just always be in play then. And the
No,
problem, the
hold on.
complex-
I'm going to explain this one time. I don't even know if you're going to follow me on this. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because for Israel, political realities would force them to do things that they didn't always want to do. That's why when I ask, well, what did Israel do in 49? What did they have the appetite for in 56 or in 67? When no, stop. Please let me finish. When I'm asking these questions, okay, the reason why is because a statement a leader made early on might become very quickly irrelevant if the population feelings change, if external conditions change, if other facts or situations on the ground change. Then what leaders can do, they have a window of maneuverability where even if they've got a desire over here, they might not be able to act on it. So I wouldn't take them saying something in this year like, oh, well, this is what they said, therefore they're going to do this and this, and they must have lied about this, because Israeli leaders have been forced to do things that they don't always like to do.
I mean, that makes sense if they had taken the opposite position. If they're taking the position early on that they want 100% of Palestine, and then they aim for 100% of Palestine, nothing actually changed because of the realities of conflict. Nothing changed.
I understand what you're saying, but the issue. I understand what you're saying. I've never denied.
Realities don't change.
But there's no evidence to support your conclusion whatsoever at all.
You don't even know what my. I don't think you even know what my conclusion is. I'm not saying that Israel doesn't want all of Palestine. That would be ridiculous. Obviously they do. Today they do. And in 48 and before then, they probably did. But what I'm saying is that if they had been confronted with a more diplomatically sophisticated enemy, instead of one that just wanted to fight all the time, then I don't think they would have been able to carry out as much.
You're giving a hypothetical. That's just a equivalent of being like, yeah, well, if
I'm
Egypt
not giving just a hypothetical. I'm going to cite to things.
Even there, why would it? Even there, why honestly would it make sense for a sophisticated Palestinian leadership to surrender half of their country to a population that owns 6% of the land and makes up a tiny fraction of the population?
While the Jewish people there might have owned
unitary democracy, which is what Palestinians were after in the first place, was a unitary democracy free of British colonialism.
I seriously doubt that. They wanted the first democracy in the area of any other Arab state. They were going to be the first ones.
That actually isn't accurate as a statement anyway.
What were the other surrounding democracies? Hold on, wait. Who were the surrounding Arab democracies around Israel at the time? Or
there had been. Well, okay, so in the period immediately just before, Lebanon and Syria were both still democratic.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Syria was literally getting couped and changing governments like every year at that point. You're telling me that
in 1949, the first coup was in 49.
Yeah, and then prior to that, it was a British mandated thing.
No, it was a French territory up to World War II.
The French mandated thing. Yes.
In 1943, they were independent
and
democratic until 49. The democracy wasn't effective.
Okay, I'll put aside the Syrian thing, okay, and ignore all the monarchs and the secular dictatorships and everything else that existed around there. I don't think that Palestinians had the appetite. I don't know if there's any evidence that. I'd be curious to see that if there's any statements of any Palestinian leaders that Al-Husseini was interested in setting up like a democracy for the Palestinians there. I have never heard that, but maybe there is. I'd be curious to see it. But I still want to see that statement about the 47 partition plan thing. I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah, well, let's see. There's and
Liam, he's not even asking for the page. If it's just the book, he can buy it on Kindle and then just sir.
Again, in any one of these cases, he's trying to ask a very specific question. He's gonna be able to like nitpick on any of these things, but this biography of Ben Gurion covers the discussion around partition pretty well. Zionist he is. Morris is just covers the discussions around this pretty well. Pape discusses this in at least a couple of different places. I'm pretty sure he discusses it in Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, and I think he does also again in Biggest Prison on Earth.
Yeah, I think he does because I have that one.
In the Iron Wall discusses the fact that they were dishonest about these things in 37 and 47. So Shlaim is another source there. There's tons of places, but no, if you want me to find like references that would point you to the specific cabinet minutes or journal entries, I'd have to look for a bit. But the discussions around partition and the fact that they were never going to take seriously any kind of partition from the outside, I mean, that's in everything over and over again. That's in like the basic textbooks that you can assign at a undergrad level. It's not debatable that the Zionists had no intention whatsoever of accepting partition, and saying that it's because Palestinians wouldn't accept me stealing half their country, so I had to take all of it. That's just dishonest. There was an option inside the Zionist movement calling for a binational democracy that would have respected both people's rights. It would have respected Palestinian identity and Jewish identity on the land as equals. That's the side that was voted down in 42. And from that point on, it's just straight through. All along, ever since then, it's been the same thing.
Okay.
They've never
let me
changed it.
I'm going to motor mouth for a second, okay? On November 28th, so I believe one of the books you held up was Righteous Victims, which I've read a decent chunk of, but not all of it. So on November 28th, in the hours before the crucial...
No.
What was it not? Righteous Victims? What was the second one you held up?
No, 1948.
Oh, it was 1948. Sorry. Okay, well, this comes from Righteous Victims, so same author. On November 28th, in the hours before the crucial vote, the Arabs succeeded in obtaining a short delay, but only a serious compromise proposal could have warded off the vote for partition, and this the Arabs proved unable to put together. The AHC representatives made themselves scarce during the behind-the-scenes deliberations, as did the Pakistani delegate, Zulfarullah Khan, the ablest of the Muslim spokesmen. The voting was broadcast live on radio around the world. Nowhere was attention more riveted than in Palestine. When the tally was complete, 33 states had voted yes, 13 no, and 10 had abstained. Partition had passed, but not very comfortably. The nays had consisted of the Arab and Muslim states, Cuba and India, the A's of the United States, the British Commonwealth, or the I's, I'm sorry, of the United States, the British Commonwealth states, Western Europe, the Soviet bloc, and most of Latin America. Among the abstainers have been Britain, Argentina, Mexico, Chile, and China. The Zionists and their supporters rejoiced. The Arabs walked out of the hall after declaring the resolution invalid. They could not fathom, a Palestinian historian would later write, why 37% of the population had been given 55% of the land, of which they only owned 7%. And the Palestinians failed to see why they should be made to pay for the Holocaust. They failed to see why it was not fair for the Jews to be a minority in a unitary Palestinian state, while it was fair for almost half of the Palestinian population, the indigenous majority on its own ancestral soil, to be converted overnight into a minority under alien rule. The Arab delegates asserted that any effort to implement the resolution would lead to war. Ben-Gurion knew that there would be a war, but still he said, I know of no greater achievement by the Jewish people in its long history since it became a people. Resolution 181, almost done. Resolution 181 was, in some way, Western civilization's gesture of repentance for the Holocaust, the repayment of a debt owed by those nations that realized that they might have done more to prevent or at least limit the scale of Jewish tragedy during World War II. The Zionists had effectively exploited the unusual situation in which, for a brief moment, there was Soviet-American agreement on the Palestinian problem. Helped to a great extent by the nation's feelings of guilt about the Holocaust, the Zionists had managed to obtain an international warrant for a small piece of earth for the Jewish people. What remained was for the Jews to translate the formal leasehold into concrete possession and statehood in war, and for the Palestinians to pay the price. When the Arabs walked out of the General Assembly declaring that partition would lead to war, it was not an idle threat. In June of 46, the Arab League had secretly pledged funds, arms, and volunteers to the Palestinians. On September 16, 47, the League decided to establish an Arab Liberation Army composed of Palestinians and volunteers from the Arab states. In November, the Syrian army began registering volunteers and set up a training camp. Fazi al-Kawuji, who had sat out the war years in Germany, broadcasting the Nazi message to the Arab world, was named commander. Amin al-Husseini bitterly opposed the appointment. Since the Arab revolt, he had seen Kawuji, blah, 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 etc. So you mentioned the Nakba, and this is what I was asking about. I was like, what led to the Nakba? And you seem to just say a decade of stuff. That's not true. As I said before, the Palestinian plan very clearly led to Arab aggression afterwards because they were not happy with the results. I don't see anything in this anymore spoke about them secretly.
Yeah, you're picking a day and acting as if nothing previous had any influence on it.
Because all of this is fine. All this is quite accurate. The whole question about the Palestinians paying the price for somebody else's crap. I mean, the only part that I have a quibble with in that entire section is that the Palestinians would have been a minority in part of the country, and they wouldn't have been. And at no point did, if you took the UN partition plan exactly right, the Jews would still have been a minority in their own side. They still would have. They would have been They would have been a 55%, 45% majority minority in that particular area, because I believe the partition plan, as part of it, had some amount of transfer that was going to happen after the land was partitioned. Meaning ethnic cleansing.
Well, that ethnic cleansing is the term that we've invented today. Yes, but at the time it would have just been called population transfer. Yes.
Okay, but so it's assuming it. It's assuming that was the case regardless. There's no place they would have. That's the only part that's inaccurate about all this. The whole point here is what people anywhere in the world would accept a wave of migrants coming in only a 20-year period and then seizing half of the territory. Are you suggesting that you do not have any sympathy whatsoever?
We're
for
not even
Native
talking
Americans
about that.
who
We're not talking about. This has nothing to do with anything. This is how
It
I
does.
feel like
It does
this is
because
the game.
Destiny-
Hold on, to be clear, this is the game that pro-Palestinian historians play when you're fabricating like what's happened historically.
this
Is
is
instead of actually focusing on the discrete true events that have happened and then connecting them in a coherent narrative, it's always bouncing from one moral justification to one
Destiny,
factoid
hold
to
on,
one
hold
moral
on,
thing.
Liam.
It's not
No,
actually
Destiny,
engaging with what's
Destiny,
happening in the underlying history.
No, you're doing the exact
If you're
opposite.
I'm not.
thing.
I'm trying to establish factually what's happened at different points in history.
No, because when we reference 1948, you go, that has no bearing on what happened in 48, pre 1948. You act as if those are not connected.
I'm not acting like that at all. I'm just trying. You can't even agree on what happened in 48.
No joke. A couple of minutes ago, you said, "Oh, so it had nothing." You said this is exactly the reason of the 48 war was specifically this.
The 48 war occurred because of the rejection of the partition plan and the Arab.
No.
Okay.
Reread your section. The section you just read disproves what you just said in your analysis.
I don't know if
What do you
listened to
think? What do you
said.
think? What do you think I read that just disproves what I just said?
The passage you just read out loud said that the Jesus Christ. How the fuck can you read this and not understand it? It has nothing to do with other outside players not liking the situation. Palestinians weren't even present at the UN. They asked for it to be deferred so they could actually put together a delegation and be there, and the UN said, fuck no. So they're not even there. 2, it mentioned in the section you read out loud, why would they accept the loss of their land? Why should they pay the price for other people's desire to make up for the Holocaust?
You're explaining why they rejected the partition plan. Yes.
Majority. You read in a section, they're a majority in the land, and it's carving their country up because of someone else's fuck up.
Yes.
If you read that carefully, you would understand the same basic moral point and factual point that all the historians are saying in this. And you're just
hold on,
completely
just to
missing-
be ultra clear, you understand that this historian that you cited agrees with me, right? You understand that, right?
No, the passage you just read out loud contradicts the analysis you just made.
I literally had a 5-hour debate alongside this historian, and we talked for 5 hours the previous day. He agrees with me 100% of this point. I don't know why you would say this.
He agrees that ethnic cleansing is moral. He thinks that
No,
it's
hold
fine.
on. No. Your ethnic cleansing to you're a historian, right? Why would you apply that retroactively to an agreement made between two peoples? Was when Turkey and Greece had their massive population transfer, was that ethnic cleansing?
Hold on, Destiny. What two people? Be very specific. What two people?
Ethnic cleansing?
What?
No
two
one
people
agreed to
was
the
the
ethnic
agreement?
cleansing.
I don't think ethnic cleansing even existed as a term until after the 90s. I think it was in relation to Yugoslavia. People started to use the term ethnic cleansing.
Genocide then.
What?
Because ethnic cleansing is a subset of genocide, so I'll just call it genocide then. Will that make you happier?
No, because I don't think the Genocide Convention was until 49 or whatever. So I don't even. But it wasn't even a genocide either.
So the Herero genocide in 1905 wasn't a genocide because the convention didn't exist. The Armenian genocide
I would say
didn't
no.
happen
I mean,
because
yeah, the Armenian genocide. No, yeah, and the Holocaust also happened before the Genocide Convention. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think I would consider any part of this a genocide. But that's a totally separate conversation. I'm just trying to figure out like the chain of events.
Morris understands what happened, and he has written about it. His first major book was literally on the expulsion of Palestinians. The only difference between Morris and other people is that he justifies it morally, is that he supports the idea. He takes Ben Gurion's position that it was a morally just thing to do.
I think he said it was
You're arguing semantics of like the term didn't exist, so thus it was okay to do.
because ethnic cleansing is not an attempt to have an actual factual analysis of what's happening. It's a cheap attempt to sneak a bunch of normative baggage in order to try to say that a particular thing was completely abhorrent or wrong, when at the time, that wasn't how anybody in the world viewed it. Like, imagine the idea of like, oh, we passed a UN resolution 181.
Wildly dishonest. That's not wildly dishonest.
Okay, hold on. So then wait. So for resolution 181,
and the Greco-Turkish War in 1922.
that was viewed as ethnic. Hold on. That was viewed as ethnic cleansing.
Put somebody who an architect of that ethnic cleansing on their second Pascal white paper.
Yes, and you think that was considered an ethnic cleansing?
When you uproot 2 million people from their homes, that is ethnic cleansing by definition.
He's saying because the term didn't exist back then, you can't name it that. That's one of the worst arguments I've ever heard.
Okay, so just to be clear, let me just. So you're saying that
if you're trying to argue that gravity didn't exist until Newton named it,
Gravity is a feature of the universe, ideally. I don't think that gravity is the same.
It's a description of something that happens.
Yeah, you're just naming a name, but that's the equivalent of saying slavery is not bad because the term slavery didn't exist back then. Or we're not going to call it, like, you're doing, gravity existed. It's a thing, whether you call it gravity or not. That's what happened. And guess what? You prove your point by saying, hold on, but you prove your point. You disprove yourself by saying, oh, this was like a normal thing that happened. It wasn't normal because that's why the Arabs were getting upset in the first place.
No,
Why
what do
would
you
they
mean
get
it
upset?
wasn't normal? Every single country in Europe that had fought wars in World War I, you had the dissolution of multiple powers that broke off into huge states. You had the huge.
Justify it.
Just keep shouting.
How
Yeah,
does that
it's this. This is
justify
the pro-Palestinian side has no argument. It is
You
why it
keep-
always
okay,
turns
you
into
keep-
this. It's like
wait, hold on. It's
unbelievable.
not
Oh my
the
god.
Palestinian side. You were
I can't even
literally
ask a
just
question.
saying-
No, I'm just like basic
Because
questions.
everyone did it. Everyone did it, man.
Do you think
Everyone did it.
do you think that the population exchange between Greece and Turkey was that seen as a massively unethical, horrible, evil thing?
Palestinians
Yeah,
were
You're not
involved in
even
that
answering the question.
agreement.
You won't even answer. You won't even engage.
Because you're comparing things that were Palestinians
Yes.
involved in the agreement.
It was unjust to uproot 2 million people from their homes, and it was discussed as unjust at the time.
And so it would have been a better result had those people stayed.
Yes, because the nation state is a fucking stupid idea. The idea that claiming that Turkish people need to be Muslim and Orthodox people need instead to be Greek, regardless of what language they speak, is fundamentally racist and unjust. Obviously, staying in their own homes would have been better. Expelling people from Greece just because they're Muslim is
It wasn't
fucking
expelling
stupid.
them just because they were Muslim. It was because
Yes,
there
it
was a
was.
history of violence. Look at who's being reductive now. There was a ton of violence that was occurring with the people that were living in these regions. So a population transfer to move everybody apart so they stop fucking killing each other is what they had mutually agreed upon and decided. And it's why the population transfer is probably way fucking better than keeping people there and having them fight forever.
That these kind of ideas, this basic nationalist point here has been, if you're going to judge it based on whether it is effective at reducing violence, it's been the stupidest idea in human history because it has caused more deaths than any other ideology.
So you think that
To think that Muslim villagers in the Peloponnese were killing Greeks. You're just making shit up. To say that.
was there not like a huge amount of Greek people that had been killed up to that population transfer? Wasn't there like almost 1 million that had essentially been genocided?
No. If you're talking about Greeks being killed by the Ottoman government, that's irrelevant to what happened in the Peloponnese. It's a completely different fucking country.
The Ottoman government was a complete. What happened from 1900 or from 1910 to 1920? Oh, let me just hear this. You're telling me that the Ottoman Empire, that government was completely and totally fundamentally different from what would become the country of Turkey? Completely and totally different thing, not related at all.
No, I'm pointing out that you're not capable of listening because I said the Peloponnese, which was in the country of Greece since 1821. For 100 years, it had been part of a different country entirely, and the Muslims who lived in that territory were expelled to Turkey. You're talking about a different country entirely.
My understanding is that between
Greeks were not killing Greeks. They were Greek.
Well, okay.
They were just
what is your understanding or background information related to the Pontic genocide when the 300 to 500,000 Greek people were killed?
If you want to talk about the Ottoman genocides, cool. I have an entire shelf on this. It has nothing to do with the expulsion of Muslims from Greece.
But it wasn't just from Greece. It was a population transferred from both. It was two-way, was it not?
It was.
Then
and
why
it
do you
was
just say
unjust on both sides?
Okay. So the alternative of them remaining in both areas and having another genocide or massive massacres occur would have been preferable,
or the alternative is, how about two racist nation states are terrible governments that shouldn't exist?
I don't understand why we're saying racist nation states. These are countries that had, you have some support of your people.
Greece was the first successful modern nation state, a country organized around a particular ethnic group and for its benefit. The Ottoman genocides are based in Turkish nationalism, and created the nation state of Turkey in the aftermath of that.
There was no There was no idea behind racial domination of Turkish people over like Arabs throughout like the Ottoman Empire. People didn't have contentions or issues relating to that, or differences between like Turkish people or Arabs or Persians. What?
Prior to the 19th century, the concept didn't exist, and the populations were all intermingled perfectly well. No, the idea
Okay,
that
hold on, wait. I just want to stake strong claims here. So just so I'm clear, you're telling me that in the 19th century, all of the different demographics of the Ottoman Empire all saw themselves as more or less the same. The Arabs, who I guess didn't feel like they were subjects of the Turkish people. You're telling me that's not a thing at all. Didn't feel any particular type of way about like the Turks that ran the Ottoman Empire. Essentially, all of them basically saw themselves as the same or intermixed, or there was no like ethnic or identities along racial lines for any of these people.
I can't imagine what any of that has to do with anything I just said. So no, I can't go along with whatever you just made up. Obviously, people understand that the people in this village speak a different language from me, but that there were Pontic Greeks for 2,800 years in that area, and they only became a problem in the late 19th century, should tell you something. No one was trying to eliminate Pontic Greeks in the 15th century. No one cared. It was fine. They paid their taxes. They had the right to practice their religion. No one gave a shit. The populations were all intermingled, but people spoke different languages, had different cultures, had different religions. So what? Nationalism as a concept didn't exist yet. And nationalism is what requires ethnic cleansings or genocides.
So there were no nationalism throughout all of Europe or anything. The first one was Greece in what year?
The first nationalism and the first creation of a nation state was revolutionary France, but it collapsed back into the Bourbon Restoration. The first one to actually create a country that stood was Greece, starting with the uprising in 1821. And then across the 19th century, nationalisms gradually gained root in tons of existing countries and then created whole new countries like Italy and Germany that had never existed.
And well people didn't see themselves as separated on ethnic or cultural identities prior to this? None of this?
What was that?
And people didn't see themselves separated along cultural or racial lines at all prior to this? They were all just intermingled groups of people that all like within their borders got along and didn't kill?
Recognize differences. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The recognition of difference does not require a political order that serves only people like you. That's a very different argument.
And people like you can't just be citizens of a country.
Okay, look, a country can have peoples speaking any number of languages and religions and cultures. Our country is like that. Tons of languages and cultures here.
Sure, but our country, I think, is relatively unique, at least if you're in the United States.
Not at all. No, it's not, and actually, it's still more problematic than most pre-modern states.
The United States, the fact that we are a nation of people that came from a completely other country without like a definitive ethnic like background or anything is not.
I'll use France as an example, since France has existed since the 5th century. Do you like that? France's existence since the 5th century consistently. The French state had Bretons and Gascons and Picards and Alsatians and Occitan peoples all across this island, Provençal, tons of peoples, tons of languages, tons of cultures. They weren't all French because most people didn't speak French. French was spoken in the area around Paris. Okay. French was one language among many. So obviously anybody recognized if I travel 50 miles down the road, they're going to speak a different language from me, and who cares? We all paid our taxes to the king. That it didn't matter. The variations didn't mean that somebody had to impose a single identity and language. That sense of a national identity that's connected to political power and a single state language, culture, whatnot, that's a modern idea. Most countries before the modern period were incredibly diverse by default.
Okay.
You agree with that, or you're saying no?
I'm almost positive that's wrong, but I don't have the historical background to argue that.
But how do you know it's wrong then? Hold on, Liam. But hold on, Liam.
Because I know there were conquests based on religion. I know that there were conquests based on
Can you cite? Where did you get that from? Right. We earlier we had Liam cite it. Could you pull up the book that you cite that from? That disproves.
Can I pull up the book that the Crusades existed, or that Caliphites existed, or what? I'm sorry. Which book do you want me to pull up?
Have nothing to do with this because the Crusaders were themselves a giant mix of different national identities.
Careful! No, whoa! Careful! Don't say that. Wait! You just said national identities don't exist. So no, it was just a bunch of random people, not a bunch of different national identities, right?
No, I said nationalism. Nationalism is a political ideology. Nations are groups of people with something in common.
What is the thing in common?
Way, race ethnicity, culture, and nation all pretty much mean the same thing depending on context, but they all have basically the same definition. They're groups of people with something in common. That's it.
What were the things
How
in
you
common
use
between in the pre-1900s? What were the things that people had in common?
Where?
Speaking the same language.
I thought you just said they
dancing
all
to
had
the
different
same
languages
music,
in different villages.
having the same clothes. I mean, tons of people can have what?
I thought you just said there weren't shared languages in these places. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, or?
Yeah, I don't know what that means at all. I mean, I just mentioned that France had 24 different languages spoken in it.
So how is that a commonality they
So-
have? If I'm asking you, what are the things that these pre-nationalistic nations had in common?
Within Gascony, they spoke Gascon. So you could say that there is a group of people in one area that speak a particular language. They're not French in the sense of a national identity. They're French in the sense of their citizenship and a state identity. They're part of the French kingdom, but they speak Gascon, not French. The idea that there should be one language, one culture, one national identity for a country is very much a modern idea.
Okay,
And
when
you
you
were
say
saying-
nationalism, or what is your definition of nationalism or nation, I guess?
Nationalism is the idea that nations deserve a state that serves their interests. And once that exists, then any policy that supports the interests of that nation versus any other.
So what's the difference between like a kingdom or like a king that has territory that he defends with the military versus like a nation?
Because a nation is only a group of people. A nation has no political content to it. State, country, and nation are different things. A state is governing institutions. So borders, laws, a monarchy. A country is a state that's sovereign. So it controls its own territory. So in most cases, you can put those together. Palestine, for example, is a state, but it's not a country because it's not sovereign. But most cases, state and country can be put together. A nation is just a group of people with something in common. Nationalism says this group of people should have a state that serves their interests and only their interests.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Where are we at?
Nationalism is not remotely related to patriotism.
Do
They're
you agree with
constantly
that? So we understand, or are you saying that's wrong?
Using those definitions, I've heard this before, but it's like a very academic engagement with the term, so I don't use them regularly.
Well,
but
yeah, it's academic as opposed to just random people talking. Yeah, but I'm going to use the technical definitions.
you can use the technical definitions. That's fine. When I say it's academic, what I mean is outside of a school, nobody uses these words like this, so I'm not aware of how you're using it in this particular definition. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that outside, nation,
fine.
country, and state are roughly used like
yeah, but
interchangeably
then-
between people. But yeah,
So
but I
then
understand.
let's talk about something. After he finished him discussing a little bit about French and how it was made up of different groups, you had said you think that's because I asked you. I said, do you agree with that? You said it's wrong. Can you tell me what part that, because I want to understand this, what part of that was wrong about the diversity of France at that time? Do you have evidence to showcase what you're saying? I'd like to.
No, I think
pull up the
I
book.
probably
wanna pull-
roughly agree with him. But when he said there were no,
But you said you didn't agree with him. You said you said
I'm
word
so
for
sorry.
word.
My bad. You interrupted my answer with another question.
Sorry.
So yeah, so I think probably with the way that he's using these words, if this is like on the strict academic lines, I imagine I would probably agree. When he said things like there are no nations or whatever prior to that, I didn't understand that what the context of the word nation. That's why I just asked him. That's why I asked him a few seconds ago. When you say nation or nationalism, what exactly are you talking about? So then I probably do agree with him. Yes.
Right. No nationalisms. No, but there were plenty of nations. Nation is just a group of people with something in common, usually organized in some particular way. So in this way, you could say because there are local organizations and local institutions, then there was a Gascon nation. But, that was obviously distinct from the French state that they were part of. The French nationalism is what imposed the French language and has been slowly destroying the language in Gascony. So that they're different issues, but there was a.
How would you describe how would you describe the how would you describe a caliphate?
I don't understand. It's too vague. What do you mean? How would I describe? It's a distinct form of government.
Would you consider this like a nation, a state, a country? If you're looking at like the Ottoman Empire, what would you have considered that?
Both a state and a country, because it's sovereign, as in no one else claims the territory, and it's a state in the sense that it has institutions and laws. So it would be a state. I mean, technically, it's easier to use roughly terms like empire for it, although, again, it's relatively rough. They're not exactly equivalent, but it's a little closer to the structure because they're bureaucratic states akin to, say, like the Roman or Persian empires. So it's a large, bureaucratic empire, but such states are by definition, incredibly diverse because they're usually much larger than the normal states, smaller states. So within
Sure. So,
any
so
of the
you would say
Islamic
for the
countries, you're
so
gonna
for
have,
like the
you know,
Ottoman
100.
so for the Ottoman Empire, you would consider that to be what, a nation, a state, and a country, or
It was not a nation. I mean, there were tons of nations in it. The Ottoman Empire is a multinational body.
wait, so
Like
then would you
all
say is the
empires,
United States a
all
nation or
empires
no?
in human history have been multinational.
Is the United States a nation then or no?
The United States has what we call a civic nationalism that's based in a common history and documents. So Declaration of Independence, blah blah blah, certain shared histories, certain myths. George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, blah blah blah. It's like crap like that you feed into people. It has what we call a civic nationalism, not an ethnic nationalism, not one based in a particular group of people. The founders of this country even rejected creating an official language, so the U.S. doesn't have one.
Okay,
So
interesting. Okay, yeah,
nationalism, but for the most part, the U.S. is a multinational state, more akin to ancient empires in many ways, and has always had multiple nationalities within it, which is one of the reasons you have like weird ass white nationalists and Christian nationalists, and there's tons of like different distinct local cultures, African American Southern culture and Latino culture, the Southwest, and blah blah blah. There's tons of different distinct cultural groupings within the U.S. that all.
So within the Ottoman Empire, would you say the Turks had a distinct national identity or no?
They did, because they're Turkic speakers. Yeah, they spoke a form of the Oghuz Turkic language, so they have a Turkish identity, and they were a Sunni Muslim, well, nearly all. So
do you think there was conflict
elements of a national identity? What changes there is that national identity begins arguing in the later 19th century that the entire empire is theirs and just for them and not for all the other peoples, like the Ionian Greeks and the Pontic Greeks and the Assyrians and the Chaldeans and the Syriacs and Levantine Arabs and Mesopotamian Arabs and Kurds and Turkmen and tons of other peoples who spoke completely different languages and had nothing to do with them. They got steamrolled because of a Turkish nationalism, but a Turkish nation definitely predates it.
Okay.
Again, nations and nations are different things.
I want to go back to something too earlier. You guys had disagreed on this, and I want to talk a little bit about it. And I want to ask you guys, Destiny, you said when we're talking about Syria and independence or them having a democracy, you were saying you disagree with that. There's no evidence to that.
I'm not aware of a thriving Syrian democracy prior to 48. I'm not aware of that. But I also don't know Syria.
But
it was extremely fragile.
What is used thriving? I don't understand.
Like a healthy democracy that was like running valid elections that everybody agreed upon that were like was a healthy democracy.
It has to be like a perfect, almost perfect is the only way.
I never said even close to perfect. If you got that, then you're not listening to a single word that I'm saying. Do you think that? Do you think a democracy where the vote is seen as like relatively legitimate and most people have access to voting rights? Do you think it's a perfect democracy?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Mostly legitimate. I mean, look at around the world that we see today. This ideation of like you're trying to say like only if it's like mostly legitimate, which it's impossible to tell on any capacity. But
it's impossible to tell if any democracy is legitimate or not.
I'm saying what you're saying is you're saying that you need proof that it needs to be like these were fair elections, things like that, correct? That's the only way that
I just said I'm legitimately, I'm not aware of a thriving, healthy democracy in Syria prior to 48. My understanding is that because most of my history for Israel is 48 and afterwards, but for 48 and afterwards, my understanding is that whenever there were attempted negotiations with Syria, there were always coups or leaders being replaced and like having even like normal, ordinary conversation that was incredibly difficult. Yeah. And so it would be surprising to me intuitively that healthy democracy existed in Syria prior to 48 and then after 48 completely collapsed and went away. So my assumption would be that there probably wasn't. That was my assumption.
There have been zero healthy democracies anywhere in the Middle East, including Israel. Mm-hmm. None of them are healthy democracies. None of them have ever been healthy democracies. There have been various states of flawed democracy or fragile democracies. And some of those fragile ones have collapsed relatively quickly. Syria was pushed toward independence because of a free French and British invasion during World War II in 43. And then in 46, France tried to reconquer it, had to be pushed back out, largely by British pressure. They had less than 3 years before it collapsed into a military coup, because France, during its colonial period, had only really developed the military as an effective institution and had downplayed everything else. And the different regions of Syria were actually governed up until independence as completely separate states. So there was no real regional integration in the country either. So of course it was incredibly fragile and couldn't make it as a democracy. It was intended to be a democracy. They put together a constitution as a democracy, but it collapsed almost immediately. So,
Okay.
but you brought it up because you were saying I'm not aware of anybody in the Arab world who ever wanted democracy. Why would Palestinians want democracy? No, people have been talking about democracy in the Arab world since the 19th century.
Okay,
So
interesting.
it's
Because my understanding was
aspiration and a large part of it.
one of the big follies of Western countries trying to impose democratic rule onto countries in the Middle East is fundamentally flawed because sometimes these people, for whatever reason, in these countries gravitate more towards secular
Trying to
dictatorships or
impose.
what?
If you push, impose is the key word in what you just said. If you push anything by force, people are going to resist it. That's not the
Sure.
point.
Well,
People have been
maybe.
talking about
What?
democracies and trying to build democracies for a long time, but they've largely been stymied by the progress of colonialism, then neo-imperialism, and then the rise of tons of contrary ideals like Arab nationalism, whatnot. There's been tons of things that have gotten in the way of making it work, but people have been trying for it for a long time.
Okay,
The
so
aspirations
when we
always
look at the democracy in Syria, was that a democracy that existed in Syria because the people wanted it, or was that like a remnant of the French mandate before the mandate period expired?
No, the French mandate actually resisted the idea of any representative institutions for them. That goes all the way back to the beginnings of the mandates when they Syrians, in combination with some Hijazi elements, actually tried to create a government in 1919 as a constitutional monarchy, a democracy, and France invaded and conquered the territory to prevent that democracy from developing. France always opposed any kind of like democratic institutions in the area, and were intent on blocking that.
Why would France oppose a democratic institution in a state that it just has a mandate over?
Because the mandate system was a kind of disguised colonialism, because high imperialism was growing less popular with voters. So Britain and France came up with a way to hide what they were doing through the League of Nations, come up with a more indirect way to do it, steer them to a kind of moderate independence where they would control large parts of their foreign policy and keep military bases, etc. So it was a kind of colonialism.
I thought the mandate system was like a rejection of the old systems of colonialism, that the reason behind the mandate systems was because the idea of trying to control all these places through foreign powers just wasn't an effective way to do it. So the mandate system was the idea of, we're going to allow these countries to have some people and we're going to let them figure their shit out. And then after the mandate expires, whoever's like the major controlling power there gets autonomy over the state.
If you want to stay at the level of the propaganda they aim at sixth graders, then sure, that's what they were saying. It's not what anyone was discussing. It's not what happened in the negotiations that created the mandates in the first place. It's not what the people doing this were trying to do. We know what they were after and why they did it. Again, records exist.
Okay, but then why is it, then we look at it like Israel in particular, why didn't the Brits just like fully support the Israelis in creating a nation state and just having them as their like colonial puppet?
The British tried to use Zionist Jews to create a loyal minority on the ground to entrench their kind of permanent indirect control of Palestine once it was independent. But they were trying to manipulate them the same way that the French were manipulating Maronites.
Wait, hold on. The question is, why is it that pre-48, why didn't the Brits just continue to like ship in and support Jewish people in Palestine to control that area? If that was the goal of the mandate system, why wouldn't they have just done that?
Because it wasn't the goal of the mandate system.
If the goal was to have like a colonialist puppet, or I'm sorry, can you restate what you said the goal was?
The goal of the mandate system was to create independent countries that were part of the imperial frameworks and could then be indirectly pushed around in the same way that, say, the U.S. has consistently pushed around much of Latin America, or the British Empire, or
Hold on, wait. Let me just understand. So when you say colonialism, you just mean having another country that would be like an ally of yours.
I mean colonialism until you can build institutions that will maintain a permanent connection to your empire, to the metropole.
Like through trade, that's colonialism, or?
Through trade, through political institutions, through political ideologies. I mean, you have liberté, égalité, fraternité outside of Syrian government buildings. I mean, the idea was to, assimilate people into your empire and then spin them off as semi-independent, but connected to it. And again, the same way that, say, most of West Africa is still connected to France to the present day. It was intended to create those kind of neo-imperial links after decades of direct control. So it's trying to you need the decades of direct control, and initially because none of these areas made sense as countries. They were all slapped together. I mean, the regions of Iraq had nothing to do with one another until Britain slapped them all together and made Iraq out of it. So you've got to build institutions commonly throughout the area that are in your interest, and then retreat from that. That's the goal there. And the British intended to use Zionist migrants to create a Europeanized loyal population to help them to acculturate the rest of the country to working within the context of the British imperialism. But
why didn't they just support that all the way?
An Arab state of Palestine that would have a Jewish minority.
Why didn't they just push that then over any Palestinian autonomy in the region then? I don't understand. Why wouldn't they just continue to support Jews all the way up through 48?
Well, the main reason they didn't support anybody at that point is because they had been dealing with 15 years of consistent terror attacks, oftentimes by Zionists, but also by Palestinians attacking them and trying to get rid of them.
Well, wait, hold on, wait, real quick. So who did most of the terrorist attacks?
Well, there were a ton of like Zionist terrorist attacks, against British targets as well as against Palestinians.
Why did the Zionist terrorist attacks happen?
Because from their perspective, they were waging an anti-colonial struggle. They needed to get rid of the UK because the UK was the only significant obstacle to them creating the state that they wanted, because they knew they could beat the Palestinians. This was already true by the beginning of the 1930s. And again, there's a massive paper trail from the Zionists themselves on the ground. They knew that they could crush the Palestinians at any point, so Britain had to be driven out. And they proceeded to make the occupation extremely expensive for Britain through those kind of attacks. And especially after World War II, when you've just fought yourself to a standstill, you got to focus on trying to hold on to what's left of your empire. The places that are causing you more money, that are expensive, that you have to put more troops and police involved in, those are the ones they cut their losses and left on. This is a process that the Dutch, the French, the Brits all had to go through after World War II, was figuring out where to try and hold on to power and where to let go.
Okay.
And they decided pretty early on after World War II that they were not going to try and hold Palestine.
Okay. I totally disagree with that characterization, but I don't know. Where do you want to go from this?
So I can learn from your point of view. Can you cite me sources where you're saying you disagree and that proves otherwise?
From
which book are you talking about? Which
from
papers?
from 36 to 39. I know there was a bunch of fighting from Arabs that were protesting the massive intake of Jewish people into the mandatory area. But I'm pretty sure in response to all of that violence afterwards, Britain was the one that started to severely limit the Jewish immigration that went into. They limited the Jewish immigration, and I think they started embargoing because of all the violence that was happening there, because the Arab people were super fucking ass mad and everything was like getting fucked in that area. It was becoming untenable. And that eventually once they started to
you back up, you just explained this whole
hold
situation.
on, stop. Why do you always have to back up to the Palestinian reason and we can't just speak from any particular point of view? I mean, we can go all the way back to 1880. I'm going to finish explaining this one section instead of you crying to go back to where the Palestinians are the good guys, okay? So from 36 to 39, there were Arab revolts. From 36 to 39, there were Arab revolts. And then in a response to those Arab revolts, the British started to lock down on Jewish immigration and embargo weapons and everything going into the Jews. And then the Jewish people started to revolt, I think from 40 to, it might have been all the way to 47. But for several years after that, there was that the King Cross Hotel bombing or King David Hotel bombing or whatever. There was a bunch of terrorist attacks, especially from the Irgun and the Lehi against British troops. And then eventually Britain was like, fuck you guys, we're leaving, this is all fucked. But the Jewish terrorist attacks against Britain weren't just random or happened because whatever reason you just gave, they wanted to get rid of the British because they were in between them and the Arabs.
Why, then?
Because Britain was starting to limit the amount of Jews that were able to go into.
It was before that though too.
No, I don't believe it. I don't. Okay. Can
Britain's limitations came in 1939.
Yes.
Attacks by Irgun against the Brits started years before that point.
What were some of the major reasons or
go back almost
you said there was there attacks?
I'm not going to
this is why we go back because you're
not going back. You're not going to answer any of my questions. Just to be clear, I'll put these out here and neither of you are going to answer these, okay? My question was, are there any major attacks before before 1939 from the Jewish people to Britain, and what were some of those attacks?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think you're going to answer either of those, but
yes. Okay. In fact, you just named one. The King David Hotel bombing was in 1937.
No, that was
years before migration.
No, I'm pretty sure that was 10 years later. I think that happened in either 44 or 45 or maybe 46.
No, 47. Yeah. So that one. No, I'm not talking about the limitation. Sorry, I'm just mixing it up with your discussion about why were they still trying not to. Why did they give up in 40
Can we cite?
We
can pull them up. Can we cite? And you're of the mindset that there were no major attacks before 1939.
I don't think there were any major. I don't think there were any major Jew to British attacks that happened before 1940.
Now you got a major. So lynching British soldiers and hanging them from trees wouldn't be major then.
Yeah, when did that happen? Or who was doing that? What was that in response to?
Irgun did that.
Okay, so Irgun lynching British soldiers, Palestine.
How about the Souk bombings? You know, they were setting off bombs in crowded marketplaces in a territory that Britain was obligated to control in 1937.
Okay, what was that one called? So I looked up Night of the Beating. I see refers to an Irgun operation carried out in December 29th of 46.
1937 Irgun Souk bombing, or marketplace bombing. They killed like 80 people or so, in a crowded marketplace in a terrorist attack.
In 37 or in 38?
37.
Are these look like attacks against Arabs?
I.e. citizens of the Mandate. They were literal citizens of the country.
But they were against Arabs, not against British troops.
List in 38 two British policemen were killed by a bomb train in Haifa.
Oh, you said in 38 2 British policemen were killed by a bomb in a train in Haifa? Mm-hmm. Why did you leave out the 2 Arabs right before that? I'm probably looking at the exact same thing you are. Why did you not just read that?
But you said they sure, they can do both. Are you saying that your mindset is immediately the default that the Jewish people, they accidentally killed the 2 policemen, but they were targeting just the 2 Arabs?
That would be my guess, yes.
Why is that always your default? I don't understand.
It's not always my default. It's because up to that.
Show me evidence to support that.
I mean,
my understanding would be up to the. You're just going to scream over me. I'm not going to. The reason why I would assume this is because.
Start with what Irgun was saying at the time. I mean, because Irgun did describe itself as fighting an anti-colonial struggle against the Brits. The only reason they stopped fighting during World War II was because the Brits were fighting the Nazis. So Lehi was formed as a splinter specifically because of that, so they could keep attacking the Brits during World War II. But that decision was made by the mid-30s.
Okay, then I'm just curious where all the attacks are against British people then prior to 1939, 1940.
Look at what they said.
No, I don't care what they said. I'm looking for evidence of attacks, even hangings, even 1 or 2 people dying. I'm just curious. My understanding is that didn't really happen until after the 40s. Then it started to happen a lot.
Okay, well, no, it did, but okay.
Also, we have to be keeping in mind too that the Irgun and the Lehi were not the most popular divisions of the IDF formation, right, of the Jewish Defense Forces, right? These were literally the terrorist radical aspects of the pre-Israeli fighting forces.
They were the right wingers. That's it. It was an ideological difference.
No, it was a difference in tactics as well. That
ideological differences. The Irgun was formed as the militia attached to the revisionist Zionist movement, not to the WZO.
Sure, you can call it just the righties, but they were engaged in more terroristic elements than I believe the Haganah was generally willing to sign off on as well, and they were a fraction of the size.
Haganah did plenty of fucked up stuff. That's not the main issue. The main difference is ideological between them.
Okay, doesn't change my point that I don't believe there was much Jew to British violence pre-1940.
Mm.
And I think that's evidenced by the fact that we're trying to point to the even attacks that are done by the Lehi and the Irgun, and we were completely leaving out the Haganah, which was the majority of the fighting force. There's a reason why. It was the only ones. Mainly, I think a lot of this violence came from these more radical groups, but also, again...
I mean, this.
So your point of view is that
Wikipedia's list is pretty shitty, but there's a whole bunch of them listed even on Wiki here. I mean, just in basic shit, and this is not complete, even close. But you've got attacks here in 44, 45, 46, 47, all against British soldiers.
Really?
You got a bombing, 17 British officers killed during a bombing of the Goldsmith Officers Club.
What are we talking about right now?
The bombing of the British Embassy in Rome in 1946.
Yeah, what are we talking about right now? Yes.
Attacks on the British government.
His point of view is that they were perfectly fine with Britain. They were totally fine with Britain mandating the area.
Sure. Okay. So just to be clear, this is the strategy, right? Is when bad stuff is happening on the Palestinian side, it's always everybody's doing violence, and when bad things are happening only on the Jewish side, it's only the Jews doing violence. Okay. So earlier, pre-40, the violence was generally Arab to.
No one said that.
You're bringing up example.
Every time Palestinians commit violence, I don't support any of the Palestinian government factions. They've all been assholes.
Okay, well
All
then,
the
then okay,
Palestinian
then let me
government-
restate that earlier question. Before 1940, where was the majority of the violence, the vast majority of violence coming from towards the British? Was it everybody or was it mainly Arabs?
Toward the British?
Yes.
Obviously, the majority population, the Palestinians, who were fighting an anti-colonial struggle as well.
Okay.
Both sides saw themselves as fighting an anti-colonial struggle. One massively outnumbers the other, ergo, more attacks come from that side. This is like arithmetic.
It's not like arithmetic, but also, so that means
it kinda is.
that the Jewish people weren't fighting against the Brits because they
And
were preventing.
numerically, if you look by proportion of population, the Zionists are consistently more lethal.
Okay. What do we disagree with here then? I guess we're in full agreement.
Well, I think was your point that the Irgun and all these groups, they supported Britain before 1939.
I think the Jewish people in general, were more aligned with the Brits pre 40 or pre 40, whenever the
No.
what?
Well, hold on. Can you point me to some citation of this so I can read into it?
I don't know what are you asking me for in particular?
You are saying that the mindset of Irgun and the Jewish population at the time was in support of the mandate, in support of Britain being in there. So can you please point me to something so I can read that?
Sure. Benny Morris has a book called Righteous Victims, where he talks about that time period. Shlomo Ben-Ami has a book called Scars of War, Wounds of Peace. Benny Morris has another book called The Birth of Palestine, which talks about a lot of that period. There's a book by Ian Black called Enemies and Neighbors that I already did give you. Hold on, I did give you. What specifically are you asking me? What is the question?
Yes, let me talk, because you actually told me that can you point to me? It can be the chapter, it can be anything that I can go and pull up right now.
I don't know. Do you own these books? Are you willing to buy them on Kindle right now?
Yes. I have millions of dollars. Yes, I can afford a $10 book. We can do that for the sake of this fucking
And then
argument.
and then what particular are you asking me? And then I can find the passages for you if you want.
So I want the evidence that shows that Irgun and all these were in support of Britain being there. They had no problems with Britain. That they had a commonality and they basically wanted to work together. So I want to go into that. Or whatever
well,
your
I mean,
point is
like,
about that.
I think the
Do you
strongest.
disagree that Irgun did not like Britain being there? That had a fight against them?
I don't know why you're fixated on Irgun. If you want the broadest understanding of this position, I would say just read the 1936 Peel Commission, that report. That's broadly outlining the British view of everything that was going on in that period. It's pretty supportive of the Jewish people that are there. They say a lot of. I can post you the full text of the Peel Commission if you want. And is that what you want? Would you like the text of the Peel Commission report?
Liam, what were you gonna say?
Here you go.
I'm just shocked at that characterization of it.
Characterization.
I mean,
of what?
of Peel.
What part are you shocked about?
Because that it's somehow that the British position was supportive. I mean, every time that every one of the white papers issued by the British government was critical of the Zionist movement, whether you're talking about from Passfield to Peel all the way to the 1939 white paper, they're all critical.
They are, yes, they're critical in parts, but they speak highly of them in other parts, yes.
Quite directly, these guys caused the problem.
No, that's not what it says in the Peel Commission. It says that both sides have issues accepting people.
1929, another one in 37, another one in 39. They all acknowledge the same basic reality.
That both sides. Why do you only ever talk about one side? These papers say that both sides are having problems getting along. They don't just blame one side. That's not true.
Yes, obviously both sides don't get along.
No, hold on. That's not what you just said. You just said that they blame the Jews on this.
But do you think that there's a difference between people migrating in and the people living there? Is there a distinction to you, or those are the exact same thing?
That's not a distinction that was generally drawn upon by the British. No, they're not saying like, well, these people moved here, so they shouldn't be here. That's why they suggested partition after 36.
And then why did they limit the people coming in?
They took that back because they realized it didn't work. So the partition plan was never actually offered. There was no partition.
What are you talking about? The partition plan came about. It was started to be drafted in 39 after the Peel Commission, and that's what eventually came of Resolution 181 in the UN. That's what they voted on.
Not 39, and they didn't do it. They went through multiple revisions of a map and decided this is completely unworkable, would require massive ethnic cleansing. No one would support it anyway.
Nobody said ethnic cleansing. That didn't even exist in people's minds back then. So you're inventing that. Number one. Number two, the partition plan from the UN. Really,
it's in the documents.
Ethnic cleansing is in the documents?
The movement of population.
That wasn't considered an immoral or horrible or evil thing. That was a thing that two people agreed upon.
I didn't say
Then
that.
don't use the term ethnic. Then don't use the term ethnic cleansing. That's normative baggage that you're throwing there.
You think Britain would balk at moving populations when they're willing to kill millions? Of course they
No
didn't
one
give a
talked.
shit.
No, it wasn't about killing millions of people. It was about making a work.
Morality is irrelevant. The fact that they were talking about massive movements of populations in order to create it and realizing it wouldn't work, that they couldn't create any viable states out of it.
Yeah, it wasn't working because of the violence that was existing between the two peoples.
They rejected it. They
Who did?
rejected it as unworkable.
No. They rejected it together as unworkable. That's why partition came about.
Britain rejected partition as unworkable in 1937, which is why the 1939 white paper argued for still a unitary Palestine and limiting the Jewish population to 1/3, because they understood that partition couldn't work. They went through at least 4 different maps that I know of, and they rejected the idea.
By the time they got to the UN in 47, partition was the only thing that people had left. That's what they.
37.
No,
This is 37.
I understand.
You said Peel, I'm talking about Peel. I responded to what you said. Now you're shifting to 10 years later. We're talking. You mentioned the Peel partition plan.
When Peel wrote his report, partition was seen as the only way out. A few years later,
And they rejected it.
a few years later, yeah, they.
No. In that process, it was abandoned as unworkable.
Okay, and then they also if that's how you want to okay, fine. Do you agree then that they abandoned the 39 idea of one state as unworkable?
Britain abandoned the entire mandate as unworkable.
Okay, so then fine. Then in that case, everything was abandoned as unworkable. Fine, that's fine. And then the final word on it was the partition plan in the UN that the Arabs rejected.
1989, Britain's position was still one Palestine state, with Jewish population set at 1/3. That was Britain's official position and their last official position before they handed it over to the UN General Assembly. Britain's last position was still for a unitary Palestine.
Okay, but then that became unworkable. Nobody accepted that. I don't think the Arab side accepted that either. And then eventually the partition plan came about.
Who was there to ask? But no, of course they wouldn't have. Why would they?
Okay, that's fine.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
I
make
understand.
sense
Yes. At no point did the Arabs want a Jewish state in the Middle East. I agree with that. Okay, I'm glad we at least agree on that. Yes.
Of course not.
Okay.
At no point did they want a Jewish ethno state that would expel them from their homes. Go figure.
No, they just wanted Arab ethno states that could control who they lived in their countries. Yes, I understand. Yes.
The Lakota did not invite South Dakota onto its land. They had to accept it. Palestinians have been forced to accept the existence of Israel. But no one was going to say, hi, can you please take half of my land and make a country on it and expel a bunch of us? No one
that's
would
what
say
happens
that.
when you lose wars, unfortunately. Yes, when your country dissolves and you lose wars, you tend to lose territory. Your borders get reshuffled around as well. Yes.
War.
What?
This idea of losing a war. Who started a war? What war?
World War I.
World War I has fuck all to do with the Palestinians. They got killed during World War I. 50,000 Palestinians were killed during World War I. That has nothing to do with them at all.
What do you mean? They were part of the country that dissolved, that owned the territory.
His point of view is that because the Ottomans own the land, so technically at that point anyone can take it over.
Oh, okay. So we're then okay. So if you're going to take a pro-imperialist position, then sure, imperialism and colonization is fine. You can make those. You can defend that. But at least be honest. I defend imperialism and colonialism, and then that's fine. I can't argue with that. It is a position. It is a moral position. People can take it. I disagree with the morality of it, but that's beside the point.
Is that your position, Destiny?
In 1917, yeah, the Ottoman Empire collapsed. Britain had the rights to the land, and they decided to do with it as they would. And they had Britain and France had the mandate
I wouldn't
system.
argue
Yeah,
that that's legitimate for any empire to seize territory from anybody else.
Okay.
I don't think
that's
the process.
fine. I mean, they took it from the Ottoman Empire, who had that territory because they seized it as well. But I mean, sure, okay. You can disagree with all forms of colonialism, imperialism in the past. That's fine too. But I'm just saying that's what happened.
It is what happened. Yeah, exactly. Britain seized the land, and then Britain had to decide what to do with it. And as of 1939, Britain still intended to create a Palestine.
Well, I don't think anybody was accepting anything past. I think after past 36, I don't think anybody was accepting anything. It's not like there was an acceptance of the 39 white paper by any side.
It's not, we're not talking about. There's nothing to accept. It's you just described a colonial occupation. Britain seized control of the land. Britain was the only sovereign.
Yeah, but the point of the mandate system was to, but the point of the mandatory system was to get away from the hardcore colonial projects and to give the people in the area a bit more autonomy. So it did matter if the people there accepted it. That's why Britain didn't just impose one state or impose partition. They voted on it in the UN, or they asked the people there what they wanted to do, and the representatives shot it down all the time.
No, they didn't do it in the sense of they wanted it to be fair. They did it because it cost them too much, and they passed it on to someone else.
They didn't have to cost them. They could have just sent the whole army there and killed everybody and taken it over. I mean, like that's like
that would have costed them a lot. That would have costed them a lot. Yeah.
They didn't want to deal with this shit anymore. So they passed the buck to the UN.
You just painted that so ridiculously as like Britain was like, look, we want the people to decide, so we're going to go ahead and put it to a vote.
No, I don't do that because my view of foreign policy is not that of a 7-year-old. Okay, no,
so
cost was a part of it. The idea of running foreign colonies, the idea.
Were the Palestinians involved in the partition plan? Were they at the UN?
In 47, I don't even know if they had representatives there or not.
That alone should explain to you that this wasn't like it was Britain going, this is too expensive, it's not worth our fucking time, we have soldiers dying, it's costing us money, and this isn't going to be some easy thing.
Yes, this is part of why they didn't want to run colonies anymore, yes.
No, but this was
they absolutely still did. They just chose which ones to keep.
Yeah, but even the ones they kept, a lot of it ended. Look at fucking Algeria and France. A lot of these turned into fucking disasters. I think after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, they didn't want to.
Wait, hold on. But why in Algeria? Because Algerians started bombing the shit out of the innocent French people that were their cafes.
Britain spun one African colony off. Britain spun Ghana off.
Listen, if you guys want to say like Britain bad and you want to have that, then you can say that. That's fine. I'm not interested in doing the soy fucking historical moral analysis of the countries. It sounds like we all agree. You just really want to say bad guy Britain or bad guy Western power. If you want to say that, that's fine. All I'm saying is that after World War I, and we all agree with this, I don't know what the fuck we're arguing, that they seem to have less of an interest in having like full control over colonies. They don't want to do that as much. That was the point of the mandatory system, was to say, hey, these people can fucking govern themselves and they can figure this shit out. We don't want to try to fucking run everything.
But that's not what you said. You actually
that is exactly what I said.
No. You said earlier, word for word, your chat, even if they disagree with me or not, you said the mandate was a temporary thing.
Yes, it was.
And that they were going to leave and basically make them fully autonomous, which is not true at all.
That is true. That's exactly what they did. The goal was you make a mandate, and whatever stable government emerges from that area, they're the ones that inherit the land when you leave. What do you think happened in every other mandatory area? What are you talking about?
You can scream what you want, but it's not.
Where do you think the Hashemite kingdom came from in Jordan? Where the fuck do you think every other? Where did Syria, Iraq? What are you talking about? Yes, these are all mandatory areas. There were governments that emerged from the area. Your professor just said it earlier. Yeah, they drew borders. They were pretty arbitrary. But then there were kingdoms, there were democracies, there were republics, there were totalitarian dictatorships, whatever, that emerged from these areas. And then once the mandates expired, they were handed over to those people. Yes.
Yeah, which is not what you just said, though. They were not given to the sole control of their own population. Yeah. So little so that when Britain spun Iraq off in 1932, it continued to interfere in its politics and keep military bases on the ground. And in World War II, it seized control of the entire country because it didn't like its foreign policy. So no, was Iraq actually fully autonomous? No, it was never intended to be. The mandates weren't intended to be independent countries. If it was about creating countries,
you're arguing against things that I've never. I don't even know what you think. I forget it because you're using words in different ways. I'm sorry. When you say, because now you're going to tell me that, oh well, autonomous means that you're a country that's never invaded, never traded with, never contacted with, has no military bases. I don't know what word I would use that you would use in whatever thing. But when I say autonomous, can I? Does this statement, is this agreeable that the mandatory system left those created states more autonomous than colonies would have been pre that? Is that an agreeable statement, or?
Yes.
Okay,
but it's irrelevant.
There we go. Okay. It's not irrelevant. It's a difference in how it.
No, you're arguing so generalities of just saying like, well, they had a little bit more autonomy, so like it's
not a little bit more autonomy, a significant amount of autonomy, a significant amount more than if they would have been just colonies or subjects of the fucking British.
Morocco literally had a government throughout the French protectorate. So did Tunisia. They show on the map as part of the French Empire. They literally have local governments. So are they autonomous? No.
We're that far in North Africa, in Northwest Africa, from Morocco and Tunisia. Were these guys part of the mandatory system?
I'm using your word autonomous. I'm questioning your use of autonomous here.
Autonomous as in they would have their own governments that would run their own internal affairs and their people would decide how to do it. I don't think, like Algeria, for instance, was still like a French colony. I don't think those people had rights, or there were no people there that were like inheriting land autonomously. It was like ran by the French.
French Empire and internally autonomous.
Do what?
Morocco was part of the French Empire and internally autonomous. If you can accept that basic fact, then you can understand why we're criticizing your use of language here.
Okay, so do you think that Morocco, and by the way, I don't know what the level of French control was for Morocco, but are you telling me that Morocco existed in the same sense that Jordan and Iraq and Syria and Egypt existed? They had the same level of autonomy within those countries?
Morocco was a pre-existing country before France seized control of it.
I'm going to ask the same question again. I don't know why you're just, yeah.
It had far more, it was far more of a country than those that are worse were. Much more so.
Okay, so Morocco was more of an independent country as part of the French Empire or whatever than what Jordan would become.
Than Iraq was post 32, yes.
But
because
until
Iraq
when?
was still part of the British Empire, folded into military alliances. They were still trying to maintain that connection all the way up until the Qasim coup that toppled the Hashemite monarchy. They were still interfering constantly in how the government was run, because the goal was to have them as part of the empire, but without all the policing powers, without all the expense involved of direct control. Direct control was too expensive. They were trying to shift to cheaper forms of colonialism.
Okay, and you're telling me this happened until 32?
All across the 20th century.
You're telling me this happened until 32?
What happened until 32?
That Iraq wasn't its own, or because when did the mandate in Iraq expire?
Independent in 1932, in the year that it had like a whopping 2,000 high school students. Yeah, it was independent, but had British troops, British bases, British control of foreign affairs, and that was the situation that stayed the case all the way until 1958, when a coup toppled it and pulled them out of the Baghdad Pact.
Okay, I'll take your word. I feel like, because everything you've told me about the history between Israel and Palestine has been completely wrong. I'll take what you're saying for at face value. So
really
from 32 to 50 plus, you're saying that even though the mandate had expired, it was controlled by the British. That Iraq wasn't part of. It wasn't its own country at that point. That it was controlled by the British.
Is it not possible to consider that either A, you're misunderstanding things that I'm saying, or B, don't know certain things? Because it's a really weird thing to say to someone with a doctorate in the subject, that everything I've said is wrong.
It's really weird to me when I ask you for like a single point to an incredibly contentious topic that you know if you study this area, and you would act flabbergasted that I would ask you for evidence of the Jews wanting to kick out or deny the partition plan, when it's one of the most central defining points of the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So yes, I am highly critical of everything you're saying. Yes.
Never accepted any of the partition plans as simply a fact. That they've lied about it consistently in propaganda is also a fact.
And you have asserted that with no evidence over and over again. I'm aware of that. Yes.
And no, my evidence is an entire fucking bookcase on this subject.
Not how evidence works. A bookcase, the whole bookcase is not on a single thing.
Then let's make it simple. If we give you the exact one, let's say he has time to go pull through it, and we give you the exact passages, what's your opinion after that?
I don't know. I would have to read it. My whole opinion on the thing won't completely change when I read one sentence. That's not how any of this works. I'm just curious if there's any evidence whatsoever in 47 that the Jews lied about accepting the partition plan. Never heard that before.
The historians are saying, or B, do the work that the historians are doing. Because the way you're approaching this is kind of like, I don't know, a flat earther talking about climate change.
I'm sorry, sir. The reason why historians engage in history is so that a layman doesn't have to. I'm not going to speak.
This is why it's there. And you are denying what they're saying and what I'm saying. Yes, the reason
I'm not denying what's being said. You haven't shown it to me.
The reason we write this shit is so that people can just read it and accept it and not have to do that
and
work.
As a PhD,
or you can go and do the same work for yourself.
And as somebody who studied in the field, I imagine you'd be able to point me to that passage. Why would a PhD historian say, if you want to know this, go become a historian? That's your job.
Hold on, Liam. One second for a second. Hold on for a second. I asked you earlier, Destiny. This is where you're. Hold on, Liam. This is where you get really dishonest. I asked you earlier when you made a point. I said, "Can you pull up the passage?" You said, "What?" I named 20 books, and I said, "No, give me the passage." And you said, "What? What? You're just gonna buy the $20 book right now?" Trying to kind of distract from me saying, "Give me the fucking passage of what you're saying," but you never fucking brought it up because you know that the dishonest argument. You've got fucking 3 minutes.
Why do you think? Why do you think? Hold on, no, wait. Let's go. Let's revisit. Wait, no, wait. Let's revisit.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. If he names the books as he did earlier, isn't that sufficient enough? Because you did that earlier, and now you're switching again.
I'm not him. I don't have the same standard. Why did I ask him to give me the book and the passage? Do you remember?
But he gave you the book.
No.
He gave you
Hold on. Answer the question. They can't do it. They can't answer a single question ever. My God. I'm actually going crazy. The question is, why did I ask him for a book and a passage?
You didn't.
You
So
wanted-
you said exactly
They're
the
not gonna
opposite. You
answer.
said I don't
There
need
is no
a
answer.
page and I don't need chapters.
Yeah, you
or
said you don't
paragraphs.
need a page in a package. You said I could buy it on my Kindle and I'll Control F. And then he gave you multiple books, and then you started reading from a different book. And
From
then
the
you
same
missed
author
part of
about the same time period. I'm going to ask you the same question again. This might be the end. This might be the end because I'm just going to keep asking this until I get an answer.
So
You said you wanted to search it up so you have evidence so you can believe it. Which
Oh,
is
also,
fine.
I sent you material. I sent you the whole Peel Commission report. I sent you something, but you're not going to read it. You've never seen it in your life. My question, why did I ask him for a book or a passage? Do you know why I asked him?
Hold on. Do you think he hasn't read the Peel Commission? You only read
No,
the
I
Peel
said you
Commission.
haven't. I'm asking you, why did I ask him for a book or a passage?
Because a book or a passage or a book? Which one?
Either. I asked him for either or. Just point me to
He
some.
gave you fucking 3. He held
Why
them up.
did I ask him? Do you understand English? Is it second
Hold on.
language or
You
I'll ask
you
again?
wanted-
Why? Why
you wanted-
did I ask him for a book or a passage? First of all, let's start here. Do you understand what I've just asked you? Can you rephrase my question back to me? Why did I ask him for a book or a passage? What am I asking you?
You just want evidence.
And there was, okay, I'll give you 30% on that answer. The reason why I asked him was because he said he was a PhD historian. And if he's going to drop that credential, part of doing a PhD is a whole fuck ton of research. Meaning I would hope that as a historian, he would know,
You know the
that you can't
exact
just, let me
page,
finish
the
my
exact
sentence.
page?
That's never what I asked for. What I would hope is that if you're a historian, you would know that there are seminal works on certain parts of conflicts, especially the most important parts of conflicts, and you would probably say, oh yeah, well this particular claim about what were Zionist ambitions around the partition plan, it's a hotly spoken about topic, and here are like 1 or 2 books that references somewhere
did.
in these books.
He did.
He pointed out 3 books.
You just said 1 or 2 seconds ago. So what? Is it 7? How many books for you? You're bullshitting and getting caught in front of your audience. You just said, just give me 1 or 2 books. And then I asked you, did you show? You said, but he only gave me 3. Oh my God. You want 5? Is it 6 that makes it more correct
The
for you?
issue was that I don't think that
No,
what
no,
he
no,
was
step
saying
back.
for was
How
in
many-
any of those books. I want one book. I want one. I want one. One book, one passage. That's all I
Gave
want.
you them.
Okay, which one was it? Sorry, tell me and I'll read it right now.
on what?
Not-
On what?
Specifically-
I want
Yeah.
evidence that the Jews were planning on accepting the partition plan, not extrapolation or conjecture from 1932, that Jews were going to accept the partition plan in 47 and then deport all the Muslims anyway.
And he just wants a book. Just any book.
Well,
I mean, not any
ideally
book,
so
but
that I
you know
can
what
look,
I mean.
yes, I can buy it on Kindle, I can look it up right now.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. He gave you a
So-
book earlier.
So discussions of transfer.
What?
Because again, transfer shows up constantly in
And
Zionist
he's doing it
literature.
again. And this is the part. Now I'm just going to tell my audience what you're doing. Now you
Hold
make it
on.
broad and you
Well-
go back 20 years. You will not talk
We're
about
gonna-
47 because you're lying about it. That's what's happening right now. So you're going to keep
Is
appealing
there-
to, well,
Hold
this is
on,
what
we're
Herzl
gonna-
said. This is what Ben-Gurion said in 1931. You're not going to give me an answer because you made
No,
a
he
claim
said
that you
in-
can't defend. You lied. You
said
lied
in
about the claim, which is
47.
fine.
We've
You didn't actually
said
lie.
it-
It's conjecture from things that you heard from Zionist leaders pre-1940. And now
I'm
you're expanding
really
that into the future and you're assuming. That's what's happening. That's
I'm
exactly
I'm
what's
really,
happened.
really struggling to understand how the fuck you graduated from high school with that argument.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
really-
It's super easy. I don't have a failure to understand at all right now how you're a historic PhD because apparently you guys don't engage in rhetoric or logic or anything at all. I guess you guys just write papers at each other. Are you even like? Is it wait?
Because here's the thing, Destiny. You asked for a book. He gave you books, but that because he's
Which book?
He doesn't even know.
Give me one book.
He
Which
gave
book?
you 3. 1948.
Okay,
He had pulled up, and then you had pulled up a
1948.
different book, and then you
Okay.
had pulled up a different book, and then read a passage that was giving the overview of what was happening, not about the minutes, not about the internal things. Here's another one. He brought it back up. Destiny. Here you go. Here's another one. The same one he brought up earlier. Does that look familiar? Did we bring it up, or is this
Hold on.
new?
Wait,
Did
do you
he-
want that one or do you want 1948? Which book should I read? Which one will have the
multiple? That's what's great about it.
multiple?
Just
Multiple. Like I like how we don't give an answer. We pretend that saying multiple is an even better answer. Okay, what was that? What was the Ben-Gurion book? What was that called?
A state at any cost.
Okay.
But again, you have actually mentioned the names of some authors and books that also discuss this issue.
No, they've never said. I've
references
never
to
read
those
what you're
patterns.
claiming. I've
You-
never read what you're
Destiny,
claiming.
you admitted earlier you've only read one full book on the topic, and now you're just saying I've never read it. Oh wow, I'm fucking shocked. You admitted
Wait.
in front of everyone you've read one book on the topic, and then you just
cover
went,
to cover. I
"I've
said
never
when
read
I say I've never read it, that means that I've never been pointed to that before. It's a polite way of saying I don't believe that exists. But I'm giving you the opportunity to point to me where it does.
How many books have you read on the topic fully? How many books have you read on the
Wait a
topic?
minute.
More than you.
Hold on. How many books have you read? I
More
have
than
2
you.
fucking masters. This is what I did
You
for
don't.
years.
There's no
I'm asking
shot. You have a master's in what? In thumb sucking? There's no shot you have a master's in anything related to this area. I cannot believe that.
Don't red herring. How many books? You said it earlier. How many books have you read on the topic fully?
More than you. That's all I've got.
Stop bullshitting. Say the
No,
number.
it's not relevant. If you've got evidence for a claim, then you 50 books. 50 on it. 50.
You're telling a
50.
doctorate that they don't know a damn thing.
No,
you fucking don't lying.
you understand. Hold on. You both understand.
You said earlier, I read one book on the topic, but I've read tons
cover to
of
cover.
passages.
Cover to cover.
Do you think that maybe you fucking
Why is
missed some
that
shit?
hard?
Well,
I have
considering that I
hundreds I've
sat
read
next to
over
literally the
this
preeminent Israeli historian of all of the fucking Jewish history who studied this time period more than any author you've probably read combined, I think I'm going to go ahead with his opinion on it rather than the one that you guys you can't even source out of all these books you've apparently fucking read.
He literally gave it to you.
That's somebody? There's no preeminent historian that stands above all others.
Who spent more time digging through archives of the Nakba and pre-48 than Benny Morris? Has anybody spent more time in those archives? I'm pretty sure it's accepted that he spent more time going through original archives and Arabic oral history in that region than any other individual scholar. That's my understanding.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. And actually, there's a lot of people have been working the same material over the last 45 years. Because they started declassifying tons of material. There's a shitload of scholars who have been doing the same fucking work.
Who told you that, Destiny? He did?
That's just like I'm pretty sure it's a pretty well accepted fact. His books, even for people that disagree with him, they're citing to Righteous Victims. They're citing to 1948. Even other respected scholars.
No one's citing Righteous Victims for shit like this. That's written for a lay audience.
Sure.
That was written to be a New York Times bestseller.
Okay.
That's not a work of scholarship.
My bad.
Go back to his Birth of the
1948,
Palestinian Refugee Crisis.
Yeah, that's another one.
That's
Yeah,
his
sure,
main work on the subject.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, if the discussion of Nakba, Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Crisis is Benny Morris's work on that. And then 1948 is
that's great that you've memorized the
title.
titles. I wish you would have remembered some of what you'd read. That would have been so nice. But that's
Righteous
okay.
Victims.
I'll dig through this book right now and we'll see if I can find it, okay?
A popular audience.
Which one did you pull up, Liam, the book a minute ago?
I'm looking at
About what?
a state at any cost right now. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, that one? Okay. That's again just sticking with the whole question of Ben Gurion and his statements. You know, if you want to understand what he was actually talking about and what he was after, that's a good source.
Oh, and it's the birth of the refugee problem, not crisis, but
This is his revised edition of it. This is the one that's actually on that topic.
What's it called?
The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited. This is his revision. The original one's out of print, so this is the only one you're going to find now. So I don't need to show you the original one. It's pointless. You can't get it. This one you can still find anywhere.
I just bought that one too. A state at any cost. I'm going through it. Make this quicker.
Zagib's not bad. He's done several very good histories of this. His 1949, The First Israelis, is quite good. His work on the 67 War is pretty good. I like some of his smaller ones too. He had a really neat one on globalization in Israel called Elvis in Jerusalem. That one was fun. The part I can't wrap my head around is if somebody tells you over and over again for years what they're going to do, and then they do it, that just makes sense. Trying to then dismiss all the times they told you what they were going to do and then say, oh, they only did that because of this other made up reason that I have, it's just That's not even toddler logic. That it makes no fucking sense. I can't think of any reason to take that position short of dishonesty.
Sure, that's why it should be so easy to find. So I'm trying to find supports for your argument in this to state at any cost, but it seems like he was worried about attacks from Arabs. So all I'm finding so far is stuff that supports my position, but maybe I'm just continuing to read. We'll find out.
Well, again, even simple readers that cover tons of Zionist shit would help, but you don't have to read all the original.
Well, I've
seen some books and whatnot, but again, Zionists have been arguing the same basic things for a long friggin' time.
Okay.
I mean, just look at the Biltmore thing. You can find interesting discussions of that online. In 42, Biltmore, Biltmore, and then it led to a significant fracture. The group Ihud formed, unification, to continue pushing for binationalism, because Ben Gurion had seized control of the main levers of power in the international Zionist movement at that point to create an ethno-state. I mean, this is, again, very basic.
But you keep leaving out, what was the Biltmore Conference? What happened prior to that? You love to ask this question every time it involves a Palestinian, but when it involves the Jews, it's just like starts right there. What was the Biltmore Conference in response to?
I have no problem talking about anything to do with Palestinians. What does that have to do with what they're talking about in 42?
Because I'm pretty sure
the Palestinians are not mentioned in that. Because the Palestinians don't figure in their discussions.
Because
only their goal.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
No, Destiny.
Okay.
What do you want?
The change in Jewish opinion about how necessary it was to have a separated state was in response to large amounts of Arab to Jewish violence, and then it was in response to the British capping immigration of Jews to Palestine. I think that was one of those two things were huge inciting moments that were moving Israeli leadership. What?
You can undermine that just by looking at the British government's own positions in 1929, because they already.
Why are we talking about 29 compared to the?
Because you just said you're never going to engage before that caused them to change their mind.
I'm not saying before 15 years before. I'm saying the Arab revolts and the British limitations of immigration that also led to all the Jewish-British violence that you guys said happened all the time, but it really started like in the 40s and onwards.
Do history because you reject the basic principle of cause and effect.
You can keep saying I don't want to do history, but the reality is you're the one that isn't citing to anything that's you just like pretend like, oh, the Biltmore in 42. Well, I wonder why the Jews really wanted a state without any Arabs in it. It couldn't have possibly been because the British people were fucking them and because the Arabs were fucking them at the time. They were just like super Zionist, I guess. Like it's such a weird representation of what was going on.
Okay, look, of course, Palestinians constantly fought back. The first stabbing I know of a Zionist is actually in the 1870s.
Why are you broadening everything? You keep doing this. You're not. The violence was not a steady thing that increased in a straight line. No, there was not always a steady stream of violence. There were spurts of it in response to particular events. It wasn't just like the same. Like every day, 17 people died. That's not true.
Okay, cool. So then tell me why did the Arab revolt break out in 36? And it's always in response to something, and you know this shit. What caused it in 36?
In 36, I think it was in response to I'm pretty sure it was in response to the general growth of Jews in the area. It was in response to the fact that they were getting more and more territory and that other mandates around them were starting to expire and they were starting to feel like they weren't going to have a state that was allotted to them. And then initially in 36, we call it the Arab Rights from 36 to 39, but initially, pretty sure these were just strikes. I think that it was just people. I think that it was like the largest, strike maybe in all of history. I think for about a year or year and a half. And then I think British commanders showed up and they were like, this is bullshit, we're putting you down. And then I think eventually Arab middle class and upper class people started to get more involved and tried to like direct some things. They got a little bit violent towards the end, especially as Britain started to fucking annihilate local Arab resistance. And then after 39, Britain was like, this is fucked, and how we're going to limit the Jews coming here because we don't want to be involved in this fighting anymore.
You're way past the starting point that I asked about. The starting point I asked about was you responded with a generality that they're upset about more and more Zionists moving to the country.
Yeah, I'm unaware of a specific inciting event to the 36 riots. I think that was a general. What?
The 4th and 5th Aliyot were significant, huge volumes of people coming in very, very fast.
The 4th and 5th
Massive
what?
waves in the 4th and 5th.
Aliyot.
The 4th and 5th. So the waves of migration in the 1930s.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I can't. The 4th and 5th what?
Aliyah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Aliyot.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Jewish immigration and everything was especially picking up.
The 4th and 5th waves of Jewish migration. Huge numbers coming in. Obviously, they're more upset, so the scale of violence goes up. So yes, it's worse at different times, but always the same basic issues. By the end of the 1920s, it was already very obvious to the British government that the main reason for this was a complete separation of the societies that was harming Palestinian society, and they were getting angry about it.
No, that's
Of course,
not true, by the way. The Peel Commission said that in some ways
literally
the Arab
what the
society was...
paper is about.
They literally were saying that actually the Arabs here could benefit from a lot of the tax money and everything raised because the Jewish people are invigorating this land and making it so that they can export products that have never been exported here before. That was one of the reasons why... What?
Your response is to lie.
Response is why what?
Because that's your response to what I said is to lie about it. There were two different white papers produced in 1929. The first one they couldn't accept, so they shelved it, and they got a second commission, and they came with the same response.
I'm talking about the Peel Commission in 36.
No.
No, what?
No, it's not. I'm not talking about the Peel Commission.
Okay.
That's a different decade entirely.
Yeah, you're saying, okay, I don't know what the white paper in 29 said. I didn't read that entire white paper.
Yeah, I don't care. You don't have to have read it. Again, that's again why historians do their job. So you don't have to read all the fucking government white papers. Point is, the British recognized by 1929 what was going on and why the tensions were building and why Palestinians were angry and attacking people. They were angry because they were being booted off their land. They were being kicked out of the economy. They were creating entirely parallel societies where Jews only bought from Jews and cut the Palestinians out of it, which is what's ultimately going to make the mandate completely unworkable because the populations pushed apart. Had they stayed integrated, had they been able to link together, and again, that's still my position. I want a single unitary state that keeps all the Israelis there because I think together they're stronger. That's a position that can be taken.
Sure,
morally.
I'm just saying
It's
that.
not
I'm just
what
saying that the 36
Zionists were wanted from the teens and 20s on to separate the
That's fine.
societies.
I'm saying that from 36 to 39, I don't believe there was a huge singular inciting event. Like in 47, there was that big singular inciting event of the rejection of the partition. Now, there were other things that led up to the rejection of the partition, but that was the big moment where the native Arab population was like, fuck this, we're kicking these people the fuck out. And they had the support of the surrounding neighbors to do it as well. But there are obviously...
Hundreds of thousands of people showing up is definitely an incitement.
Yeah, but it's not a specific event. The Aliyah didn't happen in one day.
It's quite a specific event.
It's when you're... I don't know, I'm sorry, I forgot what words we're using. It was immigration over the period of decades.
Yes, over a period of 20 years.
Yes.
Largely in the 1930s, accelerating it, but the dynamics in play during the 1920s set up all the rest of this. Without understanding kibush havodah and the actual Zionist policies towards Palestinians, you'll never understand why they're angry. To you, they're just irrational. They hate Jews. They just want to stab people.
Sure.
And there's
this
no.
This is again the pro-Palestinian apologia is inventing things I've never said. I've said in this own conversation 1,000,000 times. I've said to you exactly that I understand why the Arabs would fight. Makes sense completely. I've never said the fantastic, delusional, crazy, like anti-Jewish, whatever the fuck exists in your mind. Whatever you just said, I've never said that before. You're boxing shadows right now.
Okay, cool. So all the discussions there about how the Palestinians turned down partitions, that's where the problem is, and that's what justified the ethnic cleansing or whatever you want to call it.
I've never said any of that either. I just said that was the inciting event to it.
You literally said that they turned down the partition, and that's what it pushed. Why it pushed the Zionists to attack and seize all of it.
Yes.
Okay, that's nonsense, and it's just what I said.
It's not nonsense. If a man walks in and his wife is cheating on him, and that's why he kills her, that doesn't mean you're justifying morally why he kills his wife. You're just explaining causally what's happening.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's inverting causality entirely.
How can you invert causality temporally? Did it in the future? Were they borrowing from future dates?
Okay, so does 1910 occur before 1936? Basic question.
Well, I'm not sure. Now I have to ask you academically, how do you define the year 1910? Are we using the same calendar? My layman understanding would be that 1910 comes before anything 1930X. That'd be my guess, but I'm only have like a little bit of a math background, so I could be wrong on that.
That I'm describing.
What?
Ergo, causality applies in the way I'm describing. If you can see events building across the 90s, the aughts, the teens, the 20s, the 30s, all pointing in a particular direction, if you can see all the arguments made, the steps made all along the way, you can see where this is going.
Yes, but when you're talking about inciting moments, maybe you should remember what you read. When you're talking about inciting moments, you usually don't broadly refer back to everything that happened before. If somebody says, why did the United States invade Iraq to depose Saddam Hussein? I wouldn't say, well, World War II. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, why would you say in that case?
I'm going to be totally honest. I don't have any fucking idea. I know why we went into Afghanistan. I don't know why. I have no idea what the actual reason was. Maybe Saddam Hussein was seen as an unstable leader or somebody that wasn't popular or carrying U.S. interests enough. I don't know what the internal. I know that they sold the idea of chemical weapons, but I actually
back 20 years.
What?
I think the reasons do go back more than 20 years.
What, to the first Gulf War?
So,
or
well before that point.
Sure, but whatever would exist before, we didn't depose him in 91 in the first Gulf War. So it seems weird that we would
because the people leading the government at the time weren't quite that stupid and didn't think they could get away with it.
Sure, but I don't know what the justification.
We handed Iran an ally. I mean, and that was understood when in the Gulf crisis in '90 and in the lead up to 2003. So during 2002, in both cases, historians went and presented their pitches. Some of my colleagues actually went for the ones in 2002 and were there presenting their points.
Hold on, I'm curious. What do you think what was the U.S.'s internal?
In 1990,
I don't care.
They listened.
Oh my God.
That's the difference between 91 and
so in
03.
2001, what was the internal conversation of the U.S. government for what do you think the U.S. justification was for going to war in Iraq?
There was nothing in 2001 to justify going to war with Iraq. There never was. It had anything to do with 2001.
I'm asking why. Why did it happen then?
The why is so that Junior could finish Daddy's work.
Okay, you have no fucking idea then. My bad. Jesus Christ, what a stupid question for me to ask. No, it's fucking. It's a stupid answer. Never mind. I don't know why I thought there was one there.
So the stupid answer, the whole shelf on Iraqi history.
No, it's all good. I'm good.
Answer.
I shouldn't have asked. My bad. That was my mistake.
You're good. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Because I mean, I can't help you find some balls. Honestly, I mean that might help though.
Okay.
It might really help if you're going to face reality and actually look at what the scholarship says, what documents say. If you need to hold an ideological position, which you're always accusing me of, and I'm not pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, pro anything. I think all the governments are fucked. I think that people are stupid everywhere, and I want all human beings to get along.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you have more weight on one side than the other. If I were to ask you who's more evil, Hamas or the IDF, are you going to say they're both the same levels of evil?
There can be justifications for things. If someone comes in and breaks in, and as a generality, breaks into your house and does something, I'm not going to sit here and play like, well, let's go the back and forth. There are sometimes clear answers of these people were in a position where they didn't do anything to the Jewish population migrating in, and then were taking the land. My grandmother didn't do anything for her family to be killed. My grandmother didn't do anything to take her land away. My grandmother didn't do anything. So this ideology of like, well, no, they're both perfectly equal. No, sometimes there could be groups, like you said, of cause and effect of, hey, they want to come in here and do something, but that doesn't put it on the Palestinians. So when someone else does something to Jewish people, that doesn't make it the Palestinians' problem to fuck them over.
I've never said it was.
So then can you clearly say that the Palestinians got fucked over for something they didn't do from Jewish people who got fucked over from someone else? So the Palestinians, when it comes to the Jewish people and the Palestinians were in a position of, we didn't do anything, yet we're losing something.
Yes.
And the Jewish
Welcome
people
to history. Yeah, a lot of people get fucked over for shitty reasons. I've never denied that. That's why I've said, like, for the 27th time, I can understand why they would fight back. Yeah.
So who do you think is wrong in that early scenario of being like, hey,
the same thing I told you in the beginning. I don't know if I would say one side is wrong. You've got competing interests here with valid justifications on both sides. The British promised the Jews, and the Jews secured that promise from the Brits that they would be able to build and buy in this land.
The history of 1920, they were migrating there before.
Nobody gives a fuck about the migration from before under the Ottoman Empire. Nobody cares about that. It's not relevant to anything. That wasn't going to create a new nation. The big deal was when Britain got control of the country.
It created the conflict.
What literally created the conflict?
This is why you shouldn't be having
wait,
these
wait, I'm sorry. What literally? Hold on. You think that without okay? You think that? Do you think that the Israeli state, nation, country, whatever word you want to use, you think that would have come into existence if the Ottoman Empire had still existed, if it hadn't collapsed?
It wouldn't have happened if the migration didn't start from Theodore Herzl 1880 to 1910. That you're talking about these massive increases that they already had plans to come in. You're acting as if when 1920 happened, they randomly go, everyone down to move to Palestine? Yeah. Then why did they randomly move to Palestine at that exact time?
They didn't, it was after they had the Balfour Declaration. That's when way more fucking money started to pour, and that's when the society organization got way more extreme.
Did all of the Jewish people, populations from all different areas of Europe, start all coming into Palestine?
I'm pretty sure it was after the Balfour Declarations when you started to see way more people. Prior to that, it was like people from like Eastern Russia and shit. The first and second Aliyah weren't like...
Why did it increase 400% out of nowhere from 1880 to 1810?
So I think at the time, I think the Russian Empire started to crack down on anti-atheist people or people that weren't atheists or something, and that's why a bunch of people started...
How did they all randomly go, we're all thinking Palestine.
They didn't randomly do it. I think Zionist organizations were like, yeah, I think that like Palestine might be the place you want to go, so they kind of went there, but they didn't have much financial support, and they didn't really accomplish much.
There, they had plans to go. You're literally baiting and going, they kind of just randomly went there. No, that was
You just asked me if it was random, and I said it wasn't random. What language did you get your master's degrees in? You said you had 2 of them. What subjects?
You just said, yeah, I think they kind of like randomly went there.
I didn't say random at all. Why would they all randomly show up in the same place? That's not how random works.
Where was that headed? Let's use logic, right? Where was
it headed? Well, it depends. Historically, where it ended up going was the formation of
not where historically
you're acting like the Jews in the 1880s knew that they were going to get the Balfour Declaration or knew that Israel was going to exist as a state. None of this was known 100%. That was the goal.
They didn't need it. They were going there in the first place.
You asked a simple question, and my answer is one word: yes. If the Ottoman Empire had not collapsed and the British had never stepped in, Israel would still exist.
You're okay. All right.
Where do you think that? What do you think logically was going to happen?
The same reason Romania exists, the same reason Bulgaria exists, the same reason Serbia exists.
Yep.
Nationalist movements active on the ground would have achieved their goals.
The Ottomans would have just had hundreds of thousands of Jews coming into their country, and they would have started a state. They would have had no way to stop it. It would be like, oh well, fuck me. Okay.
It would have, if you understand Ottoman history well enough and the situation at the time, yes.
Okay.
There's no way they would have ever prevented it. Palestinians couldn't have prevented it, nor could the Ottomans. Without the British, it still would have happened. It would have taken a little longer. It still would have happened. No Holocaust, no World War I.
Hold on. Just to touch on this. You even said they were obviously fine with 400% increase. Why were they fine with that, Destiny?
I don't know if I said they were fine with it. I just said it didn't lead to as much conflict.
No, so what did the Ottomans do when there was an increase from 1880 to 1910? What did the Ottomans do?
I don't know, but prior to 1850, I think there were no Jews allowed, and then I think in the early 1900s, after 1850, they reformed who could buy land.
What do you mean there's no Jews allowed? Hold on.
But prior to 1850, I'm pretty sure foreign Jews weren't allowed to buy land from the Ottoman Empire. I think that was one of the reformations they did in 1850.
Land could not be owned anywhere in the empire. No one owned land before 1958. No
one. They
migrate
there? Yes.
I mean, between 1858, right?
Before 1858,
yes.
No one owned land.
Okay, I don't think they allowed people.
Land code, foreign land purchases were legalized.
For what?
So the first time private property rights existed, as of the Ottoman land reforms, people could buy land from the outside, and Zionists began the process.
There were times between the 50s and
what Dom was getting to is the Ottomans actually responded by limiting sales, by trying to stop.
Did the Ottoman Empire ever specifically limit sales of land or try to limit sales of land to Jewish people?
To Zionists, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was referring to. Okay. It might not have been prior to 1950. Maybe it was out after 1850. But they tried to do that. Jews bought stuff and they moved in.
No one could buy land at all before that point.
Okay, that's fine.
And the point is, that's very clearly. Yeah, go.
So they started to move in, but I don't think it was enough to where the Ottoman Empire seemed to care that much. But that's
sure.
I don't remember.
Think it was headed? Do you think that the Zionists had a cutoff? They were like, all right, 50,000, we're all good. Where do you think it was naturally headed? Because what was going to naturally happen?
You're saying naturally headed because you're looking historically as though it's the only thing that could have happened, which is a privilege that we have in 2024. Where was it headed? The goal was for Jews to control probably a decent chunk of the entire Levant. That'd be my guess.
Obvious at the time.
You're dead wrong. You're utterly clueless. If you truly believe that it was a foregone conclusion that Israel would have existed as a state in the late 1800s. In the year 1900, they didn't even know there was going to be a world war. But you're trying to imagine that
I said it would have taken longer.
You don't know.
So you just lied about what I said. I said it would have taken longer.
How long?
Not happened 50 years earlier.
Okay, are the Kurdish people inevitably going to get a state? You can tell me with 100% certainty right now.
In the Ottoman Empire to that movement but before the 1890s. They were already recognizing the problem. We have Ottoman records discussing that. They already understood the problem.
Wait, let me hear that. Let me hear that. There are Ottoman records discussing that the Jews in their country are going to form their own nation state?
That Zionists were purchasing land with the specific object of disenfranchising Palestinians and taking land, was already understood and played a part in the World War I.
They tried to block that.
So they tried to stop land ownership.
Yes. So the idea that it was a foregone conclusion, what if in World War I, what if that side would have won? What if the Ottoman Empire would have been on the winning team?
People still would have kept moving in. They didn't need to own the land to do that. They owned 6% of Palestine, and they took how much? 78% in 1948. So owning land is not relevant to what they were doing.
Well,
As
because
long as they were
nobody
able
owned the land. It
physically
was
enter
by
the country.
the
And the
Palestinians.
Ottoman Empire couldn't stop that because the Ottoman
okay.
Empire wasn't controlling
When you-
migration.
sure.
Honestly, no country was before World War
When
I.
you say
So
that
people could have
the
walked in.
okay, when you say that the Zionists had 6% of the land or whatever, you acknowledge the Palestinians didn't have any of it, right? It was 0%, or 1 or 2%, or however much the individual Palestinian owners had, right?
No, it wasn't that low, but it was relatively low. Most of it was owned by absentee landowners.
Okay, all right.
But Palestinian landowners did own significant chunks of it.
What qualify that for me? Significant
Qualify
chunks
what?
is in like 70% or like 5%.
I don't remember the number, but because a lot of it's usually we don't separate between the absentees and the locals. I can try and pull the number up though for you.
Did the locals was that considered owning that land, or did they just live there for a long time? I thought after the Ottomans changed the way that they were leasing land to people, that the local people that lived there weren't considered owners of the land.
Land. Before 1858, they only had usufruct rights and no one owned land anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
There was no private property rights in the Ottoman Empire at all.
Yes.
After that point, the land was all traded off to different people, handed to people who did previously live there. So maybe they lived there for a few hundred years. Here's a deed. Now you own it.
That might be the case. I'm not aware of that. My understanding was that, especially leading into World War I, that part of the reason why the Ottoman Empire started making those sales was because the empire needed money. And part of those sales was, I don't even think they technically really sold it, but that they were leasing the land to people who would then collect rents on it and then pay an upfront fee. And then eventually the Ottoman Empire would hope to buy it back, essentially. But it was to raise money. It wasn't, they weren't just selling the land to like individual. You're telling me that individual like subsistence farmers were getting leases to own territory from the Ottoman Empire?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't understand that at all.
My bad.
The way, no, yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. The way this works, people have usufruct rights. They are farmers. They don't own the land. The Sultan owns the land. The Sultan passes reforms. The first one in 1858, then a later one that follows the next decade. Introducing private property rights into the Ottoman Empire. At that point, people are going around in the empire and they're saying, "Oh, you live here. This is the land you've been using. This is where you've been grazing your goats."
Cool. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, real quick. Let me ask you a question.
Fill out these documents. Tell me your family. Tell me blah blah blah, and then I'll give you a deed. And a lot of people.
When you say private property rights, do you mean like individual citizens, or do you just mean generally very wealthy people that were buying up large swaths of land that weren't part of the government? Because when you say private property rights, it sounds like you're saying like people could go and own a house in like 5 acres of land. Was that what was happening in the Ottoman Empire?
I thought it was a very clear statement. Before 1858, no one owned land in the Ottoman Empire. Land could not legally be owned. Land belonged to the Sultan. You could build a house and you could start grazing your goats in a particular valley, and you would achieve usufruct rights for that land for your grazing, and you would own the house. No one owned land anywhere in the Ottoman Empire.
You're past that. My question is were individual people buying land, like this is my house with 5 acres, or was the land bought by huge landowners who just happened to allow the people that live there to live on the land?
From whom? Like, I don't even answer the question. From when the Ottomans first passed the code? No one had to buy it at all.
It was like a year so we can get context. What year are you asking about it?
When you said the code, you said no one had to buy it at all. Wait, so it was what, turned over to every individual living on that land? That's what happened in 58?
They based upon usufruct rights and where houses were, they would hand over rights to the land there. A lot of Palestinian fellahin, like many others in other parts of the Arab Ottoman Empire, fell prey to land speculators who walked in and said, "Oh, they just want to draft your sons to war. They just want to tax you. Sign it over to me instead, and I'll pay the taxes." And then they started charging them rent later. It was a scam because no one understood the concept of private property. Significant chunks of land did fall. The Palestinians themselves owned more of the land than outside landowners, but outside landowners did gain a significant chunk of land by conning people who had lived on the land into signing it over to people who lived in Damascus and Istanbul. But no one had to buy it initially. After that point, people could buy and sell it because land rights exist. Ownership rights exist. Before that point, no one owned land.
Was it common that if you were a small farmer or you were part of a small village that they all go and register their land? Is that a thing that they actually went and did?
It is a thing that happened, yes. It's again many of the
why do you rephrase when I ask you a specific question? Why do you
farmer,
rephrase it to something general that you can then answer that has nothing to do with the question that I asked?
I'm trying to make it more specific because
no, you're not. You generalized it. I asked you a very specific question. I asked you, was it common that small landowners or people in villages would register their land? And you said, "Oh, well, yeah, registering land is the thing that happened." Okay, thank you. Okay.
I said it happened, but also the people on the people the farthest out from the towns you got, they were the people more likely to be conned by the outside speculators. So the further out you get from people would have any kind of education, the more illiterate peasants, the more illiterate fellaheen, they often didn't get to register it. But anybody with any remote skill, so plenty of farmers did do it. It was relatively common. A lot of Palestinians gained land. That would have been how Dominic's family got land, because no one would have had title to property before those land reforms. But many people did register the lands that they had been farming.
Sure.
Before.
So not Dominic's family, because he said they bought their land in 1920, apparently. So
we have multiple, and that's the thing I showed you, Liam. Last time we did an interview, we had all the paperwork. You pulled it up.
Yeah, I don't know when it started. Obviously, I'm just using an example. It's how many Palestinian families did gain land. But yeah, obviously people bought, sold, traded things around. Who knows? But point is, many individual farmers did gain land because they actually did what the Ottoman agents expected them to do. They turned over the census information and they signed the papers. The ones that the speculators got to first, they didn't. So it's a mix. But a lot of Palestinian landowners with previous usufruct rights gained private property rights, and most of the country was owned by Palestinians before the conflict. But either way, you made a point about whether or not this could have happened at all, and the way to do that is to look at organizational structures, how things are being planned and worked out, what they're putting into effect, how they're succeeding in those goals, what are the ideological considerations, what's involved in things. All this stuff is quite clear and building up for quite some time. Regardless of whether the Ottoman Empire had ever collapsed, the things worked out in this period would have seen a state develop in that period, in the same reason that tons of other nation states broke away from Ottoman control. It would have continued the same basic process. As long as they were able to migrate into the territory, whether they could buy land or not wouldn't have actually stopped it. So the Ottoman attempts to restrict land sales could not have prevented the creation of Israel. The Israelis were simply better organized, better led, better planned, better armed. They outplanned the Palestinians from the start in all of this.
yeah. Okay, Double Masters guy. Yeah, I agree with the last part. I've read through like 2 chapters of this A State at Any Cost. I just see Ben Gurion is worried about war. He thinks it's going to take 2 years. He seems to be really worried about war from the Arabs. I've seen attacks from Arabs. I'm trying so hard to find they were going to accept partition and then break it.
I mean, maybe don't skim a book on your Kindle while you're trying to have a conversation with people. Might be a better way to get decent reading comprehension.
Possibly. I would say that if you're a historian, it would be really nice if you could recall the material that you've read and be able to like show it in a conversation. As I'm sure if you were to publish a paper, you'd probably have annotations and footnotes and bibliographies and stuff.
Sure. If I was publishing a paper on that specific question, the fact that it's mentioned over and over and over again in Pape's work, in Morris's work, in Segev's work, in basic textbooks. It's a really basic point that the Zionists were lying in 37 and lying in 47 about partition.
Crazy that it's so basic, and I just can't find it. It's so wild.
It's literally in their own journals and diaries, like their letters. The letters exchanged between Ben Gurion and Chaim Weizmann describe what they're talking about. I have seen a lot of those documents. Do you want me to go back into archives and pull documents up for me? Cool, I'll do that. Pay me.
Do you read Hebrew and Arabic? Or Arabic? Or
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you read Hebrew or Arabic, Destiny?
French.
No?
Nope.
I've done archival research in Israel.
That's wild, then, that you can't remember a single place where this came from, then.
You're getting to a point, Destiny, where you just got caught bullshitting, and then you're just trying to argue.
What have I got caught bullshitting about? Every central claim that was made prior to the rest of showing up, you've completely walked back, to be clear.
No, because I've...
All I've asked for, the biggest central point that we've disagreed on, that I've just been reading in the meantime as we've been rambling about nations and countries and everything, I'm just trying to find evidence of this one very specific claim that the Jewish people accepted a partition that they were always going to walk away from afterwards. Because that's a pretty big claim. That's pretty important. Because if you were wrong on that point, then it would show that a lot of that early aggression that came from the Arabs was because they were never going to accept any type of Jewish state. They were always going to try to wipe Israel off the map. There was no partition that was ever acceptable to them, which I think is probably all true. But we have to have this idea, this fantasy in our head that the Jews were doing some sneaky, backstabby, accept a thing and then reject it in the future. I'm just curious if there's evidence of that. That's it.
But I think you're also the way that you're framing it is also completely different. Like when you're reading things and saying like, well, Ben Gurion, he was just worried about the Arabs, so like that's why he wanted to take 100% of it.
Well, no,
Which you
that's
admitted.
not what I said. I said that
Which would be weird, given he said it long before that point.
I said that the big move from the Zionist groups towards partition started to happen after the huge upticks in Arab violence. That was the big thing, that when there's that quote that like partition is impossible. I don't remember if that comes from Weizmann or from Ben Gurion. Like that it was in response to all of the Arab aggression. That's what happened. It wasn't
do you think that pre-Arab aggression that there were plans to take 100% of the land?
There were desires to. Were there plans for it?
I mean, different words. Like, what do you mean desires? They wrote it on a fucking vision board.
What is your master's in? What is your background?
Hold on, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. You brought it up. No, I'm not ad hominem. You hold on. To be clear, you were the one that brought up your credentials earlier. You said you had 2 masters. That's not an ad hominem. You just asked what your credentials were.
You've never read anything, and I'm like, what are you? Because you're trying to ad hominem. You started with.
I'm not ad hominem. I'm just curious what your educational background is. You brought up your masters. I had no idea.
I'm asking you. You literally said you've never read anything, and I'm like, well, my background, I did this. I'm Palestinian. My family's had a nonprofit.
Saying that you have a master's doesn't mean that you're read in this topic. You could have an MBA for all I fucking know, or a master's in psychology. I don't fucking know.
International relations with a focus on Middle Eastern conflict. Ana min Lebanon, wa ana min Palestine. Ana min Palestine. Ana, like, I don't understand what you're trying to argue.
Okay,
you don't speak Arabic. You don't speak Hebrew.
That's great.
You've told me you've read 1 book on the topic.
Yep. And still know more than you about it. That's crazy how that works, huh? Jesus.
Okay,
what was your question? What was your question?
I'm asking you very simply, and stop distracting and red herring. I'm asking you very simply.
Yeah.
There were aspirations. You said you changed the word, and you go, there's desires, wishes, fucking Aladdin's wish. I'm asking you very simply. Were there aspirations and goals for them to take over 100% of the land pre-1920, pre-1930?
Yeah, probably pre-1900. Yes.
Okay. Now, have you read works on what they were doing to accomplish these things? Did it look like, from a logical standpoint, that they were headed towards that? With their plans, with what they're actually doing, with their actions?
Let me explain why this question is nonsense, and then I'll try to answer it anyway. You keep saying, wasn't it obvious that this was going to happen? It's not obvious. Retrospectively, we can say, well, yeah, this is what happened. Prospectively, that was their desire. Yes, but they had a desire for that. The Ottoman Empire didn't have a desire to be on the losing side in World War I. Austria-Hungary didn't have a desire to break up. Hitler didn't have a desire to kill himself.
Russia could have nuked them all. I get it.
No, it doesn't. Nothing has to be that extreme. I'm saying that, yeah, the desire was to control a large portion. I don't know what they wanted their exact borders to be, but yeah, it was to control a pretty large portion of that area. Yeah.
Further than they want. Okay, listen. Okay, so that was pre-1910, correct?
Yeah, probably the early writings of the early Zionist people. Yeah, Herzl and stuff.
Okay, 1920. Did they have that same sentiment? And were their actions reflecting the words that their aspirations?
Yes.
Okay, so could you logically think that now we have conditions for the revolts and things like that leading into 36 and 48 and all of those, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you argue and you keep trying to, like, I don't even know what you're doing when you're trying to just switch it and go like, well, like, yeah, they just changed their mind, and you're surprised that they're.
I never said they. What did I say? What did I say? I never said they just changed their mind. What did I say?
You said based on external pressures.
There you
or
go.
their.
Yes.
Sure, but
that's not just changing your mind. It's in response to external things.
We all logically can understand people change their mind for reasons. You're trying to what? Yeah. What's the point of that argument? Great, we all get that.
Okay.
But I'm saying that you're now arguing. You're going, no, they were fine with their partition plan.
Yes.
And there's no evidence to suggest that they wanted more after that.
Well, I mean, no, they always, of course, they wanted more, but I think they would have accepted the partition plan if the surrounding states would have accepted it.
And then they would have never pushed on further.
Assuming they didn't have good provocation to, that would be my guess. Yes.
Can I read a paragraph to you?
Sure. Which book?
Pape. You mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now we're making a genetic fallacy?
No, he's just like the worst of the new scholars. But give me the quote. We can look at what he's referencing at least. So go ahead.
I mean, yeah. So let's see.
Is this the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, or which book is this?
Yeah, it's in the beginning of that one.
Okay, go ahead.
When the British offered the Jewish community a state in 1937, but over a much smaller portion of Palestine than they had in mind, Ben Gurion accepted the proposal as a good start, but he aspired to Jewish sovereignty over as much of Palestine as possible. He then swayed the Zionist leadership into accepting both his supreme authority and the fundamental notion that future statehood meant absolute Jewish domination. How to achieve such a purely Jewish state was also discussed under his guidance around 1937. two magic words now emerged: force and opportunity. The Jewish state could only be won by force, but one had to wait for the opportune historical moment to come along in order to be able to deal militarily with the demographic reality on the ground. This again is why you look at plans, discussions, cabinet meetings, meetings for cabinet minutes inside the yeshuv, the letters and journals.
I'm so sorry. Do you understand that what you just read completely? Thank you so much for reading that, for validating every single thing I just said. Thank you. Okay. So Pape says, how to achieve such. Hold on. No. Let's read. Let's just read. I just want to read what you linked.
They were not willing to accept partition, which directly contradicts what you said before. You said that they were willing to accept partition. This just said they weren't, and that Ben Gurion said that they weren't. And I've read.
What were the two magic words? What were the two magic words? What were they?
Force, that they would take it. Force,
and
take it by force.
Yep.
And when the opportunity arises.
And what was the opportunity?
Which World War II and its shifting in global opinion helps.
No. The opportunity was the Arab rejection of the Palestinians' partition plan. That was the opportunity.
No, it's not. And even there, that would make no possible sense at all, because they already wanted all of it as of the 1890s.
But they needed opportunity. That was the second thing. That's my entire. That is my entire thing. Thank you.
The whole time, which is what I just said a moment ago.
Thank you.
So the only reason
Thank you, Pape. You saved me. Yes. Don't ever let him see this comment. He's gonna hate his life. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. We don't have any quotes of him saying that, like, I'm going to accept partition and, like, backstab anything, right? It was that what I just said that, and I said this to Dominic before you showed up. I said that, like, I think that Israel will seize opportunities to take land, but
sovereignty over the rest. And then again, see how this develops by the time you get to the Biltmore Plan, because it took a few years to seize control of the Zionist movement. As of the Biltmore Plan, 100% was stated. So much so that many Zionists walked out and formed different organizations because they rejected his arguments. But it's long, long before this point. And again, somebody rejecting dividing up their home to people who just moved in, obviously they're going to. If that's your basis for it, then all forms of imperialism, genocide, and ethnic cleansing are fine. It puts you on a really weird moral standing.
Yeah, it's not like we're talking about different people here, completely different people. Right here, Ben Gurion, right? The acceptance of a partition does not commit us to renounce Transjordan. One does not demand from anybody to give up his vision. We shall accept a state in the boundaries fixed today, but the boundaries of Zionist aspirations are the concern of the Jewish people, and no external factors will be able to limit them.
Wait, what is this? Who is this from?
Ben Gurion.
From what year?
This one's 1937 speech. There's a bunch more even later, but I'm just pulling up that one because that one's a very clear one.
Okay.
So the acceptance of our partition does not commit us, I'll read it again, not commit us to renounce Transjordan. One does not demand from anybody to give up his vision. We shall accept a state in the boundaries fixed today, but the boundaries of the Zionist aspiration are the concern of the Jewish people, and no external factor will be able to limit them.
Yeah, that's a speech he's giving. Yeah, to his Jewish people, because he really wants to. But they always need. But they need the opportunity. The opportunity.
Which they had.
Yeah, by the Arabs going to war. Yes.
But your thing is that
the Arabs went to war in November of 1947.
What?
Is that what you're saying? The Arabs went to war in November of 1947?
Yes, the rejection of the partition plan, and then Arab war against Israel basically gave them the opportunity, which is what he said he was waiting for.
Oh, you're saying the Arabs attacked for what reason?
But again, that's contradicting just basic histories. A lot of powers, like Egypt, held out until the very end because the Americans and other people were trying to negotiate some kind of, like, let's calm things back down here. By the time any Arab power declared war in May of 1948, 6 months had gone by in which 200,000 people had been forced over the border and into their countries, which is itself an act of war. If I force my population over the border into Mexico, it's a declaration of war against Mexico. It violates Mexican sovereignty. What do you think all the fucking people pushing to Transjordan and pushing to Lebanon and pushing to Egypt were? An act of war. Long before any Arab power declared war.
Because war was already happening. Civil war was already erupting across the entire land because the Palestinians were going to war with the Jews after the rejection of the partition plan. That is exactly what happened.
And Zionists, by default, declared war against Arab states.
No, they didn't declare war against. What are you talking about? No. Reading from Pope's book again. Leading Zionist figures not air those books and those views in public, but confided their thoughts only to their close associates or entered them into their diaries. One of them, Yosef Weitz, wrote in 1940, "It is our right to transfer the Arabs, and the Arabs should go." Ben Gurion himself, writing to his son in 1937, appeared convinced that this was the only course of action open to Zionism. The Arabs will have to go, but one needs an opportune moment for making it happen, such as war. The opportune moment came in 1948.
No, it began in 1947 when they began
I'm sorry. You might
expelling
disagree.
people.
I'm sorry. I was reading from Pape there, from the same book that you quoted. My bad if you disagree with him sometimes when he agrees with you.
You're
My bad.
quoting something that just states what the opportunity was.
Yes.
Now he's explaining that it didn't just start in 1948. They were expelling Palestinians in 1947.
It's because the war had already started. No, it wasn't in small. There was a whole civil war that erupted after the rejection of the partition plan.
Well,
A war they started. A war they started because the partition plan in the General Assembly gave them an opportunity.
Hold on, wait. Let me just be clear. You're saying that in 47, Jews started the war because they accepted the partition plan?
I'm saying they started shooting to take land that was not granted them by the partition plan. A partition plan, mind you, which never went into effect and had no legal force anyway. It was a General Assembly vote of principle that was meant to lead to later negotiations. Just basic fucking political science. General Assembly votes are not binding law on anybody. Only Security Council votes are.
Sure. Not even all Security Council votes are. But
discuss whether or
that's
not
fine.
the principle of partition was acceptable to the international community, pursuant then to negotiations to figure out how that would happen.
Who initiated the fighting? Yeah.
Who I just told you.
No. So wait.
Zionists who chose that they would never be kept out of Jerusalem. The partition plan put Jerusalem in.
Okay. Can you show me that? Can you show me where do you see this idea that, because I've always read that after the 47 war, or after the 47 rejection of the partition plan, it was mainly Arab violence that was happening towards the Jewish people. That's why in the beginning stages of that war, the Jews were definitely on the back foot and were not doing as well in that war until they started to ship and worship. What?
It's very basic textbook stuff. The push up to Jerusalem and the push into the northern Galilee took territory that was not granted them in the UN partition plan. That was the point. Tensions were rising throughout that period, and they were pushing people out because they did not want that land. And negotiations, again, never happened. There was no process to take it beyond that statement of principles in the General Assembly, and Palestinians were never even invited into the discussions. No partition actually went into effect or was produced legally at all. The idea came out. Arabs and Muslims said fuck no. Zionists said fuck no, and everyone.
No, don't say Zionists said fuck no, because Zionists agreed. Israel agreed to the partition plan. The Arabs rejected it, and after they rejected it, they began engaging in violence against the Jewish people because they were super ass mad. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Cool. Yeah. So then attacks right away in 1947 by Zionist paramilitaries on Palestinians suggest that they accepted the partition plan. That's brilliant.
That was in response to Arabs that were starting to ambush buses and stuff.
The Germans totally accepted the principle of peace with Poland permanently as the Wehrmacht rolled into Poland. We accept peace with Poland forever. That's what you're saying. You can't say I accept partition and then send a militia into a village and shoot people. That's not how that works.
What do you think was the first big attack after the partition plan, after Resolution 181? Do you think it was by Arabs or Jews? Don't you think this would be important to know if you staked out such an unbelievably strong position on it? You said it was paramilitaries. Which one? Did the Irgun? Did the Leahy? Who went in and started murdering Arabs for no reason? Who were the first attacks?
And attacks by Palestinians happened. I'm well aware of them. I literally teach them every year. What I'm not interested in is a bunch of high school gish-galloping bullshit.
Okay. All right.
I mean, your approach to this rhetorically is weaker than fucking Ben Shapiro.
No, the approach rhetorically is only weak because both of you just screaming me the whole time. But it pushed for facts. It's just crazy. There's so much education in this room. 2 masters and a PhD and not a single fucking source on any claim. What the fuck do you guys do in school all day? I thought this is what you wrote papers on. It's unbelievable. You don't take notes. You don't have annotations. You don't have papers. You don't have a single fucking. That's insane to me. That's wild to me. That's so wild to me. It's so depressing.
Not a single source. Not a single source. Oh. Hello.
A book is not a source. Is that what you do? I'm sorry. Are you David Irving now? What you just cite an entire fucking book and that's your source for a thing? That's insane to me.
You did that earlier and now you're bullshit.
I'm not a historian. I'm a YouTube retard. I've got notes on a fucking file. I put you to books that I've read. You guys are the ones with 2 masters and the PhD. That's why I'm asking for the source for the information.
They say if you look, you are telling me that you will not accept what historians understand of the text. You are completely ignoring my summary of the text. So what can I do? I can give you the text. You can either read the book, listen to me, or do the primary research yourself. Those are your three
Give
choices.
me one passage that's going to prove your entire point. And this is this reductionary view of how history works, of like, read me one passage that proves me all wrong. And then we tell you, hey, you should probably read a
It's not a reductionist view. It's like the perfect summation of why academia has fallen out of public favor so much. It's because you have no idea how to communicate a point to any person that doesn't already agree with you. And I say academia, but it's not even academia, because if you were writing a paper and you were arguing something to somebody else, you would have these annotations. You would have these citations. You would do the bibliography. You would know the points of major contention.
This is not a scientific study. This is literally hundreds of years.
Are already proven. This isn't a paper, and these things are already fucking proven. That documents are already published. You can read them. You can listen to a historian.
You're not pointing me to any documents. You're saying read a whole book. It's got to have it.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't dance to your tunes. Maybe if you want to pay me to pull out citations, I'll write you a paper. Pay me for my fucking time. You want to pay me for my time and expertise? Cool, I'll do it.
You're already getting paid. Aren't you a PhD? You get paid by the university to do this research. What the fuck?
Jesse, but then let's just make a deal then. If he pulls out the citations, let's bet money on it. I'll put 10 grand on the line. We'll bet money on it. And you put 10 grand. Whoever loses, we give him the money. On the
no, I'm not putting. No, why the fuck? Why the fuck would I put money on the line? Because I'm not even the one that's staking the stronger claim here. You guys are the ones that have brought up your educational background.
Unequivocally, you're denying it. If you said, I'm not really sure about that, I'll read more into it, that's a different claim. You're denying it unequivocally. Put 10 grand down on the line.
I said I've never seen that claim given before.
So then you should withhold judgment on this topic until you fucking read.
That's not how it works. I don't have to read first of all, I've already read more than you on this topic, number one. Number two, I don't have to read every single book that's ever been written here. That's not an ad hominem. An ad hominem is when I attack your character to deny your argument. I'm attacking your knowledge foundation to address your lack of knowledge. That's not an ad hominem attack, okay? Go get your money back for your degree. That's an ad hominem attack, okay? You can't tell me to read every single book to disprove a claim that you make. That's unbelievable.
That's an ad hominem attack, but okay.
That's unbelievable. You should be able to give me here, read this. Look at this chapter. Look at this paragraph and read this.
But we're literally saying, here's multiple books. Read them through so you can understand the context of all of it. And you're like, no.
Okay.
But I'm saying, let's make it easy. Let's put 10 grand down on the line each. I'll put 100 grand. I'll put 100 grand. We'll get a lawyer. We'll put it in an escrow. We'll do 100 grand. Are you down?
Yeah, if you give me 100, if you give me 50 to 1, I'll do it, since you're so confident, okay? I'll do 2 grand against your 100 grand. 50 to 1. You're very confident. You sound like you're so confident about your idea.
Now you're switching it because you're scared. Why
I'm not switching it because I'm scared. You're posturing. This is an academic question. Why the fuck are we putting money on this? If you got 100 grand to throw around, why don't you go donate it to fucking UNRWA or some shit? Do something with your money. Help your people, okay? Jesus.
Then would your logic be to withhold judgment on the topic until you actually read that, especially this particular point of it?
Oh, this isn't all these fucking books. I mean, this is the stuff I've been saying is just standard boilerplate.
I can't believe an academic is using Reddit arguments. I can't believe this. I would have killed myself. You're an academic. Cite something. That's your fucking job. Your job is not to say read a lot of books. Any random retard on YouTube can do that. You're an embarrassment. Holy shit.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
He not only pulled out books and read passages, he's also shown multiple books.
That's not a thing. Are we 9 years old? Look at my phone. It's in the internet somewhere. That's not an argument.
Hold on, but you just did that earlier.
You know what? You're right. Hold on. 1 second.
Hold on. You just did that earlier and did that.
Yes.
This is a contradiction of saying, oh, are you 9 years old? And then when we point him out, he goes, well, I'm just a YouTuber, so I'm allowed to do that.
Actually, I've got counter arguments. These are my books. I disagree. I counter your arguments. There you go. Read all of these and then come back and argue with me, okay? There. Boom. I win.
Hold on. He read a passage. I read a quote.
Your passage agreed with me. So now I've got 2 books. I go grab more if you want. We can pull all my books out, okay, if you want. Okay, so you go read your... Yo, it did. It agreed with me. It said that Jews... My initial position was that Jewish people wouldn't be able to expand their territory without the opportunity. And that opportunity was Arab aggression. And that's what happened. And that's why the passage he read from Pompey, who's going to be the historian most likely to agree with him, said that they waited for 2 opportunities.
See, this is the misinterpretation that happened. It said opportunity and it stopped there. You then jumped and made the assumption of the revolt and saying that's why.
I did. I continued reading in the same book. I'm literally looking at the cleansing of Palestine. It's easy. I could read words in English. I know I only know 1 language here, so it puts me at a disadvantage, but English I've got down pretty well.
Apparently not. I mean, I'm going to obviously disagree because you said something was directly false and contradicted by the passage I read, and then you beat your chest and said it defended you. So
because it did. Because it showed that they
you're-
needed the opportunity, and it couldn't just
You
randomly.
said opportunity. We're not disagreeing with the opportunity. What was the opportunity? And then you're just going, it was the Arab aggression with no citations for that, no action. And we're trying to say, no, there's actually more to it right now.
Settler colonization is fucking aggression by definition, by any standard of international law. Coming in and taking land is a form of aggression. Well, what do you think the fucking settlers going into Deadwood in the Dakotas were doing? They were violating treaties signed with the Lakota.
We're not asking the question of whether or not settlers moving in is aggression. That's not what we're discussing.
It's aggression. It is literally aggression.
Who started the aggression? And who started the aggression?
Existed. So again, it's either incompetence or dishonesty. That's all I've got at this point. I've lost all interest in this.
Like, that's why I'm saying I'm confused.
And then also, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, I am learning from this. Okay, thank you. Even through recommending Popey's book. So you kept saying were the Palestinians part of those negotiations, and you said that was a bad thing, right? That they weren't part of the negotiations. Is that what you said?
No one ever intended to create a Palestinian state.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me ask the question. Jeez, are we having communication problems here? Did you say earlier that the Palestinians weren't part of the negotiations? Was the implication that they were kept out?
Yes.
Okay, so when Pape says the Arab League, the regional inter-Arab organization, and the Arab Higher Committee, the embryonic Palestinian government, decided to boycott the negotiations with UN Scott prior to the UN resolution, it did not take part in the deliberations on how best to implement it after November 1947. What did he mean when he said that?
Because if you read the whole book, he actually clarifies exactly that point and argues that and lays out what the Palestinian position was saying. We want to slow this process down and have an actual process discussing why we should partition this land in the first place. What is the basis of partition? They were told accept partition as a fait accompli, and they said no. That's what the part you just read. This is what happens when you pull tiny pieces completely out of context. You end up sounding like an idiot.
That's what's happening.
They were told accept partition right away, and that's that. And they said no. Let's talk about why this would make sense. And then they could have made a point, made pitches for like
crazy that you didn't say this earlier instead. Well, they didn't participate because they thought the negotiations were unfair. Notice how you become far more nuanced now when you've introduced a little bit more material. Curious how that happens.
Here's how what happens.
How you've moderated your position now. Because initially, the implication was that the UN cut them out of negotiations, and now you said, well, they thought the negotiations were unfair, so they didn't want to participate. Interesting how that happened.
Exactly the same position.
That's not the same position. Those two things are materially different things, substantially different things.
If someone tells you from the start that we do not want to discuss your argument at all, what's your answer? Show up anyway?
That's fine. Then say that. They didn't partake because they didn't want to be involved. They didn't think it was a fair conversation, not because they were kept out.
Right now. You're not being but why didn't they want to partake?
Because they wouldn't have accepted any Jewish state there. They didn't want any Jewish state. That's why. Yes, that is why.
It's the opposite.
No, they wouldn't have accepted any Jewish. Hold on. Wait. So your position is you think that the Arabs there would have accepted a Jewish state?
Dominic, on that
they're not going to answer. Thank you. Okay.
They don't want a Jewish state. Why the fuck would anyone
accept a
state? What they wanted was a Palestine that would have Jews in it. No shit. Of course they didn't want a Jewish state. Of course they didn't want massive ethnic cleansing. The Jews and Palestinians were all completely mixed up in every single area, even in the coast strip where Zionists made up a majority. Even there, huge numbers of Palestinians lived among them. There was no way to divide the land up without massive humanitarian issues. So finding some way for the populations to live together is the reasonable approach. So of course they turned down the idea of a Jewish state. You are presuming this idea of nationalism and an exclusive state is somehow obvious to everyone and people should be able to surrender their homes to it. Of course not. If that's the argument, the argument is like accept partition or don't show up. Of course they said fuck off. They weren't invited to actually discuss the situation.
And then Lona, real quick, I got 10 more minutes, but sorry, go on.
Okay, hi. Do I need to show you which books I've read before I start, or will I just start talking?
Let's go. Just jump into it.
Okay. I feel like when it comes to the word of aggression, I feel like there's a really good quote from Ben Gurion sometime in the 50s when they're talking about who aggressed first. I think Ben Gurion basically says, yes, we do get attacked. We're surrounded by people who want the Jewish state destroyed and would probably kill a lot of us once they did that, etc. So they attack and we defend ourselves. But that's only half the argument, he says. The other half is that we aggressed on them because out of nowhere, and to them in 1917, a foreign imperial power said, we're going to take this land, which is 90% Arab, and we're going to carve a Jewish state out of it. So that's kind of why the interpretation of aggression is that even though turning up to someone's settlement with a gun and shooting people or stabbing people is aggressive in a more obvious sense, but the act of immigration and going there and buying land and cutting yourself off from the rest of society and excluding people and occasionally evicting people is also aggressive. So it kind of goes both ways. But I feel like we both agree on that to a degree. Even Destiny seems to say that it's understandable why Arabs fought. But I'm just confused that some of the two particular claims, there are a lot more, but the idea that the Zionists were in their meetings planning on betraying the 47 partition plan, even if it was accepted by both sides. And also this idea that Jews were equally aggressive to the Arabs militarily in the beginning of the 47-48 war. I feel like neither of these claims are like plausible.
Well, the first one was the Ben Gurion quote that I read, which he basically stated, and this was earlier on, so the professor can talk a little bit something closer to it, where he stated that they will accept a partition in the state given, but that their aspirations for a larger Zionist state would continue and nothing would stop that.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking. You're talking about in reference to the 37 partition plan, where they say it does sound pretty insincere. Like they don't really.
Which is not even that too. Yeah, okay. And there's multiple.
But the problem is,
all the way
I know what you're saying, but the problem is that as far as I've read, I don't think I've ever seen the same deliberations being made in the 47 partition plan. These are different partition plans. In 36-37, they're offered 20% of the land. In 47-48, they're offered 55% of the land. And that's why applying a 37 quote to 47 is fairly unfair, because I don't see why you would do that. They were offered different solutions. But
it didn't matter, because he said regardless of the solution, we don't care if we get 90%. We want 100. He said that multiple times. You can't say like, well, that was an old quote. He's a changed man. He said very clearly.
I'm not talking about.
Sure. Also, wait. Also, just as a real quick in response to that, okay? Because now I'm reading. Now we've got Pape's book open, so I'll read this from a chapter later. Okay. It is clear, therefore, that the rejection or acceptance of the plan by the Palestinians would not have changed Ben Gurion's assessment of the plan's deficiencies, where he was concerned because they wanted more land. For him and his friends at the top of the Zionist hierarchy, a valid Jewish state meant a state that stretched over most of Palestine and allowed for no more than a tiny number of Palestinians, if any at all, to be included. Similarly, Ben Gurion was unfazed by the resolution's call that Jerusalem be turned into an international city. He was determined to make that entire city his Jewish capital. That in the end he failed to do so was only because of complications and disagreements arising in the Jordanian Jewish negotiations over the future of the country and the city, of which more is said later. So it looks like negotiations and other people's plans can actually put a halt on Jewish plans. And I'm quoting from your book here.
No one's saying it's not going to stop it for a couple of years.
No, that is what you... No, stop. That is what you said. You said that exactly. You said that nothing was going to stop it over and over and over and over again. Yeah. That's what you said.
Hold on. You're arguing semantics. Do you think that someone can say, you know what, as of right now, we're going to take a break on that? And that means that they're going to stop it forever.
The problem is you're making it sound like the plan from the Zionists was to accept the partition plan and then go to war and invade anyway, regardless of what the Arab leaders did.
Not just war. It could be come in many different ways.
Exactly what they said.
Are you saying regardless of what the Arabs did? So if the Arabs accept the partition plan, you think the Zionists would have invaded anyway?
I'll let him answer.
Yes.
You have no source for that, to be clear, because Pape, again, in this one book, the expected...
Let him finish.
I've read a bunch of the books you mentioned. I've read Birth, I've got Righteous Victims. Even in the
Loner, I just want to hear his response.
In the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, that is not there. There is no Zionist meetings in 47 saying that if the Arabs accept the partition plan, we'll invade them anyway. They never said that.
I want to hear the response.
Actually, in one of the books you mentioned, it does describe exactly that. And actually, Pape continues that in his Biggest Prison on Earth with a lot of the later stuff there. This is something that every Israeli government actually accepted. Ben Gurion himself stayed a territorial maximalist until just before the 67 war. And then he tried to calm people down. Up until that point, he was actually tried several times to get the cabinet to approve a straight-up invasion. And in fact, they did that by signing up into an alliance with Britain and France in the Suez Crisis, with the understanding that they would be able to seize more land in Palestine in exchange for what they did. And it started on their way into the Sinai Peninsula. They committed some massacres in the Gaza Strip and killing a bunch of Egyptian soldiers as well as Palestinians. The goal
I'm just saying saying
taking
if
over
you
in the 1950s was to get all the rest of it. They were prevented from taking the West Bank and Gaza in 48. They had to negotiate there. The plan was there always to go back. Whether you can do something all at once or not is not the point here. And again, just okay, so very first scholarly article I find, pulling up these terms here in the abstract here, the UN partition plan divided Palestine into Jewish and Arab states with Jerusalem designated an international city. Second sentence, the Zionist leaders accepted, in quotes, the plan, but only as a temporary tactic until Israel could later expand and take over all of historical Palestine.
And what was
This
the
is repeated
tactic?
over
No, but you're
and
misunderstanding. The tactic is because they knew the Arabs would always fight. And that was the most important part of Zionist expansionism, is they could always rely on Arabs to be horrible
When you're
diplomatic
telling them,
and
"Hey, I'm
military
going to take
things.
over your whole country," and then you're surprised they attack.
No, I'm
wait,
saying
wait,
that if
wait,
they
stop.
wouldn't have attacked, hold on, again, another paragraph, the expected Arab and Palestinian rejection of the plan allowed Ben Gurion and the Zionist leadership to claim that the UN plan was a dead letter the day it was accepted, apart, of course, from the clauses that recognize the legality of the Jewish state in Palestine. The goal wasn't to violate the plan, as you keep repeating over and over again. The idea was, we know the Arabs will never accept it. They're always going to fight and try to kill us. So, boom, that's the opportunity from that two parts that you mentioned
argument
earlier.
is, if they didn't attack, the Israelis would go,
that is correct.
"We're good.
Nope,
We're
that
good."
is exactly
Yeah,
correct. And that's why, hold
okay.
on. No, you rambled. That's why when Liam brought up that the Suez crisis in 56, guess what eventually turned the Israelis around? It wasn't the military prowess of the Egyptian army. It was the United States telling them to fuck off and that what they were doing was stupid. And that's why they walked back. So yes, they do respond to political pressure.
I will also
temporarily.
again, I will say, having read these books again, like every big claim in any of these books you can find in like a 2-second Google search. If you have a claim which is as big as the Zionists were planning, have actually recorded meetings, them saying, we are going to invade the Arab countries, even like the rest of Palestine, even if the partition plan is accepted, that would be easy to find in 2 or 3 seconds. There's a reason everyone always cites the 37 partition quote. It's because the 47 one is not fucking there. Next one, when you're talking about the aggression, I'm sorry, this idea about the Zionists being like the aggressors militarily in November, December, January. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going to read you a quote again, like talking about how that's just not the case at all. The Haganah were on the defensive all the way until April when they got arms from Czechoslovakia. What was happening before that? I don't think there was any like ethnic cleansings of villages in December, January, February, unless you can point me to anything. Jerusalem, you mentioned attack on Jerusalem, Liam. Yeah, the siege of Jerusalem was by the Arabs at the beginning because the fucking ALA had people irregulars being sent in. Sorry?
You literally held up a book that describes those 6 months and the ethnic cleansing of tons of villages during that period beforehand.
In February and December, January, February? No.
Before May, 200,000 people had already been pushed over in a book that you held up.
I told you that Haganah were on the defensive from December until April. The ALA, when did they enter?
You know what defensive
When did
means?
the ALA enter? When did they start moving troops in?
Defensive,
Regulars.
of course, if you're referring to like plans Beta or Gimel, or Gimel, then you're referring to the fact that they authorized themselves to go in on reprisal raids. If anybody from a village had attacked them, then they could go in and clear that village out. So this is
again. When did the ALA cross the border? When did ALA irregulars start crossing the border?
When did what?
When did ALA irregulars start crossing the border?
I don't remember the month for that.
It was January. But you earlier in this debate, people can rewind it if they want, or can clip
It
up.
also
like,
isn't-
you said that you made it sound like the aggression from the Haganah was immediately after November. No, it wasn't. They were on the defensive. The beginning
It
of that war
started
for the
in
first 4 or
November.
5 months was convoys getting attacked and the block and the roads
cities
from Tel
getting
Aviv to
completely
Jerusalem
cut off.
being
Yep.
blocked.
Yep.
So I don't know where you're getting that from. That's otherworldly. Yeah. If you want to talk about the refugee crisis starting before the actual invasion, yeah, but again, that was in the context of a civil war. It wasn't just like that didn't happen in peacetime.
That's why
I don't
it's
think any of you
irritating when the
believe that, no?
Nakba, we say like, oh, the Nakba started in 47. And it's like, well, what preceded that? And then the answer is, well, there was Jewish violence from 1920 to all of a sudden the time frames become so large whenever we're talking about Palestinian violence.
Okay, so Haganah on the defensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Al-Qisas raid.
Is this which one's Al-Qisas?
18 December 1947, authorized by Yigal Allon.
Is this the one village before like March, April? The one?
No, no, there still are attacks in January and February, but you said not before that point. So I
You said
told
that
one
they
in
were
December.
aggressing. You said that they were aggressing on
Going into
Arab
a
partition
village in
plan
the middle of the
territories.
night and blowing up houses with people inside is an act of aggression. If
You were
I blow up
talking.
a house with a family while they're asleep,
You were
how
talking about attacks on Arab territories within the Arab part of the partition plan. I think there was one. I think before either March or April, there was one village where there was an attack and people were expelled. One.
okay, no, but all right,
What do you mean? No.
no, that's not accurate.
Okay.
Destroyed, fucking annihilated.
And it's clearly not accurate according to a book that you held up.
So do you not? But
So
so
if
when
on
I'm
the
reading from the
basis-
birth
if
of the
you're arguing
Palestinian
on the
refugee
basis of the book
problem,
that
the
you held up,
Haganah
and
stayed
then
on the
defining what it
defensive.
says,
The Haganah stayed on the defensive, wishing not to annoy the British while it reorganized and armed for war. It knew that the real challenge would be posed not by the Palestinians, but by the armies of the surrounding states. Until the end of January 48, neither side had the upper hand. But in February and March, Arab ambushers inflicted major defeats on Haganah convoys along the roads, especially between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It appeared
which
the
is why I
leaders
gave
that
you an
besieged
example
Jewish
of
Jerusalem.
Haganah in December.
I'm asking you, but that seems like there's only one. We're talking about the bulk of the aggression. Do you think the Haganah were mostly on the defensive or the aggressive until April? You who was laughing, can you answer that question to me, please?
No.
They were mostly on the defensive, and it depends on how you define it. So again, according to plans Bet and Gimel, it meant that they could attack villages and expel people if someone in the village had attacked them before. So if someone had come from there and shot up a convoy, then they could attack and expel the people in that village.
If someone had attacked them before, yes.
Yes.
And again,
but
we're talking about
a person attacking you and then engaging in collective punishment against an entire village is an act of aggression.
Oh yeah, we can say that the reprisals were like an atrocity. Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But that's not the point. Is the fact that you guys have moved on from saying that the aggression from the Haganah in the 48 war just started like from November onwards after the partition plan. But no, that's not the case. They were responding to attacks from
Palestinians were
militias.
stabbing and shooting people for decades. That's never not been the case. It was always the case.
Yeah, we can find the clips from earlier
46,
afterwards if you want, but like you've completely reversed your
attacks.
position right now. But that's fine.
No, he said
I
that
think also when you said
multiple
that,
times. He said
well,
that
when you
multiple
said
times.
when you said Jerusalem was under attack from the
mischaracterized my
Jews.
position repeatedly.
Yeah, I know. You've said that multiple times, but it's fine.
Okay, so you're both happy to accept that most of the aggression, military aggression from after the partition plan was coming from the ALA and the Arabs first, right?
At least until May of 48.
No.
April. No. Okay, what is it?
Well, when you say most of the aggression,
Yes, the
Then
majority
no,
of the
that's
aggression, as in the
nonsensical.
people who were being assaulted on convoys and having the roads from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem blocked. Yeah, that was the Arabs towards the Jews,
convoys? What were the convoys doing?
Some of them were
Describe
medical,
that-
some of them were supplying military. Yeah, varied.
Yeah, moving people and equipment around to make
Some of
the
them were
claims
civilians,
that,
some of them were
make
buses.
claims of larger
Yeah.
territory than the UN was actually arguing for.
No,
Wait,
it
why
was
did they-
because
why did
right
they-
after the
wait,
partition
why
plan was
did they
rejected, the
establish
Arabs announced they were
convoys?
going to go to war. It was in preparation for the coming war because the Arab argument literally announced right after the rejection of the partition that they were going to go to war with Israel. So of course they're going to be moving arms around to defend themselves.
Also, why were
Of
those
course,
convoys
yeah.
armed? Why did they armor the convoys? Was that just an immediate thing, or was it maybe because of previous things that happened to convoys that were not armed?
No, it's because obviously
Yes, there
people
was, but
opposed to settlers taking their territory. Obviously, Palestinians were shooting at them.
Okay,
The
that's
entire
military.
fucking
That would
time.
be military aggression. Yes, but that's the point. Is you keep on
Yes.
moving towards. First of all, because you keep on playing fast and loose with. First of all, trying to act as if the aggression in the 48 war was equal on both sides from the beginning, which it absolutely wasn't from after the partition plan. But then every time you're moved into that corner, you're like, oh yeah, but they were fighting against settler colonialism. So you can say it was fine. You can say it was justified for the ALA to move in and for people to attack these Jewish convoys and to attack these Jewish buses and settlements. You can say it was justified and it's understandable. But that's a different claim from what you were making earlier.
There was obviously a civil war in Palestine. Palestinians were losing. Other Arab forces got involved and sent reinforcements, tried to help them out. They still got their asses kicked. It was obviously based on a Zionist claim to the territory and Palestinians resisting it. Obviously, Palestinians resisted it for the same reason that the Lakota should have been shooting at Americans. So, yes, obviously, Palestinians shot back. If you're using
Not
them
shot
shooting
back,
as
initiated.
No, they did not initiate any more than the Lakota initiated war against the United States.
Okay, so in 47, the only pre-violence was the Jews being there as settler colonialists then? Is that the instigation then for the violence after the rejection of the partition plan?
and seizing land and expelling people and raping people.
Not expelling,
and stabbing
raping?
people
Okay.
and everything
All right.
else.
Okay.
I mean, there's tons of violence involved in this. The colonization process was not completely free of violence, and a lot of the violence visited against Palestinians during the 36 uprising was actually carried out by Zionists as well. Haganah collaborated extensively with the Brits in that. With a double agenda. They were stealing weapons and training and whatnot for their later fight, but they were collaborating in that and working with the British colonial authority. So the Palestinians felt themselves as colonized by two people at the same time, two forces, and didn't like either of them. So of course they're going to fight back. I mean, arguing that shooting back at people who are moving into a territory with the intent of seizing it is dishonest. If they were intent on staying Palestinians and accepting Palestinian citizenship and being Palestinian, there would not have been basis for a problem, and I would be blaming the Palestinians for all of this if they fought anyway.
So it should have been an Arab majority state. So you think it should be an Arab majority state with Jews as a minority that the Jews should have accepted, right? Jewish Palestinians. That's what they'd have been. Yeah.
If the Zionist movement had accepted being Jews within Palestine, then the blame for this would be on the fault of the Palestinians if they initiated combat. The fact that we have decades of statements from Zionists claiming that they are going to expel people and seize the land, you think Palestinians weren't literate?
You think it would have been okay? So you think the solution would have been to have a single Palestinian state under the leadership of al-Husseini, because he would have been the leader?
No, obviously not. No,
a Nazi recruiter. Yeah.
No, and the Brits put him in that position anyway. No, I mean, obviously,
the Brits put him in that position, but he was popular. He was a pretty popular guy. He was the leader of he was the leader of the Arab Higher Committee. He wasn't like a nobody. They didn't just take him out of nowhere. He was a popular political figure.
Nobody, yes, but that has nothing to do with anything. Fuck him and fuck Ben Gurion.
But you understand that al-Husseini would have been the leader of the state.
No, I don't, because no
negotiation in the 39 white paper
ever existed. No one ever discussed creating a Palestinian state other than the British government, and the British government never actually proceeded to develop those plans because they were already being derailed by the late 20s.
Why did al-Husseini reject the 39 white paper, which would have been an Arab state? I think it would have given Jews a veto. 5 years of Jewish immigration. Why did he not reject? Why did he reject that?
Because there was nothing in there about creating because
the 39 white paper, they offered them an Arab state.
Relevant to my argument. I'm saying
because
if Palestinians had accepted this, they did not. If they did not, and if they fought back, and if under people like al-Husseini they had started killing Jews who were perfectly willing to live in Palestine, then all the blame would be on his side.
Yeah, but al-Husseini rejected that state. He rejected a state in 39 because he wanted the immigration to stop immediately.
He did. And he is a fuckwit who has nothing to do with the argument I just made. I just said if Palestinians, the two-letter word, if Palestinians had accepted that and the Zionists had proceeded that way, then it would be their fault.
So that's where you get that problem, though. Is like, what else could the Zionists have done?
I'm going to, if you have 50 years worth of people saying, I'm going to drive you all off your land, then you get assholes like al-Husseini in power.
Al-Husseini wasn't popular because Jews were saying, I'm going to expel you. What?
You think that people didn't form a higher committee and start resisting it because the Zionists were saying they were going to expel
because
people?
Of Balfour, because of a Jewish state, not because there were loud calls in the 1920s from Zionists saying they were going to do a mass expulsion. No.
Yes,
like you read in those quotes earlier, even
the mandate includes the Balfour Letter. It folds it into it. So it explicitly acknowledged and endorsed a nationalist movement that was claiming a right to expel everyone from their land.
That's not true. If that was the case, then in 47, Resolution 181 wouldn't have included 45% of the people living in that mandated Jewish state to be Arabs. That doesn't make any sense. If what you're saying was baked into the mandatory Balfour Declaration, then it would have been in 47, the Jewish state carved out would have been 100% Jews.
I don't think you had any idea what I just said because none of that is relevant at all to it.
You said that in 1917, the Balfour Declaration that promised the Jewish people a homeland in Palestine rolled into it the idea of mass expulsion from Arabs in whatever state would be created. And then my response to that was that what?
I said nothing even close to that. I said that the mandate, that documents about the British mandate folded in the Balfour Letter. The Balfour Letter doesn't mention a state at all. It only says a national home, which could have been accomplished by a constitutional...
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said? If I completely missed it, repeat what you just said then.
The documents forming the Palestine Mandate included the paragraph of the Balfour Letter in it.
Which it sounds like you
Balfour
said
Letter
earlier
was included in the
demanded mass transfer of Arabs.
Yeah, he added that
I
part in. That's the editorializing. Yeah.
are saying that the Zionist movement is calling for movement out of Palestinians, and the British acknowledged the Zionist movement in the structure of the mandate. The Palestinians were going to take it in only one way. Britain was trying to walk a fine line. They were trying to walk a tightrope and try to appease both sides, use the Zionists for their own cynical objectives there, and use the Palestinians for it. They were not, consciously trying to do one or the other. They were playing them off. They were using them both. But because of the way the mandate includes the Balfour Letter, includes that text in the structure of the mandate, in its legal composition, and the mandate makes Hebrew one of the official languages, despite being less than 25,000 Zionists in the entire country. Most of the Jews at the time, the other 80,000 didn't speak Hebrew. They were Arab Jews. So only 25,000, but Hebrew was a co-equal, language with it. It sent a very clear signal to Palestinians that they were going to get fucked in this process, and they got angry. I'm not saying they did anything right. I think Palestinians consistently fucked themselves with terrible leadership, terrible ideas, and an inability to organize politically.
Yeah, I think it's okay to say that they saw they were going to get fucked because they were
understand why they were angry.
Jewish.
It's very
Yeah,
easy to understand
we're
why they were
talking
angry
about-
and took back.
No, the problem
All
is
right,
that
guys, real quick.
you started by saying that while they were announcing they're going to mass expel anyone, but then we moved on to they're going to carve out a Jewish state in the area, or the national homeland. But yeah, obviously those two things are different. I don't think in 1920 there were loud calls from the Zionists that they were going to do a mass expulsion. No.
Which was the original
always
claim.
discussion of it. I mean, from at least the time of Herzl, and it's implied earlier on. It's actually implied as early as Moses Hess in
Implied.
1862.
How many times did Herzl ever mention transfer in his works publicly?
In his own works, he discussed it. He discussed it 3 times.
He discussed it in his diary about
one with a very clear
about helping the penniless. He never mentions it in the Jewish state or the other one. No, he doesn't mention it in his books. No.
Yeah, in his books, he's
passing
only
comment in his
talking
diary.
about the colonizing process. He's talking about the pioneers.
Okay, so
He's
you
not
said
really
that they were
addressing-
talking about
he's not
transfer
addressing
and expulsion.
Palestinians.
So no, he didn't say
that's
that.
I'm gonna head
No.
out.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'm heading out. It's been like 4 hours. I gotta go. But if you ever want to do this again, let's do it. Liam, you're gonna stay on. I'll put on my phone. I gotta go to dinner right now. But I'll
If
see
you
you
guys
guys.
want to talk about this kind of stuff, if you guys want to talk about this kind of stuff, and if he wants me to pull out sections from books and different things, I'm always happy to do that sort of thing. I don't mind doing it. I have relatively little patience when people call me a liar, but that's fine. I'll try to control myself if people want me for things like this, but that's up to them.
I'm having
Either
fun.
way, if you're taking off, I'll take off.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for the conversation. It's been
All
fun
right,
to
guys.
scream at each other.
All right, guys. Leonard,
Yeah.
Destiny. See you guys.
Have fun.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey.
Holy shit.
It's all right.
This is why I wanted. I was hoping that the debate between Finkelmuin and then Benny Morris, and maybe me, I guess, would look more similar-ish to me. But I feel like the thing that drives me crazy about this is I truly feel like the Arab side of history is like completely rewritten every time people discuss this, and it's so frustrating because like I think we agree on this, that there are like valid criticisms of pre-Israel and definitely post-Israel Zionist behavior, but these people operate in an entirely factually different world, and it is so fucking frustrating. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is I don't know what you call this technique in arguments, but it's when people basically use poetry, right? Like where their interpretation of every word is so loose and selective. So when we talk about the majority of the aggression from the 47 partition plan onwards came from the Arabs, like I'm clearly talking about military actions, like militias attacking locations and convoys, but it's like, but what about all the aggression of the Balfour Declaration and the settlement of the Jewish state? I'm like, okay, well, fuck me. What can we,
when people start to play fast and loose with, especially because the timelines are pretty essential. And this idea that sometimes timelines are incredibly important important. And then other timelines are like, oh, like who enacted violence in 47, first? And it's like, well, what do you mean first? Like Jews enacted violence in the 20s in this one time. And it's like, wait, why? Like the broadening and the narrowing of the time span. And then the claims that are made and extrapolated from, like, there are valid claims. I think there are even defensible claims you might be able to make from the pro-Arab side, where you say, even if the Arabs would have been partners for peace, I think that Israel still would have been a bad faith partner, that they would have attempted to instigate things. Like, I think that's probably an argument that you can make. But when you start with, well, the Arabs just, didn't have any choice but to do anything, and Israel was always going to conquer all the fucking land, and it's like, how can you possibly say this? And then this guy's a PhD historian, and he's like confidently asserting to me this massive historical counterfactual that he's saying 100% would have happened. Like, how the fuck could you possibly know that?
Yeah, that thing about the 47 partition, it's because there's no government meetings of them saying we're going to this acceptance of the partition plan is just a meme. Like, there's none of that. What do you think about that Ben Gurion thing that I mentioned at the beginning, with the idea that that they consider the Arabs the aggressors and the Jews defend themselves, but also that's only half of it, because we attack them politically, like we aggress on them politically, and they defend themselves from us.
About Ben Gurion saying that?
Yeah, 38, you said that.
My take on a lot of my take is that these are my broad feelings, okay? Is that from up until 1920, I think it feels like Jews had this kind of delusional idea that if they just started buying land and kicking people off, eventually they'd all kind of fuck off and it'd be okay. And that from 1920 to the 1930s, they were like, okay, well, there's kind of problems, but the Brits are cool with us and we'll figure this shit out, and maybe we can, I don't know, maybe we gotta kick some people out. And then past the Arab revolts and then the Brits cracking down on immigration, the Jews are like, okay, well, this is fucked, and they're all attacking us and killing us, and now it looks like we're gonna have to fight. And then the ideology of the Jews that they adopted from the 40s onwards was basically okay, listen, okay, we're going to tell the people, guys, this is what we're going to get, and keep our aspirations high, and don't worry, no external party will ever tell us this is our only borders. And internally they were like, okay, what we're going to do is we're just going to maintain our defensive posture. We're going to work well with the international community. We're going to look to the West for diplomatic and military partners, because we know that every single thing we do is going to trigger the fuck out of the Arab population here so much, they'll always give us an excuse to expand. And that's what our future expansion is going to look like. It's going to come through the lens of Arabs being unable to accept us diplomatically no matter what. So it allowed the Jews more flexibility than maybe what was honest. So when Jews accept the 47 partition plan, you could argue that if the Arabs would have said oh, us too, that the Zionist leaders might have been like, oh shit, I didn't know that was going to happen. Okay, well, fuck, now we're in a really weird spot. And they would have been in a weird spot, but they didn't. They always knew that they could plan on the Arabs rejecting every plan for peace or every partition out of hand, because they didn't want a Jewish state there ever. That's essentially, I think, how the expansion of Israel happened up through the 60s, yeah.
Yeah, because I always wonder why no one ever brings this up. I feel like it's a really good kill shot, but it's quite clear that the Zionists I don't know if they wanted a war in 47, 48.
I think they wanted a couple years, but they did eventually. Yeah, they didn't want that.
The war kind of was the opportunity for them in that way, because they, I don't know why the pro-Palestinians never bring this one up, but the original plan after the partition wasn't to just renege on it and invade anyway, but they did originally plan to not give the Arab citizenship, the ones in the Jewish state. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I think it was up until 67. I don't think they were 66. Yeah, they were even given citizenship. They said they were going to, but they lived under military law essentially, and it wasn't until right before the 6-Day War that they actually got citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was actually a cabinet meeting right after the partition plan being accepted. Was they were like, we're not going to give Arab citizenship, and the whole idea was that because we're expecting a war, if the Arabs aggress on us within the Jewish borders, we can only imprison them. Whereas if they're not citizens, we can expel them. It was literally, they were planning to they were literally preparing themselves to expel Arabs in the context of a war. But again, no one seems to bring that one up. I feel like that'd be a really good argument. I don't know.
There's a lot. There are a lot of decent arguments. Yeah, from 48 onwards, there were a lot of peaceful Arabs that tried to just walk back to the land that Israel controlled, because they were like, hey, can we just come back? And I'm pretty sure the newly formed state of Israel killed all of them. They shot. If you were trying to come back to your home that you got expelled from, they fucking shot and killed you. And a question you could ask there is, listen, these are peaceful villagers coming back. Why the fuck would you kill just ordinary people trying to come back to their villages, right? Yeah. Leading up to the 6-Day War, I'm pretty sure Dayan, I think, is even on record. Moshe Dayan is saying things like, yeah, we knew that if we went and farmed a little bit more to the north, that Syria would start shooting at our fucking tractor. So, we kind of did that, and they got really mad, and it kind of worked to like instigate, like, yeah, you can find quotes that show evidence of like Israel as having some aggressive tendencies, but you can't even, they don't know, they don't have any of this. The idea is just that Jewish people are monstrous, snaky, crazy people that were always lying about fucking everything. And the Arabs were just these poor innocent victims the entire fucking time who just wanted peaceful democracy. It's like, just like, what the fuck?
There's a really interesting Dayan quote from 50 something when they're about to do an incursion into Gaza because of like counter-attacking Fedayeen and shit.
Yeah.
And he gives this whole speech about how like these people have no love for us. Like they all want us dead, and they have a good reason for it, actually. We took all their land. Look at that village over there. That's built on top of an old Arab village. Like, look at that town over there that we just built like a few years ago. What do you think was on there before?
Yeah.
He goes to this huge rant, like very like strangely empathetic with why the Arabs hate them. And then he finishes this whole spiel by saying, and that's why when we go in there, we need to give them hell because they won't give us any mercy. I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah.
Because the way I see it is that I don't really know how much I blame the Zionists themselves for, especially from where they were in 47, because they had nowhere else to go. Like even though they did want to remove Arabs and they did want to take territory, their main thing was survival because they knew that under al-Husseini they'd all die probably, or get kicked out.
Lost inheritance. Thanks for the $100, buddy.
I always wanted to ask Benny Morris this as well: is if Jewish emancipation in like this 1870s in Europe was actually real and they had citizenship and they were actually equal citizens, not just on paper, do you think Zionism would have still been a legitimate cause?
If there would have been like a one state with Jews and Arabs living together, or if there was
if Jews in Europe and the Muslim world were actually just equal citizens, like not subject to pogroms and shit,
fuck, I don't know. That's a hard one. Because it's
Why is it hard?
Well, because like everything is like push-pull factors, right? So like I think that the Holocaust and everything accelerated a lot of the like desires to live in Israel. I think that was like, yeah, we're getting fucked everywhere. Like we need a home that like is safe for us. And I think it also probably gave foreign nations like more of a feeling of like a moral reason to kind of support Israel. It's like, well, fuck, we feel bad. You guys kind of got completely, ass fucked. But like absent the Holocaust and absent, so much Jewish discrimination, would they have felt as much of a need? I don't know. I'm not sure. Keep in mind, you don't have to eliminate all of it. You would just have to eliminate enough of it such that it wouldn't have been viable to resist the Arab presence there, right?
Yeah. I don't see what the point in it would have been if they were just an equal minority that was like fairly well respected in the
point is that
in the Arab and European world.
I think I'm still working my way through World War I and shit, but I think there was like a general idea that like, I think as nation states started to develop, that like ethnic groups or nation like nationalities of people or whatever, I think they all started to want their own countries. They were like, hey, like I want a country for me, and I want a country for me, and that like, especially with the breakups of these bigger countries and people fighting over stuff. And then like all the, like even the Turkish people after World War I fought their big war to have like their borders and everything. And I think that, that was a feeling that people had. Like, here's a question. I don't think Kurdish people experienced like widespread harassment or racism or whatever across the world?
I don't know around the world, but definitely we're in the part of the world that they live in. Yeah,
sure.
Iraq,
because like if you were to tell Kurdish
Turkey,
people like, why don't you guys just like move to Europe? Like you guys would be way more chill there. Like people aren't gonna fucking kill you all the time. But they'd probably say like, they're like, well, we want our own government. We're the Kurdish people. We want our state. We want to live here. This is like our area. But Jews didn't technically have that, right? Because they went there.
No. But that's why I feel like part of that thing with the nation state and all these like minority groups wanting to have their own area is because I feel like it's because of persecution. It's not just like a random desire,
Is there an example of any other state, just on that, is there an example of any other state being built similar to Israel like that, or?
There's no analogy, I don't think, to Israel. Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
But I think it's that general idea, though, is I think if Jewish people in Europe were not persecuted and thrown around all over the place for 2,000 years, because they were basically permanent refugees almost from the collapse of the Kingdom of Israel all the way until like 1890, right?
Yeah, that's relatively unique. When you say permanent refugees, it's because somehow they still held on to those like cultural aspects of whatever meant to be Jewish, and they didn't just like fully integrate into wherever they went, right?
Yeah, they would say next year in Jerusalem at their Passover shit, and I think the Israeli national anthem is literally like a song from some person who is hiding away from a Russian pogrom and it's like longing for the homeland and it's like really sad and shit. But yeah, I think that's the idea, is that were it not for that discrimination, I feel like the cause would have just been completely like pointless.
It's possible, yeah.
But then you also run into issues like fucking Lebanon, where the Christians might have had a good reason to want their own nation state because of the Ottomans and the famines and shit, but having it also meant they had to grab a bunch of farmland, which meant bringing in a bunch of Sunnis, and then because of the British and the French fighting over south of the Litany, it meant they had to take in a bunch of Shias and then Palestinian refugees, and it's like, well, this has to be it has to be a multicultural state or it's going to collapse, you know? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then it's also hard to tell that, like, I would have to know the histories of every country's individually, but it feels like after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the borders drawn were a little bit arbitrary. Like when you have like straight lines, right? It's obvious that like somebody on a map is like doing borders. And for some countries, it seems like it actually worked pretty well. When you look at like Jordan, and if you look at like Iraq and Syria, like I'm not saying they're like super stable countries, but I mean like for the most part, the borders haven't changed. Even Iraq and Iran didn't like change borders, you know? But then you look at places like Yemen and no stable government has emerged from there. Or Syria took a long time to have like a stable government emerge. But like your monarchs in like Jordan and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE, I think are a lot more stable. I don't know why it is in some places and why it's not in others. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if there's like a good reason why in some places, even in Iraq, I think, right? I think the leadership was relatively stable, right? Compared to Yemen and Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why for each one. For Lebanon, it's really clear. It's because there were three groups that were each made up about a third of the population, with some variants, and that's that was just doomed to fail. And also, every country surrounding them had an interest in it. I don't know. It's weird because like those borders were literally just drawn up by politicians, half of who were drunk in like 1918, 19, but people adopted nationalism for each of those countries like really, really quickly. The fact that like Syria and Iraq both had Ba'ath Party leaders who were pan-Arab, but they just never unified or never even considered any kind of like union. Yeah, that's just really odd to me.
Yeah.
But
which is weird too, because you heard that a lot as one of the reasons to get rid of the Israelis is like, oh, pan-Arabism, but it's like, well, where the fuck is your pan-Arab state? Like, where did? It's not like it was all there except for Israel. So, yeah, it is the drive of having your own country with your own borders and your own government is a pretty strong one, I think, for a lot of people.
I think it's also that idea that there was Jewish aggression against the British before the White Paper was. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, and it's also the issue that I have too when people are like citing these things is that, and then I get angry because somebody's like, well, somebody showed you a citation of that. Would you flip your whole mind? And it's like, it's hard because my whole concept of what's going on there wouldn't allow for that. Like maybe like one or two like off terrorist attacks, maybe, but I'm pretty sure the Jews were pretty happy with the Brits up until like was it 44 or 1940? I think I might have when
that's
Brits
the White Paper because like Zionism was abandoned.
Sure.
On,
yeah, and it's like, why would the Jews be terrorists attacking the Brits? But like after the 40s, well, now I know why. Of course, you're limiting immigration. That makes a lot of sense now to say that. But when you're starting to make these claims like, oh no, the Jews have always been attacking the Brits, like, well, that's kind of weird. I don't understand why. Do you have like any examples of that? Also,
I think the answer is in the 30s, some of the extremist Zionists did have issues with the British. One, because they were revisionists. They wanted all of the Jordan, or they wanted everything east of the fucking Jordan River as well, right?
Who did?
Irgun. But they got the Irgun, the revisionists, yeah. They wanted everything. And they resented, obviously, like the leftists like Ben Gurion for that. And they also felt like the British were not really protecting them from Arab violence. So like say like the Jerusalem riots in 1920, the British actually stopped Jewish militias from entering the space to protect people who were being attacked by rioters. So there was a bit of resentment there, but obviously that source of resentment massively changes after 39 when the Brits aren't supporting Zionism anymore. But that was it was always like a minority anyway. Like the Yishuv hated the Irgun. Like they literally fought with them and shit.
Yeah.
Like Ben Gurion sank one of their boats. What were you gonna say?
I'm getting really frustrated. This is like it's blackpilling the fuck out of me on academics who don't have any material to cite. I don't understand why you would waste so much time and money on a degree just to say, well, go read this whole book. Like, what are you doing with your, what are you doing? What is the point of you being an expert at that point? The whole point is that you've already read the material and that you can like direct me to it or reference it instead of saying, well, here's 5 books and this is what people think. That it drives me so fucking insane. I don't understand that at all. Holy shit.
I don't really.
You said you play guitar, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine somebody asks you, like, how do you resolve a dominant? I'm sorry, my training is a classic. Like, how do you resolve a dominant 7 chord, or what does a secondary dominant look like? And I'm like, well, why don't you go read a book on Schenkerian analysis, you fucking retard? Like, what? Like, no. What the whole point of your education is that you know the answers and you can reference them. You can explain it exactly, not like vague, like swaths of like, oh, well, here's 7 books. It's in one of these, and like this happened from the 20s to the 40s. Like, fuck, it's so frustrating. Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like conversations like that make me feel very okay about not going further with academia. Because I could have, long time ago. There were actually 2 villages where the Haganah attacked before 48, not 1. Fuck.
Way to go.
Dead.
Yeah, now you're totally fucked.
Toasted. Actually, one of them was a response to the Haifa refinery massacre. I didn't know that.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
You're talking to Breaking Points tomorrow.
Yeah, I was supposed to do my final day of research and I fucking just skipped all of it to waste my time with this stupid shit. So fuck me.
Yeah, I just had a debate about the whole, like, is it a genocide thing today as well? I'm kind of annoyed by that because I put up this tweet from the ICJ judge saying that we didn't say it's a plausible genocide or whatever the fuck. And then obviously people are mad. And then the problem is that I got a bunch of fucking like hardline Zionists retweeting it saying, look, the court ruled there's no genocide. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't fucking say
They
that
didn't
either.
rule on it. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
So yeah, I'm getting, and this is happening more and more as like I fight with leftists and a bunch of fucking like right-wing Zionists come in and I'm like, fuck me. Like I'm really going to become a both sidser soon
Yeah,
enough.
I remember on Twitch when I used to argue against like when the softcore porn started, and I was like, this is kind of gross. And then like a whole bunch of people retweet me and agree, and then they'd start tweeting pictures of women just like wearing ordinary shirts, and it's like, yeah, get these sluts off the platform. I'm like, no, not like that. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, housekeeping. Okay.
It's so annoying. I'm just gonna say this forever until I die, I guess, or like make my own fucking world. Or maybe I'll do enough drugs. It's just so annoying because like. This is a masturbatory position, I guess, but like this conflict is rich with a lot of different interesting arguments that you can explore about colonialism and displacement of people and, you know, what's right, what's wrong, what's just. Like if I go into a bar knowing this guy's going to attack me and I bring a knife with me to stab him, am I at fault or is he at fault, right? There's so much interesting stuff to talk about in this, but it's just the historical side on the pro-Arab stuff is just delusional and there's nothing to engage with. Like, oh, well, I guess the whole history is just Jews are racist against Arabs and wanted to kick them all out and did violence for no reason and was supported by the United States and Great Britain from 1880 and onwards. And wow, I guess they're just the bad guys. And it's like so fucking retarded. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I've started noticing. He mentioned Ilan Pape, and I've kind of caught him doing the thing again where he has like footnotes and they just lead you to something that says the complete opposite of what he's saying.
Something that was
One
very.
of them is,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yep. No. Go.
One of Pape's thing is he mentions 30 dead babies in one of the massacres, one of the villages, even though the actual number is like 2. And I was like, fuck, is there actually a 40 beheaded baby story from like the 48 war in one of Pape's books? But yeah, and obviously the footnote doesn't say anything of the sort. But
Yeah, I know he got in big trouble for that Ben Gurion quote from the diary and the scratched out shit, right?
yeah, I mean, I think Benny Morris made that mistake as well at one point, and right wingers went absolutely ham on him because because of scribbled out writing, and it's like depends on how you read it. Yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing for that Pape book, what's it called again?
The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine.
Is I was reading through there because I was trying to see because since they gave me that book, well fine, like if you want, I'll read out of your source and we'll do that. And it's very interesting that in reading his characterization of the war in that started in 47. He basically just like skips the first 10, the first like 5 or 6 months. He doesn't really say anything about it, which I think is like really funny.
Yeah, the Pape book is not even. I don't know. It's not even as bad as some people say it is. Like he was ahead of the curve in Acre where I think it was the Haganah were putting typhoid in the well to try and poison the people. That did actually happen. And then 2 guys in Gaza were accused of doing it. 2 Jewish guys were accused of doing it, and then they were executed by the Egyptians. Ben Gurion never denied it, but but that turned out to actually be real, and now there's documentation for it. So yeah, they actually did. I don't think it was very effective. They only killed I think maybe 4 people got sick, but yeah, they actually did try to literally poison the well. Yeah.
Based. Okay.
Fucked. Anyway, are you doing anything after stream? I need to call you about something.
Jesus Christ. No, it just depends on. I don't. I'll probably stream for like 30 more minutes, but I have to wake up at like 4 a.m. to catch my flight because I'm trying to fly to DC tomorrow, do my debate, and then fly back here to do my podcast.
Okay.
So
It's not urgent. It's just be like a 5-minute thing, but I can do it another day. Okay. Anyway,
I'll message you when I
have
finish.
fun.
I love you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Fuck. I have to like I need to revisit my the rhetoric. I think I have to sharpen this because it's just the lack of factual foundation. I can't let people do this. It's too much. It's too stupid. But it feels like the conversation is going to break down completely. Like theoretically, I could have done. I could have stopped the whole conversation and said, we're not going to go any further until you can show me the Jewish plan to betray the 47 partition plan. But then the conversation would have stopped right there because I don't think that evidence exists. Because if it did, I think everybody would post it and we'd all be talking about it. But then to let the conversation move from that point onwards, it's like, well, what the fuck? Like now, like we've got like a whole bunch of factual disagreements, and now we're gonna move off of the building blocks of this. It's like so dumb. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus. They move the goalpost on every single point. You need to take a strong position in the beginning, then have them defend it. Yeah, I wrote that actually for my rhetorical notes for the debate I'm doing tomorrow. Oh, I have that also somewhere too. Where is it? Debate pervertry. I think I have that in this document. Like, I feel like this is one. It could be your fault as well, but your opponent never seeming to be able to summarize your position ever. You constantly having to criticize or refuse to accept any other characterization of your position. I feel like there were like 6 times where I would say like, were you saying this? And he's like, no, that's not what I said at all. That wasn't even close. Like, I'm not that retarded. Like, you're having a conversation with me, so clearly you at least think I'm worthy to chat with. How am I failing to summarize what you're saying every single fucking time you say something? Every single time? I can't restate anything? I think that's an indication of people being, like, people aren't operating in good faith. I think that's something funky is happening here. If somebody can never, yeah. Always have a whiteboard up with your exact positions. You don't have anyone ad-libbing randomly just because no reason, et cetera, et cetera. Oh yeah, maybe actually. You shouldn't have let him get away with states used to be multicultural and bringing up France when Israel was clearly trying to be a democracy. I can't argue the prehistory because I haven't done like the deep dives, but like based on what he said about Israel-Palestine, I wouldn't have trusted a single thing that he said historically. It wouldn't surprise me if all of it was incorrect because the characterizations and the summaries of for the Israeli-Palestinian history. The thing is too, it wasn't even wrong. It was worse than wrong. I think it was mischaracterized intentionally. That's the issue. Like if somebody says, why did this happen in 47? Like, well, in 26, here's a quote. It's like, why are you citing this? This isn't relevant. Why are we talking about this? Like, you know that this isn't what I'm asking. I think when people deliberately but sneakily try to like broaden time frames without giving a clear example or a clear reason why, and instead try to like broaden it and make everything reductively worthless, I think that's not just like somebody's wrong. It's like you're intentionally playing games here. Claims walked back by the professor and the 2 masters, 1 brain cell. There was widespread violence pre-1920 in mandatory Palestine. Walked back to, well, there weren't many Jews there. That was true. Israel rejected the 47 partition plan. Walked back to, well, actually, they accepted it publicly but lied about it. That's true, yeah. There were terror attacks against the British pre-39 white papers. Not walked back because it was just a plain lie. That's true. Yeah, they couldn't think of any of that. Palestinians were left out of the partition negotiations. Walked back to, they boycotted unfair terms and should never have had to accept the partition. That's true. Yeah, that's true. 47-48 war was started by Israeli aggression. Walked back to, well, sure, the Arabs attacked first, but they were fighting the aggression of settler colonialism. Yeah, true. Fuck me, dude. Fuck. He tried to claim colonial French states were no different than mandates using some abstract notion of control. Oh, that too. There were so many times where he did that, where he's like, there was no nation of this. And I'm like, wait, what? He's like, the nation is just a group of people that all are. Or it's like the mandatory system wasn't like a colony. And he's like, well, yeah, they were. They were basically colonies under their thumb and their control. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? No, they weren't. It's like, well, didn't they try to trade with them afterwards and have a military base there? That's what? Is Japan a colony of the United States? What does that even mean? Yeah, all of a sudden the terminology became so broad that it's like, okay, I guess I agree with you, but you're not really even saying anything, you know? Jesus. Fucking Christ. My God. A PhD in history. I don't understand how that's possible. What are we researching? What are we spending all of our time doing? And he says he reads Hebrew and Arabic. He said he had spoke like 4 languages, and he doesn't remember anything that he's gone over at all. He doesn't take notes or have. Do you think when people have the bookcases, do they mean anything, or are they just like memes? According to the PhD, the Jews would have accepted to be a minority under al-Husseini, and if a war will break out, it would be his fault, and the Jews would be dead. Would you accept that? I don't even. I think the problem is he probably hasn't done research in a long time. He's clearly a teaching professor now. Hold on. No. I'm so sorry, but no. Fuck you, okay? The proper answer to that would be if somebody were to ask me a question like, hey, you are really well read in this area. Can you answer this specific question about this specific event? An acceptable answer might be, yeah, I have read about that event. I don't remember exactly where I got it from, but if you give me a moment, I know that this author has written about it, and I know about where to find it because I know the chronology. So like, give me like 5 minutes and I'm sure I can find it. I've either taken notes on it or I have like enough of a general memory of these particular series of events that I can find what it is that we're talking about. Let me go search. Or you could say, I've read it before from these authors, but like I can't remember exactly, so maybe we'll move on from that point. An acceptable answer is not, go read these 5 books and find it. That's ridiculous. That's like saying, like, I disagree with you. Like, oh, really? Well, go get a PhD in history, and then you can disagree. Like, no, what? If you've studied it and read the material, you should have some notion in the material of where it is, right? So, for instance, like, without even having ever read a particular book about Israel-Palestine, I could probably tell you about where to find something, right? If you give me a book on pre-1940s Israel-Palestine and the conflict therein, okay? If you gave me that book and I open the table of contents and it says like Theodor Herzl, early Zionism, 1880s to the creation of the Jewish state. And then you would ask me, okay, Destiny, where in this book can we find information about Jewish insurgents attacking the British? Or things about like I always call it the King David Hotel. I don't know if I got it right. That big hotel bombing. Then what I would say is, give me a minute, I can look for it. It's probably going to be like in the last like 5% of the book. It's probably going to be like towards the end. Because I know like the chronology, I know the timeline that this happened like towards the end of the mandatory period. It was like in, I think, like 46. So it's about like right before the, so I can find it. Yeah, I can find it. Give me a second, right? But this idea of like, well, I don't know, it's in one of these 5 books. What do you mean it's in one of, you don't remember anything that you've read from any of these? You don't remember what they're discussing? You don't know about the approximate timelines? You don't know where in the book you can even find what you're talking, you don't even know what I don't understand that. Maybe I have above average recall, or maybe I have below average database of things that I know. Maybe if I continue to read and learn and be educated, and when I'm 50 or 60, maybe like, oh shit, I can't remember that exact particular thing or whatever, because whatever. But he came in here, he dropped his credentials, he claimed he was well-read in this area, and he's contesting what is one of the central claims of the conflict, right? Was expulsion always a Zionist plan? That is one of the most hotly debated topics. That might be the single most hotly debated topics in all of Israel-Palestine historically. It might be. Plan Dalet or Plan D might be the single most hotly debated topic. So the idea that you're well-read into this area with a PhD and you don't have any citation, I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I don't know. He didn't say one of 5 books. He said it's in all of them, and it's a very known historical consensus. But that's not true. I know that because I spoke with one of the historians that he cited for over 10 hours when I was in New York City in a weekend. Okay? I know that's not true. I was with the guy that wrote the fucking books. I know that's not true. And I've read passages and chapters and parts of these books where these references are made. And none of them, I've never seen that in my life. And because there's a lot of citations relating to stuff related to Plandalet from a lot of different people, or from the 47%. I've never seen it written anywhere. I've never seen it referenced. I've never seen it repeated by a debater. Well, I've seen the general consensus point brought up, but I've never...
Bro,
What?
I'm so... He fucking lied.
About
He
which
said
thing?
that there was an expulsion in December, Al-Qisas, this village, right?
No, it was just like a small... I think it was like 9 people got killed or something. Did he say expulsion?
But I was talking about expulsions. Yeah, he referred to Al-Qisas, but it was expulsions. No, yeah, there was a raid. It was horrible. People, like a couple of people died, but the people in that village didn't leave until like May, so it was like 6 months afterwards.
Yeah, which
There was
is when
only one
April and
expulsion
May
in
was like the
February.
second phase of like the... Yeah, when everything got like crazy, yeah.
Yeah, this first expulsion that was authorized was in like late February, and then there's like a gap between March and fucking April, and then yeah, there's one until I was right. Fuck that. Fuck. All right, bye.
Love you. You agree, a good recall, but he made a huge claim about quotes from 47 saying Israel lied intentionally about the partition plan. He absolutely should have that, and if it existed, pro-Palestinians would cite that shit constantly. Yeah, I know, of course. But this is why I say, too, is that like there's a more nuanced argument you can make, which is, and this is what makes sense, and this is what I was reading over and over again from Pape's own book that he cited, was that you could argue that the Jews accepted it knowing that the Arabs would turn it down out of hand. Shlomo Ben Ami says the same thing in his book, that, the Jews accepted it, but they knew. They always knew that the Arabs would just reject it out of hand. The paradox of the winner of 47 was that the Jews who accepted Resolution 181, the Jewish public acclaimed its endorsement by the UN with genuine outbursts of jubilation, were ready and well deployed to face a war should this be the outcome. And the Arabs, who rejected the resolution out of hand and made no secret of their intention to subvert it, were not at all prepared for war. This idea that like Jews are offering things knowing that like it's going to be rejected out of hand. On moral grounds, one could, of course, convincingly defend the case for the repatriation of refugees, but this was out of the question. In a historical and political context where a clash existed between an emergent Jewish state and its defeated enemies, for whom the repatriation of refugees was one way of hampering the growth and development of the newborn, yet intimidating state, against which they harbored understandable intentions of revanche. At the Lausanne Peace Conference, Israel eventually agreed to the repatriation of 100,000 Palestinian refugees, but this was almost by force of habit rejected out of hand by the Arabs as too little. The Arabs clearly missed an opportunity to call Israel's bluff. It's a thing that comes up a lot. Like, it's just so dumb. Fuck me. Okay, I'm moving on. God, fuck me. Fuck, these things trigger the fuck out of me. Don't you get the feeling that disinformation is an unbeatable monster, especially when one side is full of it, virtually nothing but... Yeah, I think another issue that's challenging, Bayonerd, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, is that there's a difference between talking to the professional debaters on the other side and talking to just like random people from the other side. I think you could actually make a lot more headway with random people than you could with the professional debaters. Because if you think about it, I have flexibility in my position, but it's just because I'm not part of like a broad group of fucking people or whatever. Most people don't have that same flexibility. Like those two guys that I talked to, like one guy said he's Palestinian. He's never changing his mind on that topic. And the other guy seems like he staked a huge position on some Marxist or communist, like, or anarchist, maybe anarcho-communist like claim. He's never changing his mind on this. Like it's just done. That's like forever gone. So the idea of like sitting here like arguing in the dirt with these guys instead of talking to more normal, but the problem is more normal people won't even have the background. So then you're just like talking at them and they're going to be turned by, I guess, whoever the last person, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think having a court-like system actually where you debate and there's like a judge that actually like rules on like points made, maybe that would be interesting. I'm not sure. Remember the Iraq war claim? Oh yeah. I actually, to this day, I actually don't know why the fuck, I don't know what the strategic planning was for the United States to do the war in Iraq. I get Afghanistan, that makes sense. I don't know if like declassified stuff has come out, but then of course He's like, well, obviously, it was because he was mad that Saddam Hussein tried to kill Daddy. I was like, okay, why did? Yeah, fuck me, I guess. I actually thought it was fairly straightforward. They thought they could create a friendly state to counterbalance against Iran. Yeah, and I don't know much like the Iraqi history between them. Wasn't Saddam Hussein considered pretty friendly to U.S. interests, or no? Is that not true at all? I thought that he was like relatively controlled by, or relatively, but maybe not. That might not be true at all. I'm not sure. I've heard that repeated a lot, but I haven't actually like studied or like dug into that claim. Only after the first Gulf War? Yeah, after the first Gulf War, yes. But, I don't know, maybe... Him saying Benny Morris to some rando was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Would you say blocking students from entering a public building at a public university is violation of civil rights legislation? Depends on if they're going to be disruptive or not. I think you have a right to remove people who are being disruptive. Actually, I don't know if you would have a right to protest inside of a library at all. I would imagine probably never. Outside the library, sure, but... What is the point of protest if not to be disruptive? If you want to do a disruptive, the point of a protest is to be noticed or seen. If you want to do something disruptive, that's fine. But now you're engaging in civil disobedience, and part of that is getting arrested. That's what you're signing up for. Protests should not be able to shut down publicly accessible institutions. If I've got to research, if I'm a student and I need to do reading for a project, you shouldn't be able to take that away from me because of your protest. That should probably not be legal. But if you want to protest on public grounds outside or something, you absolutely have the right to gather and do that. For future debates, buy a fake bookcase with random books in it and put it right behind you. Problem solved based. Would you agree with this characterization from Sean F. McCohen's... Ben-Gurion was not alone in his tactical acceptance of partition. Prophetically, Chaim Weizmann told the British High Commissioner in 1937 that we shall expand into the whole of the country in the course of time. This partition is only an arrangement for the next 25 to 30 years. Weizmann was exactly right. By 1967, Israel had taken control of all of Mandate Palestine. What a wild jump. But, okay. This idea-ish... especially because prior to 1967, I think Ben-Gurion was in extreme lockdown mode. I think prior to that 6-day war, I think Ben-Gurion was a little bit like freaking the fuck out. Like, listen, we are happy with our territory. Let's just like fucking chill here. Because the 6-day war was like the ultimate nightmare from the Jewish perspective, which was two parts. It was a unified Arab front that they were going to be facing in a war, and it was zero security guarantees from the West that they had desperately sought for decades, and they weren't able to get it. This ideational trend continued and was realized in the 1940s. The Zionist movement also accepted the UN partition plan in 1947. Tactically, Palumbo notes that the Zionists accepted this scheme, the UN partition plan, since they hoped to use their state as a base to conquer the whole country. Similarly, Flipan states that Zionist acceptance of the resolution in no way diminished the belief of all the Zionist parties in their right to the whole of the country of Palestine, and that acceptance of the UN partition resolution was an example of Zionist pragmatism par excellence. It was a tactical acceptance, a vital step in the right direction, a springboard for expansion when circumstances proved more judicious. Plan D in the War of 48 to 49 created such judicious circumstances. Kind of. It's loaded kind of in one way, but... The reality is that if Arabs would have at any point prior to 67 or prior at this point been like, okay, you know what? We will. Fine. Jews, you want a state? Boom. Here it is. Palestinians have a state here. You guys have a state there. Go for it. If they would have done that, Israel would have been forced to accept. They would have had to, or they would have been destroyed as a country. But nobody wants to accept that because they can't accept, because Arabs, you have to treat them like retarded children, I guess. They have absolutely no agency. They have absolutely no diplomacy. They've got no capability of doing anything for themselves. They're constantly victims of the Jewish people. And they're just victims, and everything is just thrust upon them, and they've got no autonomy, and they can't figure anything out, I guess. And that's how you have to treat them. Apparently, that's what these guys act. Okay. Can we move on from this? Fuck me. I wasted a whole day of current events. HEW called you out with a 20-minute video. Okay, I'm good. Go over the rhetoric for tomorrow. Fuck, I feel like my brain is scrambled. I think I might just finish this upstream. I've already like organized. I did a lot of this last night and this morning. And there's stuff here I need to incorporate, but I don't know. Oh, I should review the Omar review. And then once I come back, we're back to World War I, okay? Predictions, is it going to be better or worse than today's talk? I wasn't ready for like a full on, my mind was not prepared. But for emotionally, for this stupid fucking conversation. Tomorrow I'll be more in the zone for everything, so. Oh. Are you concerned about breaking points doing dishonest editing? I don't think I've ever run into somebody that does that. I think if they did that, they get called out pretty hardcore. I can't imagine they would do that. Okay. How much of a problem would you say people's demand for information is? It's like a blind person being satisfied with glasses that only make things clear up to 5 feet away and don't let you see some. I don't know what the fuck that even means. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking unplug my brain, work on this offline. I don't think I can, if I streamed it, I was gonna kill myself. All right, I'll be back tomorrow for, I think they're gonna broadcast this on Thursday is what they said, so it'll be, I think, the day after tomorrow. And then I'll be back tomorrow for anything else. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, depuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my Deuterinos. I will get you guys next stream or Reno. Hosting Lily. Bye.